And welcome to LAWhammer, where we gather every week in my living room to play The Enemy Within, Warhammer's greatest and bestest campaign ever! Woo! Alright, it's been quite a week again at this end, because poor old Lindsay was actually assaulted by Nurgle. No other way to describe it. I'm not going to discuss the streams of pus.
You've done it.
I'm not going to discuss the horror show that went on, but thankfully this week, Lindsay is fine. Yay! So we get to carry on with our episode regardless, and as you may remember, a certain somebody vanished at the end of episode 13, Father Luitpold, who was helping resolve some restless dead, move on to Mor's realm, kind of got caught up in it, and kind of got sucked in along with them. If you want to know what happened, it has been recorded. Our all-access patrons will have that video up probably tomorrow or the next day, once I've done some jiggery-pokery with it at my side. More the jiggery than the pokery, probably. And we organise up. You can decide what that is amongst yourselves.
Insert punchline here.
We also have another video that's going to be taped on the side as well, but you'll find out more about that probably around about the break time. I'll discuss that later. For everybody else, we'll have those videos up, and I think it's about 3 weeks' time when we have our next break.
Depends when they're watching this, Andy. They might already be up.
Yeah, good point.
Time is just
time.
a concept.
What does it mean?
Yeah.
It will go up for everybody eventually.
There you go.
So, without any further ado, I shall now pass over to good old Sage, who has something super important that you must all really pay attention to.
The super important thing is that we're Twitch affiliates now. So that means that if you have an Amazon Prime account or, some spare cash and you want to send it our way, then you can do so by subscribing or by buying bits or by going on to Patreon and using that instead. Whatever is your preferred method, we would really, really appreciate it. And it helps us bring you more goodness and audio that sounds good. So, yes, we appreciate everyone who has already. And we hope you enjoy.
Mention our Bebo. We're on Bebo.
Yes.
And all the social networks.
MySpace.
Add Andy Law everywhere. It's fine.
We are so not.
Yeah.
Far too lazy for that bullshit.
Tom's our friend on MySpace.
Beyond that, we are a bunch of grown-ass adults. This is a grown-ass adult stream, so we will be swearing. If you don't like it, I suggest that you very quietly, I'm not going to say fuck off, but move away. So, I think it's time for us to gently fade to black as we consider episode 14, Signs from Beyond. It is late afternoon, and Father Luitpold, who was moving into the centre of the rather unfortunately named Daemon's Bowl, has vanished. Around is the gathered party as they look into the rather vacant centre where the father once was and no longer is. He hasn't left any sign of his passing. There is no handy body that's collapsed or perhaps a drifting in the wind little blindfold to suggest that he was there just a few moments before. Don't forget. None of that. It is just empty. Corobreath blinks as he looks into the centre. Corobreath, as those of you who may notice from last week, had his jaw seriously damaged. He says.
Oh. I was going to try for a lore magic check.
Okay,
Do
lore
people
magic
just
check.
disappear? 6 successes.
Okay, success is a lot. Okay, so Elric immediately goes, well, uh-oh. Right, so as Elric knows, there are lots of secret ways through the world. Now, I'm not saying that he may have done that in one of his Tales of Altdorf, but in one of his Tales of Altdorf, he slipped into one of those secret ways. There's also lots of other, let's just call them places. And he studied them to a degree inside the College of Magic. Now, in the Bright College, their care for such matters is pretty low. They're far more concerned with, can you swing a sword? Can you throw a fireball? Can you give and receive orders? And if the answer is yes to all of those, you're in a pretty damn good place. Not, do you understand all of the secret, weird ways that the world may or may not work? Now, what you know for certain is that this Daemon's bowl, whatever it is, had a large chunk of raw magic in its very center for a very long time. And that could mean almost anything. The good father went into an area that was, you could argue, significantly tainted, or alternatively, significantly weakened. For example, when you were back in Bergenhafen, you saw that Morslieb was truly enormous. Truly. But you came to the conclusion that it probably wasn't. That it probably just looked like normal, but the weakening of reality in that particular place had caused it to look like it was huge, to be amplified. Somewhat similarly, if you've got a weakening of reality here, very possibly he's gone somewhere else, which means that, particularly because ghosts were being transported somewhere else, right at the point when he vanished. The only other thing that's worth mentioning, with the, do you have something else you'd like to add?
Did we hear the raven calls that he heard, or was it only him that heard this?
He heard that, and Yumi will have heard that.
Okay.
But that's it. You'll need to have holy visions as a talent to spot that one. I'm pretty sure you've got holy visions, do you not? So she's aware that there was most certainly an arrival of something and also a departure of something that moved on to elsewhere. Now, there is a small part of you that's slightly worried he may have been dragged off to the realm of more, i.e. the afterlife. And that to you sounds potentially final.
Deadly.
It's what he would have wanted.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, so Elric having with that knowledge will like be peering intently and trying to perceive any winds that may or may not.
So, one way that you think you could maybe determine whether there is definitely a weakening here is perhaps test the theory by crossing over into it and look up and around, and if Morslieb's about, it might be amplified.
Is Morslieb, what time of day is it?
Morslieb is, it's erratic. Our moon sometimes.
Well, we can't see Morslieb
But
right
yeah,
now,
right
so if
now.
we go in
But
and can see
see
it, then
it.
we know something.
Then you know that something's up, and that possibly you surmised correctly.
Does he still, because remember when he was near it before he felt the prickling
Yes.
sensation, that's still
Yes,
there? Oh,
it absolutely is.
And Alan Menaway felt something too, didn't she?
it was
Yeah, we both
Al,
felt
and then you felt it right on the cusp. Yeah, fuck it. He's gonna have to.
I think one of us should stay out here between you and I, and you should go in.
What?
So okay, one of us should stay outside and I should go in. Right. Okay.
Wait, no,
No,
but-
no, he's just gone. Luitpold's gone now.
Look, my lord, this is magical.
no,
Trust me.
Wait.
I'll be
This is
fine.
not just magical. This is religious, theological, I guess. I don't know if you all heard it, but there were raven calls.
Yeah, it's Corbett. He's got the bed over there.
No, not that one. Like,
Corbett is just looking in the centre of it going, well, you've heard it, ain't it?
I heard raven calls once before when there was a meeting between Myrmidia and Moore in a temple, and the priestesses, they thought it was a remarkable event that Moore had witnessed something. So maybe the realm opened to let the spirits in, and he was in with them.
I'm sorry, you're saying that you think that Luitpold is now in the realm of more. He's gone to the afterlife.
I'm sticking my head in.
Elric has listened to all that, but as he's walking,
So
into
you're walking in. You
And-
feel that pressure, that prickle of magic as you cross over the periphery between the circle of standing stones around the crater that is the Daemon's Bowl, and what lies behind you, that deserted waste of crags and sand. As you press over it and ping yourself on the other side, and immediately see a difference. The sky darkens above you, and zipping across the horizon and then straight up till it's directly above you, Morslieb.
Right.
It tears across the sky till it falls into place above you. A grinning skull-like moon, clouds gathered around it, and unlike outside where it's daytime, on the inside you can see the constellations and the stars, perhaps, if anything, far too brightly. As you stick your head in, you see Elric looking up and around all over the place, and you also get that sensation that this place is wrong.
I stuck my head in previously as well. Has it now changed?
Nope, it looks exactly as it did before to you.
Okay, cool.
You have not seen the crazy whoosh that
Uh-huh.
he's just seen of the Morsleib
Cool.
movement.
Can we see Elric?
Oh, yep, Elric's moved over. He's about a third of the way into the crater as he's moved down. The crater from your side looks just like a standard dusty crater with a rise in the middle, where apparently once there was a hunk of pure magic. At a distance, it looks super green in the middle, if you recall.
Yeah.
But when you're up close to it, like a mist,
yeah.
it just dissipates. There's a slight, an ever so slight green tinge, but that's it. On the inside, there's, if anything, the green lies on the outside, not the inside, lying beyond the periphery of the 8 standing stones. From yourself, you can see him standing in the middle. There is no great swirl for you yet. Maybe you've not gone in far enough. But he's definitely looking up and around.
What do you see?
Remember Bogenhafen
Try
and
not
how Morsleib was dominating the sky? It's kind of like that because it's nighttime.
Can you see Luitpold? Is he there? Is he there?
No, I can see them, right?
Yep.
It's nighttime in there.
It's nighttime. I don't know, like
Elric,
you
I
may-
don't like this.
No,
it feels
no,
wrong.
Just walk.
You're walking in, but you do not feel
I don't feel anything.
anything.
So.
As far as you're concerned, it's much like walking anywhere else. As you cross the periphery, and then 1 step in, 2, and whoa! Immediately, the heavens above darken. Stars
See what you
trickle into life above you, and 1 star in particular zooms across the sky, right from the horizon, and then forms up and stops as Morsleib,
mean. See what you mean.
setting off towards the east from where you're seeing it.
Okay.
Full, grinning as if there's a skull-like face amongst its craters.
Now, for Elric, did he see that happen again? Or...
Is it?
No, not at all.
So
It
he's
didn't-
staring at a Morsleib.
Yep. And as she moves in, it zips into the place, and
it's a
she's
different
then staring
perception.
also into the same place.
Oh, okay. So it's not that it zipped fresh when
Correct.
she entered. Okay.
I was going
cool.
to ask, are we looking in the same direction?
Yeah.
You are looking in the same direction.
Okay.
Wait, if you can see a sky, are there like stars?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's tons of stars. And
Is it what it's supposed to be for
Does
this?
anyone have the necessary skills?
So
God,
I would
no.
argue, I don't think he has the skill, but he's spent...
If you've got
his life-
navigation, that's a good
Yeah,
start.
his life in forests and
Then,
stuff.
if you've got navigation, then yes, you've got necessary skills.
Giving you
to the
character
basics.
reason.
You had the skill.
Wait, hold on. Does he have navigation? Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
Alan Menowith's got navigation as well, but I'll let.
You're not in there, so.
Yeah.
5 successes, superb. 5 successes, that's pretty good. So, yeah, the stars are out of alignment. They're not where they should be. Indeed, this suggests that we're in the depth of winter. These are winter stars.
These are old because it's coming into spring now, right?
Yeah, we're through early spring. We're coming up to summer soon.
So with that, I'm trying to use real world knowledge. Never mind.
International Space Station.
They're not right. It's like they're old.
But if magic is suffused in that area, then they may seem different. No.
I mean, last
That's
time
what the blues
we
do.
had this Morsleib was totally like the size much bigger. So who knows what we can trust what we're seeing here. Come have a look, Alan Menowith.
Birdie is going to start poking about with a barge pole just in case there's a
Alright.
trapdoor or
It's
a hole.
it's all very sandy, and it doesn't appear that the good father has fallen through the sand.
Alan Menowith.
Just checking.
Yep.
Alan Menowith.
At least so
will-
far.
will
Oh,
go
tonk,
in.
tonk, tonk. The rock is actually just below the sand. And where it rises in the middle.
My lord, I think you should stay here. Are
Right.
you
So
all
you
right
want?
with that?
Honestly, no. Can we stop talking about the moon and everything? Is Luitpold there? And if he's not there, then let's ignore that and try and get him back.
We're
Well,
trying to
that's
figure
what we're trying to
out
do.
All right.
We're
Well,
trying to
let's
figure it out.
do it a bit faster.
Alan Menowith will go in and look at the stars.
Exactly the same thing occurs. Step 1 into the crater, step 2, and then suddenly it darkens, and Morsley zips across to fall into place off towards the east.
Do you remember when something we may talk about in future when Alamenowith and Greta saw the stars?
Yes.
Yeah, is it the same sky as that? Can
Do
you
yourself
remember?
a navigation test. Well, that's a stream to come.
Could it be like a snapshot in time from like?
Whenever it was happened, just
Yeah.
paused it.
Well, it's just not natural.
7 successes.
7 successes. No, it's not the same.
Okay.
This, with 7 successes, I will drop in as not only is this seasonally incorrect, it is out of time in terms that it would not be this winter, it would be another winter.
So not the winter past or the winter to come.
Indeed, it's all out in terms of the procession of the heavens. We often get to use that. Procession of the heavens.
This is all wrong. It's not even last winter or the winter to come. It's a completely different winter.
Elric's quite good at perceiving the celestial wind. From his testing, can he attempt to see if it's anything to do with that?
I mean, he can give it an attempt to see.
The old college try.
Yeah, indeed, but it's not a wind he's naturally inclined to perceive. He did nail it when he did it for his keys.
4 successes.
4 successes, pretty decent. So
just perception, isn't it?
Yeah, looking up towards the heavens, the amount of Azir, this blue wind of magic, the celestial wind that he can see, which you would expect to see gathering up in the heavens somewhere and distorting the stars themselves. He doesn't see any of it at all. But given you got 4 successes, I will say he can see that his own wind is being pushed aside by another. So there is definitely a wind of magic here that is influencing things.
Can Alamenowith have a look for Olgu and see if hers is being pushed aside as well?
That's your own wind. So yeah, not an issue at all. Any
Just a
success?
perception
Yeah,
test.
just perception test. Any success will do in that.
I'll spend.
Or you can screw it up.
I'll spend a fortune point.
Well, while you're doing that,
so we don't get that 88.
Corabreath will just fold his arms and say, "Well, you're probably not there."
4 successes.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're right, Corabreath.
4 successes.
No, I mean, he might not be gone. Don't be saying we don't know
4
for
successes.
sure.
Again, your wind is being pushed aside by another, and you can quite clearly see on the outside of the crater your wind gathering up and almost trying to gather around the people. The natural suspicions everyone have of what is lying in the middle is enough to start gathering small amounts of fingering Olgu.
Elric, my wind is being pushed aside. How is yours?
It's definitely being displaced.
So
There's something else here.
So can you see any of the others? I'm not good with them.
He's quite good at perceiving a lot of them. And I reckon if he tries to really squint and look for the amethyst wind, that might...
That's what we'll see.
The tough one.
And
You know that one's tough.
again, and this is another character where he would have knowledge.
Give it the test.
No. That'd be 3 fails.
He tries to sense the purple wind, the wind of potentially time itself, and sees nothing.
But the fact that the stars are of a different time in and of itself suggests...
The empirical evidence suggests that that's almost certainly one of the stronger winds here.
Suggests that death...
And it makes sense, given the ghosts.
Well, yeah, if you were saying that there was... What did you say? There was ravens from Moore's Realm, so...
Look,
All right, well...
if he has been caught up with those spirits...
What do you mean if he's been caught up with those spirits?
Those ghosts... What we were doing was burying their bones in the hope that they would be taken to Moore's Realm.
Yes.
Looks like it worked.
It looks like...
Yes, but Moore should be he doesn't take the living.
Moore takes whatever is there.
I don't...
Do the gods convene? Like, we know that Luitpold was blessed by his god, so did Moore want to have a word? Is that a thing that happens?
My hope is simply that he will be able to... I don't know. Instruct the fellow at the gate that he shouldn't be here and be returned. Perhaps he will not pass the portal. He's not dead.
Right, so that's what we're saying. And is it we're going to just hope that he's going to get there and they'll go, oh, sorry, error, and off you go, come back again. I'm not... There has to be... You're not fucking around, are you? You know how you can... don't look at me and then you disappear, sort of thing. That's not you. This is not you.
No.
Right? You sure?
I promise.
Because it's not like you do your jokes and they're quite funny, but this is not a. This isn't a funny one.
I know.
Right?
Gerhardt, I wouldn't lie about it.
Okay, fine. So we're just going to sit and we're going to say, let's wait for him to get back. This is.
How long do we wait, though?
Well, exactly. It's pointless. It's just the same stuff. We just wait around and things happen to us. It's not. Surely you can do something with
You got the magic book recently. Does that do?
That might do something. I mean, I have no idea. I haven't been able to do anything with it.
But also, it could do a lot more harm than good, my lord. I understand your friend has gone, but there's limits to what we can do. I'm happy to wait. He might show up again, but also he might not. People die. You lose friends.
Yes, but
that's the world that we live in.
No, I understand that, but there's nothing. This isn't like this is not a blade or something that like magically burning somebody. Whatever it is, this is just we did something positive again, and we saved somebody and we helped somebody, and then poof, he's gone. That's not how this works. It's not what should be happening.
It is.
Totally is.
What's the point in these stupid gods if they fuck up like this? He's meant to be some chosen of Sigmar. What, Sigmar just didn't turn up and go, hang on, more, this isn't going to happen because he's chosen and he should be, so he shouldn't be stopping that. There's no.
Yume will retreat her head and go up to Gerhardt and give him a hug and be like, it's okay, Gerhardt.
Well, it's not okay, is it?
What else can we do? We just have to believe in him and in Sigmar and
Corbreath says, the gods, he said, the gods are capricious. The gods are not your friends. They're just not. Priests aren't there to tell you what's good and bad. Priests are there to tell you how to avoid the fuckers. They're after you. Every single last one of them, I'm telling you. He's probably off having a fight, and a drink. Maybe.
Wait, what? Why would you think that?
There's nothing good that lies beyond, trust me.
Corbreath, how often do you come and keep an eye on the ball?
I don't like
as
coming
little
up
as
here.
you can, I imagine, but
I don't like
regular.
Just a quick. Oh no, you have to roll intuition tests, don't you?
Yeah, you don't know. You know
sorry, that's annoying because
Yes,
it was 4 successes. But
what do you want to know? What are you looking for? You're just trying to get.
Why is Cor like that's weird? That's a weird thing to say, right? Of.
He's having a drink.
He seems to be being as genuine as he's ever been.
Oh, that doesn't fucking help.
Gods are big.
Gods are big.
No, I'm serious. Gods are big and we are very small. But as I said to you before, that in the Aether there's no size. If More's realm was opened and those ghosts went through, then there's just every chance he was just taken along with them, because gods don't discriminate. They don't see us. The only hope I have is that his soul shines so brightly with Sigmar's light that whatever it is that took them will realize that it's the wrong flavor and be sick and just vomit him back up again.
It's a nice idea, but a terrible analogy, and I don't know why.
I mean,
well, it is as best an analogy as I can give, because the gods are hungry.
What about this Ladriel? Can you not speak to her or do something?
Ladriel does not dwell where the other gods dwell. She stayed behind.
Right, okay.
She walks amongst mortals.
Sure, seems useful.
Look, Luitpold's a bright bloke. He'll find a way out, but the chances are he's not going to reappear here. If he's got any sense, he's going to reappear somewhere else a little bit more sensible.
Where are you getting that from?
Well, if he has any control, he might just be spat out right here. So we're left with a choice. Do we stay here for an indeterminate amount of time, or do we follow the women we were supposed to be following? Or do we split in two? Some of us stay here?
Would he thank us for wasting time?
Yeah, no, we should definitely do that one.
Fucking Luitpold,
we could do 5 different things. I mean,
my vote is for moving on.
My lord, I don't want to sound insensitive because I know what it's like to lose people, but
well, no, we haven't lost him.
Well,
we've misplaced
where
him.
is he right now? We do we are under time constraint. We can come back. We can ask Corbeth to check here regularly, but we need to chase Etelka.
He wouldn't
I
thank
think
us for
It's
letting
what
those
Luitpold
cults-
would have wanted.
We
Yes.
should leave him food. We should leave him water somewhere. We should leave him.
Corbett says, well, we've only got enough for about another week.
But
Another week.
we have enough for him because he was going to be coming with us. So we'll leave.
But he's got his own food.
Oh, he had his own food with
Yeah.
him.
And his
Right.
back.
Plus, those beastmen are more likely to come and get it.
I trust you didn't say dildo beastman.
No.
He says,
What?
What?
I heard you wrong there. Ringing him a ear. He says,
I don't even know how you got to that position.
Alex scribbling something down. Can't Lucas with later.
Instead of horrors.
I mean,
And also to answer your question, we don't talk to our gods like he seems to commune with Sigma.
You
That's
say,
not how
what,
it
you
works.
elves?
Yes.
did he commune with Sigmar? It just often seemed that he said that he got visions rather than, hey Sigmar, what's going on today? Oh, not much, just went to the shops, blah, blah, blah.
He was
Bought a-
always
bought a
shouting
hammer.
things and
Yeah.
light would blaze from him.
Yeah, but that wasn't really a communication.
It
I
was more
suppose.
on the receiving end, let's be honest.
Yeah.
what do you intend to do?
Right. Well, yeah, sure. You're right that there is the theoretical idea that we move on and hope that he turns up and is just ejected from Moore's gate in front of us, which, again, is. Do you know what? This is all insane. This is stupid. So why not? Yeah, that's probably right. That's exactly what will happen, isn't it? Just, oh no, sorry, block, and then Luitpold is there.
I
and
think if
that'll
that
be
is to
fine.
happen, it's most likely to be here.
Everybody do yourself, not you. A cool test.
Yeah, 4 success.
And
2
cool.
successes and a
Good.
crit.
Hey.
Oof,
No.
fucking Fonzie over there.
0.
But you passed.
That pass, yeah.
Ah, good.
Are we chill? I can't remember.
No, we're not.
can't
Oh
be
no,
sure.
not right now.
We've
In
lost
which
Luitpold.
case, 5.
Take a stress point.
Do I want to re-roll it, maybe?
You can if you wish. That's what rerolls are for. Luck
I shall
points.
re-roll.
Excellent.
It's something happening.
That's
be
much
good.
better. 2 successes.
That'll do.
Because I think it's more likely he'll be spat out here. So it's a question of how long do we wait?
Right, well then if that's the case, we wait at least a day.
We better get ourselves ready for camp because it'll be getting dark soon.
Well, we've got that dismantled one over there that should help us.
Just remember, we've got neighbours.
We are out in the middle of nowhere as well. Might be better to get in the lee of a rock or something where we won't be so easily seen.
Aye.
We can keep
Easy
watch.
to defend as well.
That's
Yeah,
maybe
of
back
course
to
we're
the
keeping
crag.
watch.
Back
Well-
to the crags, I think. They're not too far away. Just along over there.
Fine. I suppose if we you won't be able to read anything if we put anything down. Yeah, does anybody got any carving tools or anything like that? You know.
What exactly are you going to do?
What's
I
the
don't-
ground? Is it like
It's mostly sand and loose rock.
you could like draw with the end of a blade and hope that he would have the wherewithal to press down, but he's got to stand on it.
And there's a lot of space all the way around
Yeah.
it, you know.
No, yeah, he's not
He
the bright.
knows
Yeah.
which way north is. He
What?
always seems to know that.
Does he?
No, he
Yeah.
knows where midnight is.
No,
Does
no.
he?
Regardless, he knows us. If he comes back, he'll feel where we are.
What?
He's felt presence. You know when you're not he does that weird thing when you're talking to him and he's just like, oh,
Looks
that
at
person's back, and he's pointing at a plank of wood, but then obviously past that plank of wood is, I don't know, Birdie, who's come back from a jaunt.
I thought that was just the smell because your senses increase once you lose some of them. So I thought it was just,
or-
Birdie's coming back from the sewers. There she is over there.
He's
I could
got-
smell her too.
He's got really good hearing, right? Maybe if you play the lute while we're staying,
I don't
he'll
think
hear.
that's a good idea.
No,
at all
because we
when
don't
you're
want to
out in the
attract
middle of it.
anyone else.
Well,
Exactly.
Those
your point
beastmen
there.
might come back and we don't want that.
Look, let's go find camp, and then once we've set up a camp, we can just come back here until dark
Yes,
and then
we
move
are.
back.
All right.
Camp. Evening turns to night. A watch is put up, and day eventually arrives. Sun staining the eastern horizon, eventually bringing a ruddy glow that turns into the deserted hills, being picked out in light. A cool wind blowing, and no sign of any Luitpold.
One thing that might change things. I'll be reading the book
That's what I like to do.
because just so I can snooze.
The good thing is you can't read the magic.
Yeah.
You
That
don't know
night,
the language.
Can the magic read
As
him?
you sleep, you have a dream. You have a dream that Luitpold is screaming in horror as parts of him are slowly devoured. But the problem is he can't move. He's frozen in place, frozen in time, frozen in everything, incapable of doing anything except feeling. Feeling the slow, gradual consumption of his body. You wake up, not feeling great.
Put that away.
Not feeling great at all. The following day is really just an exercise in patience. Sitting beside a rather wretched circle of stones that at a distance look like it glows green, but up close don't look like they glow green at all. There's that slight concern that possibly you're maybe gently exposing yourself to some form of taint, and we will be rolling for this afterwards. We won't be doing it yet, just so that we can build it up over time. Then the question is, when does he return? I know that I don't know the answer. But I do know what will cause the answer.
Wow.
Thanks
So,
for that.
does he come back in the morning? The answer is... Fuck, yes! First roll, just so you know, was going to be, if I roll an 8, he comes back. I rolled an 8. Dems the bricks. It's just how it works
This guy
sometimes.
down.
11 o'clock in the morning. There is a flash of light in the center of the stone circle. Green. And lying in the center of that crater, across the bump, with 0 wounds, with 7 bleeding wounds,
What?
with his body torn to shreds,
What?
with scars across his face,
You are going to
with
have to do the art, aren't
breaks
you?
all the way down his arms,
Breaks.
breaks, rents through his flesh, his armor cut up into ribbons and falling in pieces. Fuck off, is Father Luitpold.
Bye bye,
Oh, man.
Prick.
You spot some
As the immediate awareness of reality sinks upon you, sensation sinks upon you, and agony sinks upon you.
I want to go back. At least I had a
Oh,
armor.
you're rubbing out that plate.
Rubbing out that plate. Rubbing out that plate.
Yeah, who would see it first in terms
Um,
of... Everyone
so-
sees the flash, I'm sure.
It's a mighty flash. You're probably looking at your book. You're probably pacing board, I imagine. What's Birdie, what do you reckon she's doing?
Training meat pie, probably.
Yep, training meat pie, sitting down with meat pie. Cora Breath will probably be back at the camp, sitting, chatting away to staying away from the circle if he can. Chatting away. Alaminaway,
staring constantly at the circle.
because Alaminaway just is one of those. And Elric.
Similar, because he's trying to perceive any movement in the way
Yeah,
that
They're
see
probably
that he
sitting
goes.
together.
That seems fair. Flash. It's interesting because you're looking directly at it, and there is a displacement because you feel it press across your face as the air itself has been moved out from this central spot. His body has not just appeared inhabiting that space, it's pushed out everything that was in that space already and caused the air to rush outwards from the center. And there's a flash of, to your senses, magic. It's merging together. There's a certain amount of everything in there. Difficult to discern anything. And to yours, all you're catching is the Elgu, which is indeed wrapping around him. That's when the scream hits. A deep-throated scream of agony. Which I think everybody will.
Yeah.
Respond as you will.
Well, I can probably see he's badly wounded.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
That's good.
Gerhard, he's wounded. Quick, come.
What is... Right. Okay,
Run.
back. Okay. Hear him. His book. Bag of stuff.
massive cuts all over his face. It looks like something's just been tearing him to shreds. Perception test. Something looks weird. You're not sure what it is.
Are we sure it's Luitpold?
Perception. 2 successes.
You immediately discern what's wrong because you have acute sense of sight. It's his nostrils that give it away. It's his nostrils. I know.
You've got 3.
But then from his nostrils, you flick up to his eyes, over to his ears, over to the torn shreds around his, oh my God, his eyes, as you roll him over to see, and you can see his eyes. Oh, that's a cool test.
What? Who the fuck?
Where his eyes were is just this blackened, red, blue, horrendous mess. Like someone has just been tearing around inside the sockets.
So what do I?
Presumably,
I'll get to there just after we get that one.
just I mean, I've failed this at the moment. I'm going to spend a fortune point and
Yep,
reroll
good.
it, which is still a fail. What even is that? I think 2 failures on that
See,
one.
your biggest problem is you're too clever. You're actually pulling apart all the detail, going, well, that's where his optic nerve used to
Yeah.
be. That's where that bit. This is disgusting. I think I'm going to be. And then you're sick over in the corner.
At least you're not sick in the
Inside
eyesight.
his nostril, there is no shadow. In his ears, the curves of them, there is no shadow, as if light itself has refused.
Does he cast a shadow underneath?
No. He's lost his shadow.
Elric.
Yeah, he was moving with the scream.
Yeah,
and he's
they're
not,
moving
like,
together.
The magic that Elric saw
Yes.
from the brief glimpse of it,
Yes.
it's not like he knows the Cabal to have like an entwined magic. It was.
No, he knows none of that. No, he
Oh, I
doesn't.
thought he didn't. I thought he had
He's-
knowledge of that because he had heard.
Yeah,
it.
He's only got
Yeah.
got that awareness, and he wouldn't
Yeah.
know what it looks like, so
Okay.
he wouldn't be able to pick it
He's
apart
lost
from a
his
thing.
shadow. He has no shadow.
So as you see Gerhardt moving off to the side, Yume, and being sick, as you see them discussing shadows and things going wrong, what are you doing?
Well, I was thinking I might do a blessing, but now that he's puking, she doesn't know whether she should help Gerhardt get
Oh
himself
no,
together.
you made the mistake of looking at him.
Oh
That
no.
eye, those eyes. Cool
Yep.
test.
Get some
Oh,
rolling.
actually, we will have got there at the same time because Alamenwite's down 1 movement because of the wound in her leg.
Ah,
Yeah,
no.
you fucked up too.
Okay.
got
Why are you being sick? Luitpold, your eyes at the couch.
I mean, I'm sure we both would have looked at it as well. Should we? Cool.
You need to do one as well. As do you? Yes. Birdie doesn't.
Yeah, not a problem.
Not a problem. What does that mean? Why
Sorry.
would that happen?
Someone who would that be a lore magic?
Yeah, lore magic.
Yeah. 5 successes.
5. So you've heard of some light wizards that have lost their shadow because they themselves exude light,
Okay.
and they no longer have a shadow. They themselves don't cast shadows. Light hits them and is absorbed effectively, meaning that somehow shadows don't happen. You don't understand how it works because you don't understand light magic. You just know that some of them don't have shadows. Apparently, he doesn't either. Now, is it an unknown quantity to you? No. Do you know what causes it, though? Not really.
Who was it who he met who was from the Light College?
That was one of his family members.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did they have a shadow?
Yeah. Yeah, they don't look freaky weird like he does.
Is he trying to sing while he screams?
No,
Is that what's going on?
no. I think the screams may have calmed down now.
I mean, I was kind of imagining he would have passed out if he's in that bad a state.
I think
but-
possibly, yeah, that seems fair. You're going to need to get over to him and start helping him.
Yeah,
Um,
I mean,
do
I
I
was
need to
busy
come-
throwing up. But
Do,
Yeah,
I,
it's
do I
cool.
need to come and help you calm down?
No, it's
Heal is
okay.
the basic
Just
skill,
get out the way.
Heal is the
Oh,
basic
so
skill.
I never get
But,
slack
he needs
here,
more
it's
than heal. He needs
rubbish.
all of his wounds stitched up.
Yeah, and his arms set.
Yep.
All right. Actually, no, Birdie, I will need you. Could you? This is going to hurt probably him quite a lot. So hold
Okay.
him still.
Fine.
I can help as well.
Right.
Healing kit,
excellent.
bandages,
Yeah,
sewing.
and splint and all that sort of
Before
shit.
you get started, I'll do a blessing of fortune on you.
Sounds excellent. What does that mean?
Just in case we kill
You
by
get to
accident.
re-roll or reverse next failed test. Yep.
Sweet.
I don't know if extra things give it extra things. I don't think so.
Yeah, well, you're just touching him, so it'll just be him that's affected.
Yeah.
So go for it.
It's
Do your
for
test.
long. Reroll or
It's
reverse.
either really good or really
Oh,
bad.
if you can reverse.
No.
What's my heal at the moment?
Isn't
I'm on
the heal
80.
really high?
It's 85.
Really good. What did you roll?
98.
98. Yeah, you're.
You got reroll.
But you've
So
got
I'll use
reroll, so yeah,
fortune
yeah. No matter how good your skills are, it can sometimes go wrong. What did you roll?
But you can. Oh no.
Does
the
that
next
still
fail
trigger?
test.
Is that
No, she did. You just used it.
was
Unless
the
you used a
original
fortune point.
So I used a fortune point to re-roll it.
Yeah.
That's this one. This one's still a fail, but if I can use the reverse.
Yeah.
from
I'll let
here
you off with
still-
that because it's
Yeah,
fun.
he did say he was
Yeah,
using
yeah,
it for
totally.
that.
Yeah.
So,
So, yeah, 7 successes then.
sweet.
If
Add
that's
your
the case.
intelligence bonus to that.
Oh, 14.
Sweet.
14 stuff.
So let's just spread a bit of time onto this one because there's obviously quite a lot to do. You have your face stitched up.
Yay.
This arm is really sore, but is fully functional. This arm is broken in 2 places, and
His
it's
left arm.
really
Shield
painful.
arm.
Yeah. This buttock is lacerated. This thigh is also lacerated, and your big toe on this side has been cut in 2. The bone was sticking out when he removed your boot.
Down the middle.
The boot, however, in case of both your boots actually, is fine. It wasn't until you were shouting that the boot came off, and then there it was, splayed open for him to try and put back together. And it was one of those moments where I think pretty much everyone was like, "Oh!"
Does that make him a mutant?
It doesn't matter, it's legal now.
That is pure agony.
I'd like to pass out again now, please.
Yeah. He's lost the toenail in his big toe.
Oh no,
that's gonna
what a
be worse.
nightmare.
No, but it's not good.
It hurt. Having happened to me, it hurts.
It really hurts. But you're all in a good place. Your movement's currently 3 rather than 4. That's for the toe. And you're sewn up in a variety of places, and you're on a wound with a broken arm. All smoothed up, all wrapped up, all in place.
We need to get you to. I've done what I can. It's not really. I mean, some of it's. No, some of the work is absolutely fantastic. I'm not going to lie. Like, look at this. But some of it's still a bit shit.
If you're
So,
really going to my mother, she might be in a heaven no more.
your mother.
She might be in a
He's
heaven
in
no
no
more.
fit to sit in a boat. It'd be very hard for him to sit in a boat, and what do we, so it'll have to be. Did we get his mother's name?
No.
No, just Ma, wasn't it?
Right. Sure. I don't.
We have to we go back that way anyway.
I mean, we can do. Corbett, I don't mean this in an offensive way, but look, just from a healing perspective and looking after people, it would appear from the look of the shack and everything, maybe your mother isn't the best at doing those things, unless there is other skills that she has that we just did not see as part of that experience.
The old ways can have very good healing.
Oh, really?
Didn't you hear what age she was?
Well, yeah, but then you said that's a sort of common thing around here. It's not the same as putting people back together again.
People often
Is she good at that?
I say so.
You say she is?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Looks up his hand. Looks alright. I got cut in 2 once.
Cut in 2.
Right-
Like
right
the
across
toe.
here. Right over there. Right through the bone.
Okay,
Go
no,
on.
yeah, fine. And she fixed it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's okay, I'm alright with that. I can, yep. Yep, that's fine.
I was young though.
Well, he is young.
He's the oldest in the group. Still. Very young group.
He's ancient.
He's like 25. He's like
Hey.
proper old.
You are 17.
Yeah, totally. He's
Ancient.
ancient.
Do we have enough stuff to like fashion like a stretcher or a sling? Because I know he can walk, but it's probably best to not put pressure on the foot.
We can certainly help him a lot.
You and
Yeah.
I
At
can-
least like a
Well,
stick.
I've got my barge pole, so we can use that. You can
Cloak.
use it as a crutch.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Especially, and I'll help along carry his stuff and what's left of his.
Well, we
arm.
have to carry the canoes
Well, that's all right. We can.
to put as much of his stuff in the canoes. One of the canoes has
Was it
got a
not
hole
just?
in it,
I
right?
thought it was a hike back to the
It'll have been
mother's.
patched up by Corbreath in the time.
Oh, great.
Hey, big lad. Here, all around me. Let's see if we can get you down. Oh no. You have had better times in your life. Oh no.
Have you got any of that weird?
Oh my god.
How many of them How many bandages did I use?
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
So that's an entire health kit.
That's it. It's pretty much. You've still got quite a lot of sewing.
We've
Shoot,
almost-
yeah,
we've all
that's-
torn
I look like the
strips off
Invisible Man.
shirt.
yeah, right. Where's my mummy? Mummy! As you slowly but surely wend your way down back towards the Narn, go across the forded part there, and then over towards the other side, down towards where your canoes had been set up, and then you have a decision to make, and that's who's going to go with whom. Corabreath is quite happy to take the father because he's just going to have to sit in the back doing fuck all. He was already quite tired by the time he arrived up here anyway.
I think Alric still goes by himself then.
No.
Oh,
Because
no.
Yume can barely.
I can't.
Yume needs someone to help her, and you're the
Alright.
strongest.
Birdie's the strongest.
I'll be
And she's
using.
the best rower.
I'll
as
be
well.
using Birdie.
Yeah, okay. So, Alan, if you're on your own, going between us.
Says, let's see if we can get a good time with what remains of the light. Get down, huh?
We'll be going downriver this time.
Yeah, downriver. Faster.
So.
But also easier to get out.
Yeah.
Right, so the first part of your journey is quite easy. A simple road test at plus 20.
Okay, good.
Oh, wow.
Yay!
6 successes.
We're good here as well with 4 successes for
I
Corabreath.
just passed.
Big fails.
Yes, 0 success.
I had to
Zero
repair a
one.
soul.
Yeah.
It's okay, each one of the boats have got successes. That matters. These are assisted tests, which means that obviously whoever succeeds best gets their result.
Apart from-
And if both succeed, you add plus 1.
The wounds that I dreamt,
Yes.
are they matching on from after? Yeah, of course they fucking are. Right. Okay. Well, that's what I'm thinking about while we're rowing instead of rowing.
Stop reading magic books.
Are you discussing it or just dwelling?
No, just dwelling. Very ashen faced.
Our second test, this will lead us up to our camp. 3 successes with Corabreath, we're good.
5 successes. Actually got my exact score.
Actually, no, he's got
Are
talent,
we
so he's done
still
6
laid
successes.
back?
Yes, we're
8 successes.
near the top.
5
Why don't we
successes.
roll?
7 fails.
Right, camping. Only
one
if
really
we
right.
get an 8 from one of our dice of doom, which means everyone rolls a d10. And if anyone rolls an 8, something could go wrong. You can't fortune point.
I rolled an 8.
You can use a fortune point to move it by 1 if you wish.
7.
Yeah, I guess
Makes
I better
sense.
should.
You roll
Good.
the dice of doom.
We all good?
Good.
So, because you shifted it, it's on Corabreath's watch that something passes by in the night. He wakes everybody up. It's a tense half hour as there's shufflings and movements, but it appears that nothing is going to make an attack or anything similar. They drift off. You're not sure what it was. That takes us through the night. The next day, it is just a neat test as we move through far more turbulent waters. We're going to make good timing as we make our way down. And we also have to get out for a bit to go by foot and then back in.
Exact.
Nice.
Ooh. 0 passed though.
Yeah.
So
We're good.
you good? Oh, everyone's good. Excellent.
Surprisingly.
So we stop for lunch. We have a little sit down. Corabreath, how are you doing?
Well, so, like, mechanically, like, since he can't do anything else, like, Luitpold will have just been sitting in the back just praying.
Makes sense.
But so, he's still all cut up and everything, but mechanically, like, he's got abiding faith that if he does a pray test, he recovers a wound, like, every
Yeah,
round.
he can get himself up. He's he's basically carrying a bunch of minor criticals or broken arm. But his actual wounds amount will be totally up. So he's sitting at -1 movement and a broken arm. Yeah. That's where he's currently sitting. And once the toe heals itself completely, and once the arm heals itself completely, any other negatives are gone. But yeah, you'll be at full wounds by the end of that. And that the abiding faith aspect of it. Abiding faith is a talent. It's on our talent list if you don't know already. That's sitting up in our blog somewhere. Abiding faith will not remove the visible evidence of the wounds. What it does is it changes how you yourself go, because you just push through because of your faith.
I think did you get hurt? Who was it that got hurt by the star?
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I think Yume and Alamenwith are in worse shape than Luitpold.
So that night then, everyone who's lost wounds can do themselves an endurance test, and you can add your toughness bonus to the number of successes you get. And you'll heal back that many wounds naturally. Although not a good sleep, because we're currently sitting in a bad thing, so you won't get to add your toughness bonus, just add 1.
Okay, just that one.
Is that a failed toughness? What did you roll?
It's just fail.
But how many fails?
Oh, Andy, I don't want to tell you.
I gathered because
Endurance, yeah?
Yeah.
So that's just one.
oh, okay, that balanced out with the +1 I said you'd have. That means 0. That means you don't lose wounds.
Good. That's very
Because
good.
you can lose wounds on those rolls because you roll over badly or otherwise hurt yourself in the night. So for the afternoon, everybody do themselves a road test as we continue down river. This one is +20. The water is far clearer this way. Crit, good. Passed.
Crit.
Oh, crit, nice.
It's never going
So
to
that's
happen.
2 boats with a crit.
3 successes.
Good thing
I
you crit
don't have a
it,
crit
'cause I rolled
sadly, but I
89.
do have 10 successes, which was almost as good as a crit. How many did you get?
3 successes.
Okay, so you're
I'm much
holding
better
everyone.
at going downriver than upriver.
Yeah, totally. You're holding everybody else back. So I'm not going to even let you do the next roll. The only person who's going to do the next roll is you.
Oh, 92.
And you are in between Elric
Would you like to
and
fortune
Birdie's
point it?
boat.
No. It's my last fortune point. I've had to spend 2 already.
So how many fails?
Yeah, okay, I'll fortune point. Oh, pass. 3
Excellent.
successes.
Good to use up those fortune points there. As you make your way down the river, camp that night. Again, another dice of doom. This one's also going on doubles because it's more dangerous here.
Fuck.
4.
10.
3.
3, 4,
4.
4, 2 4s,
3 fours.
3 fours.
3 4s. So you're going to have to shift it off 4s if you don't want something to happen. Fortune points will do it. You can do it quite easily. Pop
Yeah.
one up to 5.
I've only got 2 now.
Okay.
So you pop. Oh,
I guess.
no,
one goes-
someone else has a 3 though, don't
Yeah,
they?
we
We're
do.
gonna
Yeah.
give it a double no matter what.
Don't know because the person with the 3 can knock it down to a 2.
Oh, they'd have to, yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
I'm on a
totally.
10, so I
Who's
can't.
got
Who got the 3?
I did.
Oh,
I've got no
you
You know
fortune
fortune
points.
points there.
Left, so we
We're
can't
gonna
nudge
get
it. So we're gonna get double
something.
again.
Yeah.
Shit,
Double
don't
regardless.
spend them. Don't
Yeah.
spend them.
Okay,
Go
so
a triple
double or
couple.
triple is
No, do
worse.
spend 1
Okay,
or
spend
Spend
triple.
one,
Yeah,
so it's a
I'll
double.
spend
Yeah.
Okay, super.
Is that okay, Sage?
Big time meta game in there as well. But there we go.
Well, that's what the rules are for.
We weren't-
They're
we
called
weren't talking in
meta-currencies for a
character.
reason.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I'm going to roll to see who's watch it occurs on.
Getting a big sense of 4s around here.
Well, in Asian cultures, 4 is the
Means
number of
death,
deaths, so you know.
Alan Menowith. You're on watch. As is Yumi. It's early in the morning, and you're not really looking forward to the next day because you're already feeling quite tired from the previous days. You've not had good sleep. You're not feeling particularly well. Alan Menowith is the one that spots it. Acute sense vision and also night vision. Off over there, peeking up from behind one of the ridges, you can see what is definitely once a human face. One eye is almost saucer-like in size. The other one is small, and it's that eye that's up and peering, and it catches and glints the moonlight, much like a cat's eye. It can clearly see down towards your camp where you're all gathered around your boats in a little circle. You catch that first. You have nose for trouble? No, you got 6th sense, so
Nope.
you're oblivious.
You've got nose for trouble, but yeah.
So that's there. Do yourself. In fact, I'll do that test for you on your behalf. It has murderous intent. What are you doing?
I think you mean wake everyone up. Something's coming.
Okay.
Mutant, I think.
Sure.
And
Jump
she'll
over.
unstring her bow and get ready to shoot it in their face.
I
But
approve.
she'll move from where if we have seen her first.
Move.
Hide behind a
Hide
rock.
behind a rock or canoe.
Okay,
Sounds
yeah.
perfect. As you move over, who do you wake up first? Okay, over to Elric with a quick shift, and immediately awake, I presume.
6 sense ping.
6 sense does indeed
Nice.
start going. Something
Yeah, so
feels
he'll
uncomfortable,
be alert.
but it has done throughout the entirety of the Barren Hills.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Over there, there's something coming.
You can see it look up, and you hear a thrum in the background. You're not quite sure what it is. As who are you waking up next?
Bird.
Over to Birdie. Nudge, nudge, nudge. You're awake.
Upright. Weapon. What?
Elemenoid.
Over there.
Where?
I think they're dropping to each other.
any way of people communicating in that sense?
I mean, not that immediately jumps out.
no, like
to him.
secret signs. Rangers wouldn't do that.
Who are you waking up next?
Gur.
Over to Gerhardt.
Yeah. What?
There's people coming to attack us. Just
Again.
You can do a test to wake up because they're not being as quiet as they could be.
Do we have a fire?
Testing?
A very low fire.
Yeah.
Just your perception.
That passed.
Excellent. Wake up.
7 successes.
Yeah, you can. You wake up and you can hear what sounds like heavy feet on sand. Big, heavy, like heavier than a horse heavy. Something big's coming.
Can we get to the? Are we close enough to just get in the boats and get in the river?
If you wanted to jump into
Let's
the river.
just.
Corbreath isn't awake
Oh,
yet.
I say, is anyone woken up Corbett?
Nobody has woken up Corbreath.
He was next.
Over to Corbreath. He's.
Corbreath, something big is coming. Luitpold can hear it.
Get your
Shall we
stuff
get in
out.
the canoes?
Okay, where is it?
Which way?
Yonder.
Gesture vaguely.
As you point off in the direction that you think it is, you can hear it over there, and it's coming. You reckon it's maybe about 150 paces away, over on the other side of a hill. So it's close, but not that close.
Close enough to get in the river.
You probably could jump, grab your boat.
Yeah. I would.
Are you sure?
We've got time, but only if we go quickly.
Right, everyone, let's go.
Ugh.
Everybody, do your self-strength test for moving quickly. Athletics will do for this one actually, rather than strength.
4 successes.
Athletics, that'll do.
Yeah, fortune point.
Wait, can I strength or athletics or just?
I will
one?
either go.
I mean, it's 4 either way. I suppose doesn't really matter.
Exactly the same number twice.
Oh.
85.
Something.
So 3 fails.
Excellent. Who's with you?
Passed. Gerhardt.
How'd you do, Gerhardt?
Got a bit of fortune point.
We go
I
back.
have 14
We go back to
points.
sleep.
You need the fortune point.
Oh, I have
Shit.
14 points. I thought because
Did you
I-
fumble?
No, I'm fine.
Failed.
Oh, you're fine.
Failed and failed.
Two fails.
Lovely. And everyone else?
I passed.
Failed. Failed, but of course I failed.
But you're
Yeah.
working with someone, so that's
Yeah.
okay, because Corbreath passed.
Yeah.
So down they go, bags going up. They're falling behind big time.
Stop reading and walk.
I'm not.
As
Telling me what to do what you're going to do.
a heavy stone clatters off the the large boulder beside you, clatter, 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 leaving a spark where it impacted.
Shit, they're throwing rocks at us.
You think?
Nope. You heard that. That's a sling.
No, sling.
Wow.
And it's gone crack against the stone over there.
Yeah, that's a sling that'll hurt.
Okay,
that
as
hits.
you've reached the water,
know.
for those of you who are in the water, do your test.
No.
You're still not at the...
Elric won't have put his boat in the water if they're not there.
Okay, so you're just sitting there
Yeah.
holding there. For Corbreath's quite happy to bundle you in. He's got a plan. The plan is get into the water and get out of there before these things come.
Birdie, come on, what are you playing at? Come
Ellie,
on.
you cover them, I'll cover you. I'll put like her foot in the boat and like crouch down and try and
You're going to do a splits very
so
soon.
like, shoot from the boat.
Pardon, you could shoot from the boat if you wish to do so.
Yeah, so she'll let herself go and just cover him.
Oh, sorry.
Sounds good.
Siri, sorry.
Good to know.
Can you hold the boat if I go and rush and try and get
I'm
there?
going to do this. So I understand that I'm not the strongest person in the world.
This is true.
I'm going to try and help Birdie pick out the best route. So I'm going to go for an inspire kind of thing. That'll give you a little advantage. Plus 20 on the roll, right?
Could do with that, yeah.
Yeah, that might be a better way of doing it. So do your test and do your test in turn.
Leadership,
Okay,
right?
leadership first.
Success.
Superb.
So you can have a bit of that.
0 successes, so we
But it's
can
enough.
split
Okay,
on.
drags it down. Okay, they're now down by the bank. What's your plan?
Oh, they're at the bank?
Yeah, they're
So
pulling
I'm
down
going
towards
to try
right
and
now.
assist them and grab the boat and try and pull it back.
Okay, that's going to require a test from the three of you to get it in. What's that? It's 90.
Oh, I'm gonna spend
Crack!
14 points.
Goes another slingshot. Whoop, 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 and misses. Disappointment. The big creature crests over the top of the mount. It has 1, 2, 3 huge fists at the front. The top of its head can be seen as a black silhouette against the stars behind. And tentacles rise at the back of it.
Oh god.
Tentacles.
I mean,
Rising up like so.
PTSD.
And then off towards this side, another big hand thumps out. This one rises up and then a head shape lifts with a great off to the side, you hear quite clearly a voice going, "Go get them! Launch!" As it boom, 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 makes its way down the mountainside. Well, the hillside. It's you in the water. You're in the water with Corbeth. You're good. Okay, a road test from Corbeth. Wow. He's done very well. How about the rest of you? As you're making your way into the water, did you three get in?
Yeah.
Elric failed his test to help them, so hopefully they did enough on their own.
Okay, so you're now boated up and in. That leaves just you two to get into.
I was in.
Elric's going to
we were in
run
the boat.
and get in the boat because you may.
Okay, it's you and Yumi, isn't it? That's right. So
Elemenwith had pushed herself off but slowly, so now she'll
okay, so
start going,
right.
yeah.
So do your road test, please, as you two push yourself into the water.
success.
Let's see how well you do.
How are we in terms of the water current and helping? Like, are we at
No, there is
advantage?
no helping here. It's just a unique test.
How did you do?
No.
I need to spend another 14 point then.
Not disappointed.
3 successes.
Good to see them going. Up. You scrabble, you push, you jump into the boat. As it's coming down, it's already covered half of the distance as you're all pushing yourselves off. Now, road test, for those who are already in the water, you've got one other one. So you've already done one.
Yeah.
How many successes
I
on it?
got 1 success.
One. And
Another
you
one?
two have
Yeah.
just moved in,
So I
yes.
need to do another one.
Yes, you're going to do
4
another one.
successes
So
and
that's
a crit.
4 and a
Oh,
crit.
crit.
Roll
4
again then for the extra
successes.
successes. Oh, so that's a total of 5.
Another 2, so 6
So that's 6 successes. Did you get a success or
Great
fail?
big fail.
Fail? How about you two?
Don't worry, I
3.
got
And did you
Yeah.
pass or
I
fail?
failed.
Okay, so that's 3 in total. And Cora Breath. Cora Breath has got 10. So, yeah, Cora Breath.
Can we slipstream with Corbett?
As the creature
Just hold the back of his.
dives into the water at the front with 4 huge arms, 3 on one side, 1 on the other. One face, because it has 2, sits to one side with tentacles hanging down almost like it's a beard hanging off of it and wriggling. Some of them are rising up and they have eyes on the end of the stalks. Over on this side, this face though, it's smaller and looks panicked. A little bit like it's been dragged along for the ride and is not entirely happy about the whole process. Its eyes are flailing around as it's attempting to understand what's going on. At the back, 2 small legs in terms of the overall creature. Very small legs sitting at the back, one of which just gets dragged. The other one of which is huge. At the back end of it, really small by its knee, as it pulls, push, and causes it, if anything, to be slower, as it eventually hits into the water, and the front arm starts scrabbling towards you. Its head ducks down. One face goes under, the other face goes up, tentacles rise. A mouth opens from one of the tentacles, and another mouth, and another. And you can see it glistening in the moonlight as it starts making a beeline to who's the slowest? 4 successes or 3 successes for you two. That'll be you as it starts making
Eric,
its way over in
light
your
your ship.
direction.
How far away is it?
It's not in terms of where you are. You're in Corbett.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost 90 paces from where you are.
Okay,
Yeah, it's like
going.
yeah. Corbett is a rowing machine. And not far behind them, I believe, is you two. You're doing pretty well. You're on 5 at the moment.
Hey,
Yeah.
critted,
Yeah, you are. Phew! It's these two, though, that are at the back.
Oh, no.
So, your test, unless you're doing something else other than just testing, what's your plan?
I mean, can Elric cast while rowing? Probably not. He's got to focus
It's
on
going to
one
be,
or the other.
it's going to be difficult.
Can you light his stuff?
I need to chant it. No, I just got to keep rowing.
Keep rowing.
Yeah.
Get the speed going as
Okay.
fast as possible. Makes sense. I'm going to roll for my test. That's an interesting roll.
I presume
How am I
we're-
going to
I
interpret
presume
that?
we're all rowing
Yeah.
Because I might fall behind them.
Yeah, you
because
might
we're pretty
fumble.
close.
Why?
Yeah,
You do well.
A good fumble would be great.
I did
Cool.
not fumble.
I got 4.
1 success.
Oh, that's
Oh,
good.
okay.
Did you pass or fail?
I failed.
You failed, so that's 4 successes in total for you.
I only got 1, so I'm
But
up.
you're still ahead.
Oh,
No, that's 6 actually. No, you're
Yeah.
falling behind. As you get into a good rhythm, as Elric is paddling away, and you pass Alamenowith, who's constantly looking back at this bobbing head making its way through the water and decreasing, the distance between you and it. In terms of the overall distance, it's now down to 10 paces. Another test, please.
I'm gonna say to Corbett, slow down.
As he looks back. Hurry up!
Slow down.
Just 1 success.
2 successes.
Ooh.
I'm gonna Do
So
a
we're
leadership.
neck and neck.
We're neck and neck.
Instead of strength.
We'll go out together. Unless did you pass?
Or
No, I don't know.
if you got different sides of it, maybe it'll tear itself in two.
Is that what you rolled? 85?
Anyway, yeah.
Oh, this ain't going to help,
We
but still.
probably will be separate, like to try and confuse it because it's not the smart.
How far is
so
a range
tasty.
1 miracle?
1. That's like 2 yards. A very small. It's a couple of paces, and that's
Okay, a
about it.
couple
Not very
pieces.
far.
Cool. Well, if it gets real close.
It's possibly going to.
Yeah.
It's blobbed. It's ducked its head under a couple of times with a couple of tentacles sticking up, and then pushing of water to either side as it surfaces, and a hand scrabbles towards your direction, and then another one pushes over towards you, but it's still a good 5-6 paces. You're fumbled.
Nice.
Yes.
It rips itself in half. So confused by the fact we're going in 2 different directions.
I
Chaos,
rolled-
man. The river
I
flows the
rolled
other way.
100. That was a bad roll.
It now remembers it can't swim.
It also has
The
a
other
fortune
face is
point.
taken over.
Oh.
It's got
It's a human.
Baloney.
And it fumbled again on 66. It drops under the water, giving you another opportunity to get away. I'm certain I was going to catch you that
That's going
round.
to be 0-0-0-7.
One
Oh,
success.
1 success.
Oh,
So
two
that's
successes.
2 successes.
A
2
pass.
successes, okay. You've got to get at least 5 successes away from it. It got what? Roll again.
Come on, dice.
4 successes.
You're out of range now.
4
You're out of
successes.
range. You're out of range. You've got 4.
4.
Ah, disappointed. As you paddle away off into the dark. Corabreath taking the lead, your natural guide down this little riverway. Hopefully will ensure that you don't run into anything bad. Let's do ourselves one more test, and then we're going to be doing ourselves an endurance test.
2.
6.
8.
Oh no, it's just a D100 test.
Oh,
It's
right,
rolling,
okay.
so it's
Oh,
not.
I
Oh,
sorry,
I thought it was like a
no, no,
D-
no,
yeah,
no,
okay.
no, not dice doing that. Was
Four
mine.
successes.
4 successes.
Sweet.
0 successes.
That's still a pass. As long as he hasn't fumbled.
Fail.
Let's
For
just
me.
fail, that's okay, as long as it's not a fumble. That's why you work in teams.
Yeah.
Paddle, 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 paddle. Make our way down. Now, endurance test from everybody.
Thanks, guys.
Do I need to if I'm not rolling?
No, you don't.
2 successes
Like
and a
the
crit.
It's a hard,
Trailing my hand in the water.
hard knock
Oh,
life.
did you?
96.
96.
2 successes.
2 successes.
Two successes.
Yeah, because I've been
That's a
rowing the
hardship.
fucking boat by myself.
That's a hardship.
You get +1 on hardship.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
5 successes.
5 successes, good.
Does me getting a crit mean anything?
Yes, it does roll again for the total number of successes.
I rolled again. I got 98. So.
Oh,
it's
okay,
another
so you
9.
guys still had the 9.
Sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
11.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna row all night.
Shall we go to the sea?
This was the.
Knackered.
This was the
Yeah, you're
endurance.
knackered.
Was this the endurance test? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. 5 then.
Okay, so for those of you who have failed, take a wound. And we are proper knackered as you pull in to the bank and settle in. Can we have now, as we establish ourselves a camp for the remainder of the night and into the day, another dice of doom.
7.
Can I keep the one that I rolled already?
3.
10.
Oh, 7, 3, 10, good start.
Oh, 3.
7, 3, 10. 7, 3, 3.
10.
7, 3, 10.
Oh.
9.
7, 3, 10. Oh,
But
9.
these two might have got between you. Have you got
But-
fortune points?
It's only the 8 that matters because I didn't say it was doubles on this
Oh.
one. So we're good. Okay, so nasty, but not too nasty. The remainder of the night passes on. You are out for the count. Really tired. The blasting through the night was nasty. I'm going to roll for you a single test to see if this thing tracks you down through the course of the night.
Elric sleeps still quite well in this area, doesn't he?
Sleeps quite well.
Yeah, because
Are we back in the
of the
night?
And
Actually.
it's no, we're not in the life.
Oh,
now.
okay.
We've not reached there yet. Yeah, no chance it's finding you. Yeah, literally none. It clearly fumbled, got its foot stuck in the bottom of the river, and has just been sitting there, half drowning for an age, with one face sticking out and the other one looking panicked, and eventually drowning until half of its body's dead. But the other half's still going.
Oh, just he's
Wow.
running in circles then.
Pretty much.
That's what's happening. Yeah.
That done.
It's a whirlpool. You don't want to meet.
The next day, it's a single test, and if we pass this one, we will be rowing into the far calmer, far nicer part. If you are exhausted, which you are, you will be reversing your passes. Oh,
What test is this? Sorry.
is fine. This is a row test.
I failed.
Is it easy or?
This is not. It's just a standard test.
Failed.
I am.
Yeah,
Right,
okay.
next
I'll-
is-
I'll leave it.
I'll leave it.
Oh, we've got success from the boat.
Yes.
I
Fine.
help.
Finally
If I
pulling
chuck
your
20
weight.
Listen.
Sweet.
Two fails.
2 fails.
I'm going to use a fortune point because I rolled a fumble.
Oh no!
No.
It's back.
You're
Time's gonna
making
go.
your way down the river.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Alamenowith is tiring, clearly. She's falling back. Elric is also tiring. He's looking pale. He's dipping his oar in, but he's losing it. Yume, unexpectedly, is the one that's doing most of the hard work now. It's almost like she wasn't doing a lot of hard work earlier. As she's realised that she's got to do something to make up. Gerhardt's actually pushing pretty hard at the back at his end. Did you pass or fail?
No, I failed. So
Right,
no.
and
He's
then,
trying.
and
His
then
oar isn't in the
sort
water.
of fixes the oar in the water and allows the current to take him along. Alamenowith is falling behind even so. She's almost...
She's in a lot of pain.
Yeah,
She's
totally.
got a crit in her leg.
What was the crit in your leg, by the way?
Well, her movement's reduced
Oh,
by
it's
one. It's
right.
muscle.
Yeah, it was right
torn
into her muscle,
yeah.
wasn't it? Oh, torn muscle.
It needed
leg.
stitch, but it was beyond
Yeah, yeah.
Gerhardt's
Need-
expertise.
Yeah. Alas.
Our wounds are piling up. Birdie, take another 4. Do not take off your toughness bonus for that. Just take 4 wounds. As you go in and you jar yourself hard, really hard, against a rock that's just under the water that you completely missed. You just go in and take it wrong, and your hand slides down the oar and splinters.
Ah.
Dig right in all the way up. Ah! And that's enough for you to go, ah!
Oh, the oar is gone.
Ah!
Who's behind her? No, like even the boat's behind. But then you have the
Her.
chance to.
Oh no, look, it's over there. You need a row test, and you need 3 successes.
2 successes.
Oh! Pa, 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 pa! As it goes, no! Corabreath sees it going off. Don't worry, I'll get it! No, he won't! His first fail too! As he brush, makes his way over and goes, no, we gotta stop! As he twists the boat round. We're coming up to a waterfall!
Oh no.
Good.
Everybody do themselves a road test for their boat.
Oh,
Oh no.
hang on. Birdie doesn't have.
Okay, we've passed our one.
Maybe give her yours.
Yeah.
you
It's
doing?
okay, Birdie.
Right.
Take
Number 5.
this.
This is one you really probably don't want to fail.
2 successes.
Hey!
Even with reversing, 1 success.
1 success is more than none. One success. As they go past everyone else. Corabreath goes, maybe we should get back out in the boat. Get out! As he goes, as you pull yourself over to the rocks and crack. The boat goes into the rocks at the side and stops. No, it moves. No, it stops.
Do this, Andy.
The roar of the water can be heard off towards your left.
We did it.
And Corabreath shouts, get your hands, hold on to the rock.
Perfect landing.
Corabreath hopefully doesn't fumble his attempt. He rolled 99. Whoosh!
Into us.
Past you.
Okay. That's
As he's like, six is
Has he
in.
not got a fortune point?
Pardon, no,
Oh,
he hasn't
he's
got fortune
failed,
points. As Corabreath, whoosh, goes flying past you. Oh no! Oh no! Goodbye, cruel world!
Any reaction to try and, I know Elric's knackered, but any reaction to try and just
Could
grab
throw a
the
rope
off
at
the
him,
rope.
maybe.
Can I reach out with a barge pole? Or
Oh
throw a rope?
no, he's like a good 50 paces from where you are. Because went flying down to catch them. 50 paces. You don't have a rope that long.
No,
Nor do you have it. So in your case, do you have rope?
Staff.
Staff's not gonna be long enough.
I have rope.
I've got staff.
You may got rope.
I got rope.
You'll be the one taking the reaction to try and catch them.
Throw your rope.
Can I
Yumi.
throw my rope?
Go for it. Has it got any weights at the end of it?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. What's it got?
A weight at the end.
I'll wait at the end of it.
I mean, what sort of weighting has it got at the end?
Like you have a
It's just
grappling
like no,
No?
it's more like this version of like a bola sort of, you know, weighted bit.
Bliss skill test. Well, yeah, unless you've got thrown.
No.
No, it's bliss skill.
Fun time. Just like the basic thing. Haha, no. Do I? I'll
Splash into
hold
the
on.
what?
Fortune.
What?
roll it.
What?
Sure.
No.
Splash into the water.
Damn it.
As Korobreath is there, his crow flies over and carries on flying as he backwards goes off the edge of the waterfall.
With
Oh,
Lower
the father.
no,
I got it.
he got off.
Oh, okay. Oh,
You
I
go.
mean,
I guess we'll.
No.
Men
The
and wife
crow,
will.
it's actually Raven, dives down.
Alan and wife will try and run towards the waterfall to see
Scarper.
how
Yeah.
much of a drop because she's got.
You
rope
can't run
with-
really well.
Yeah, I know.
Your legs
I'll,
minced.
I'll,
No,
I'll
she's
follow
movement.
you.
she still
Yeah, but
runs
you can't
better
run
than
because
most
you've got
humans.
a muscle tear.
Yeah.
Or you're moving forward. If they can run, they can go faster than
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I
Um,
will go because I've got rope, and if he's hanging on
And
by
you can
an arm or
swim.
something- Yeah, and I can swim.
Korobreath
Uh,
fumbling.
Can anyone help us and to get out? Like we're also.
Well, we were coming down towards you, so
You'll
if-
arrive where they are first if you want to try and help them out.
I
Or is
mean-
Korobreath your
Korobreath.
first?
Ultimately, we're
Korobreath-
safe right now. Just
Yeah,
go
yeah.
on.
Okay,
I'll
go
keep
running
going.
over towards the edge. Do yourself a perception test, please. What's you may doing? She's stuck in the boat. Do you want to try and pull yourselves
Pulling
out?
up the
I mean, we
rope.
could try and move along the rocks. Would there be enough of them to kind of see if we could moor the boat?
Well, then move yourself in further.
No, so are the rocks kind of like if there's the waterfalls going down there, are the rocks kind of going along the perpendicular to
Yeah.
it? Or sorry, parallel to
Yeah,
it?
parallel to it. Yeah.
So we can try and like.
So
drag
mean,
themselves in
Yeah.
to the side.
I mean, you're in as close as you can get. You can either abandon the boat, which might send it off if you're unlucky, or you can just sit there and wait for someone else to try and help you out.
Could tie the rope to the boat.
The boat's fairly solid. I could go off and try and pull the boat in and leave you as to weight it in.
Well, you make your way over, and
Two fails.
And neither can I. but-
the roar of
Sure.
water,
Spray in my eyes.
spray in your eyes. No sign of Korobreath or of its boat.
Or is Raven.
You've arrived at there.
I'll keep on going.
You'll go past them. So what is it you two are doing?
Could Eric jump out? Could he get to land and
You're,
then try and
do yourself an
pull the
athletics
boat?
test. You try to pull yourself
I'll,
out.
I'll help with that.
Well, wait,
Okay,
no, I'm
making your way
still.
up.
Eric's still knackered, isn't he?
Yes,
So
he
can
is.
Reverse any successes.
Yes, he is.
He's sitting and waiting patiently.
I'll help with that.
Out.
Just
Get out.
throw us a rope or something.
I'll anyway. Do you see him, buddy? I'm coming.
No.
Would you write perception test, please?
I think you probably don't have to do a test because it's not very difficult.
Oh,
to
okay.
memorize it.
Good.
Nice.
6. It's sight as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
6, 7, 8.
And you've got acute sense sight, so that means
Yeah,
you're allowed to see
9.
stuff that other people just simply can't. What do your elf eyes see? A corpse.
Oh no.
And a shattered boat down by the rocks, which you can understand why the human eyes wouldn't be able to see that because it is completely enshrouded by the spray. But in those slight moments and gaps between them, you can catch the body arced over and the raven is pecking at his eyes.
Wow.
God, that was quick.
There's not one, though.
Pecking already.
He's dead.
No. I'll go and help the others then.
Bernie, matter of fact, just walks away as, oh, fuck.
He's dead. Nothing I can do for him. I can stop you guys from drowning.
I got one success to pull him in.
Excellent. Oh, you're pulling yourself up onto the bank. You're off on the barge that little boat. What are you doing?
I mean, I can't swim, but I'll try and scramble out, I guess.
Athletics test.
Oh no, Elric's still in the boat
You
waiting
good?
until he's fully on the shore, and then he can
Yeah,
just...
you two can help as well. You can both do an athletics test to provide
Can I
provide her an assist.
An assist once I
Yeah,
arrive.
you can do it as well.
2 successes.
No, that's enough. As long as no one fumbles.
99.
No.
Just shove him over the edge.
Yeah,
just shove him over the
Now, I
edge.
do have more fortune points.
You might want to spend them unless you want to fall in Corabreath style. That's exactly what Corabreath rolls.
And this explains why I
I'll
failed.
spend that.
Yeah.
Big fail, but
No,
not-
that's okay because
yeah.
you're just helping. Okay, there's a brief moment when your hand, as you're holding Yumi, slips and you find yourself skidding. Your feet skid, and you right yourself back up again as Yumi pulls herself up onto the bank.
With Father's help.
Boat pulled up.
Yes.
Now that you're
Yeah.
all out, easy to get out. That provides you with all of your boats, bar obviously Corabreath's. Oof.
Is this the waterfall we had to come up the steps of?
Nope.
That
was on the
Did
inside.
you see him? Is he okay?
He's dead.
What?
Yeah.
Unlikely to survive falling down a waterfall.
well,
I
don't
think
know.
he landed on a rock, and his raven's now pecking his eyes out, which strikes me as a disloyal sort of thing to do. But there we are.
Well, he's not using them.
It's fair.
I don't know. Should we try and go down? We should recover his body and take it home. to
Yes,
his
if we
mother.
We need
you-
to go down anyway. don't we?
It's sitting in the middle of the water. It would require someone to swim all the way out and swim all the way back. It's going to be a tough ask. Unless you've got natural swimmers amongst you who aren't, for example, missing leg
Yeah, I can swim.
scars.
We can
Well, I can swim.
tell someone else where he is, maybe.
It's based in the main fault.
Yeah, it might just wash away, but we need to at least tell his mother.
Yes, about
Someone will
that.
need to be appointed for the grove as well.
Do we know where we are and how to get back to...
Well,
We'll keep on going down river.
But as Alamenoid just mentioned, this isn't the waterfall that we got out to climb
No,
up,
it's not.
so...
But we must have. Did we not come past this waterfall before?
Yes, you can pass.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, I thought you meant that...
this isn't the main waterfall that
This
leads
isn't
you
the one
down
with the
into
steps.
the.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it is a waterfall that we had to get out and
Correct.
climb up. And
Okay, so
There's a few of them.
So do you know where we're going?
We'll just,
Yeah, I
Also-
mean, you'd have memory from the way
I mean,
we
you
came
are
up.
just making your way
Yeah.
down river.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
we might not be able to
you'll-
get to his mother's hut.
you came up this one, and it's just a matter of going all the way around with your boats until eventually
Given
you're
the,
at the
the
bottom.
detour to the mother's hut, we might not be able to make it there and back from the place that we got out to go to the hut, right?
Well, you reckon that you're not more than maybe half an hour away once you get down. and
Oh,
then
right, from
back
the
in,
hut.
not from the hut,
Oh.
from the edge of the circle,
The
the great
safer
circle where it
place.
feels safe.
Yeah.
You can see the verdant forests just sitting ahead. So you pop in, and if you go to the hut, that would be about another half an hour's worth of rowing, and then cutting in. But you're not sure if you get the right cut in
That's what I mean. Like we might
because
be
it was
better.
very verdant.
We
It'd
might
really
be
easy to miss
better
that.
off to keep on. We might be better off to keep on going down river, follow the river back to the settlement, and let them know to tell his mother about Corabreath. I know
Right.
it's not ideal, but
But then where do we find a healer for Luitpold?
Is
Are
there-
you
will there be
conscious,
Dr.
by
Flas-
the way?
Dr.
Yeah.
Flaster.
Yeah.
Flaster will be there.
Oh,
yes.
Flaster.
Yeah, you got
I
Flaster.
think we should just make it go back to the boat.
Are
It is-
we going to try and retrieve the body?
No,
No, we can't.
Too
I
dangerous.
can't. My leg is too.
I
would be too cold.
do think, though, if we do see an obvious turn-off for his mother's house, that we should make every attempt to go there. But if we don't see it,
Could just a counter proposal in terms of if we wish to get the body, we don't have to swim for it because we've done this before. When we pulled, well, I say we, when you all pulled that arse out of the river before, the donkey,
The mule.
the mule, yeah.
But that was from the barge, not from canoes.
No. I'm not saying we do it from canoes. I'm saying if it's in the middle of the stream, upon a rock, You may have that rope that we've just used.
I've got rope.
You've got rope. We combine that with a grapple hook or a, well, I mean,
I've got a boat hook.
boat hook, cast hook, a fishing. We're
if it
fishing
is long
for.
enough, but
We could try it.
I mean, fish are normally alive to try and catch the bait.
Well, I know,
What are
but
we
we don't
talking?
necessarily have to worry about piercing.
I don't think we should
Or a breath.
desecrate his body like that.
Plus,
Well-
we then have to carry it, and the boats we have left are going to be full already. So we'd be adding extra dead weight onto boats that we're already struggling to row.
Let's
sufficiently.
go down and look and see what's.
Yes.
It's
how
also
far.
and this it doesn't bear any impact on whether he deserves a proper burial. Lupo will say this as we're walking, but it is also worth noting, and I was waiting to say this until we were somewhere safer, and so I'm not as dependent on Cora Breath. But he's a liar. He's far older than he says he was. He is one of the ones who consecrated the demon's bowl. He was there, binding whatever was bound there.
He was always older. That's
Yeah, but
the way.
but that old, like he said, he didn't know what the bowl was all about because it was his ancestors. That's a lie. He was
No,
there.
he's a watcher of.
No, he did it. He was there.
Wait, how do
I
you
know.
know that?
I heard it.
Where?
What does
Wherever the hell
Elric
I
know?
was.
So he said in terms of proper burial. I don't think a proper burial here would match up to what you believe it to be. So what would he know of the customs here?
Almost certainly they would be buried in a barrel.
Not like priests some more.
No.
No.
It would be a respectful burying that would be revering the mother and returning him to the earth from whence he came.
Did you say in a barrel?
A barrel.
Barrel.
And not a
barrow.
and not a wheelbarrow.
barrow.
Right, I was going to say. Well, no, I just thought like just chuck him in. What's this beer? Yeah.
Saltfish.
Yeah, not that.
Pickles.
So, and they would definitely want his body because his spirit would be otherwise roaming free.
I can swim, and I'm not particularly injured.
It's a very.
Well, let's go down there and
Have a
see
look.
Yeah,
how
make our way down.
tumultuous the water is.
You know, if it bothers you, we'll go and try and get it. He's not in it anymore, but if it'll make her feel better, fine.
So, picking our way down is not particularly difficult. The vegetation is obviously returned here. We're not in the horrible, deserted, barren hill area. We're on the outskirts of the Great Circle, where life itself is exceedingly, let's say, voracious. No, we don't want it to be sounding like it's hungry, do we? Very lifeful. Let's go with that. A long way round. It takes over half an hour to get your way all the way down, holding your boats, pulling them to a degree for those of you who are a bit on the wounded side, until eventually we're at the bottom. It's a wide open pool at the base of the waterfall. The roar of water is thrumming down. It's quite a significant distance over towards the rocks where his body should be.
Should be.
It's not there.
Well, that makes that decision.
We might come across it as we head further down.
Yeah, any sign of the raven?
No.
Can I hear
Clearly
it?
it's had its fill.
How did he used to call the raven?
He didn't. It just sort of came.
Okay, he didn't make like.
He did. He made a whistle or
Felt
something.
like he did something. at
No,
one
he did.
point.
Yes, you're right. No, he whistled.
Alric will attempt to whistle to see animal
You
handling.
do yourself charm animal roll.
Oh yeah, charm animal. Okay.
Cool bird.
Not often we do that roll.
How chill is he?
Not that chill. Someone's just died.
Not that
And-
chill.
yeah.
Then nah, fail.
Can I?
Yep.
Can I try?
If you wish to give it a go.
She's got mimic.
You got mimic as well, yeah.
Yeah. 3 successes.
No bird comes.
It's not nearby.
Just
Not that it
doesn't
didn't
like
work.
it.
Yeah. Just not nearby.
Well, I mean, I can't
worked.
even.
Yeah.
Shall we get back on the river then?
Yeah, there's no way we're finding.
We might come across it as well.
Yeah,
All right.
maybe traveling the same direction as us.
Yeah.
So, chances of spotting the birthing area to move up towards his mum's house is pretty small. It's a difficult test. 5 successes required perception test. If you've got acute senses, it only requires 2 successes.
Will navigation do anything for that?
Navigation,
Make it an easier roll.
Would
3 successes.
Law Riverways or Waterman?
No, you don't know this area.
But you've got two
it's
senses,
the areas you know that you've got
you might choose not to
lore
tell
skills
us.
for. That's where it
Ah,
passes
right.
off on. You don't have Lore of the Narn, for example.
Being grown up in the past.
If you had Lore of the Narn, you would automatically. You'd have to purchase this skill before you get it, though.
Damn it.
And you didn't give us any XP.
Oh, right, I didn't do the XP at the beginning of the session. I'm an evil, cruel GM.
knew
Navigation's
this
a moot
would happen.
point. I rolled 71. So.
Okay, good. So,
3 successes.
oh, no, you've done it.
Would Tower of Memories help?
Tower of Memories is not really for that. It's for remembering important facts.
So you'd kind of have to have
it's a-
chosen to put it in your Tower of Memories.
So to speak, yes.
Right, good to know. I don't have that.
Alas, Sherlock Holmes.
I just
Deary
wanted to
me.
check. It's just down the down the upgrade.
Yeah, Tower of
path.
Memories it just allows you to automatically recall certain stuff without even testing.
Cool.
But key facts, not spotting stuff around you.
Yeah.
You've spotted it though.
I know.
Now the question is, are you going to point it out?
I assume I'm in the boat with you.
Yeah, probably.
Not that that has any bearing on the decision. I just suddenly thought logistically, where am I?
So,
Floating.
You're in the
are you
living
pointing
room,
anything
Andy.
out? Yes or no?
She'll whisper to Luitpold.
Sharing the responsibility.
Shirking the responsibility.
That's the one.
Shall we stop or shall we just push on?
I mean, how far is it? Was it within a day?
It's about a day. You're going to have to stop at some point anyway, because you stopped at her house near the end of a day's worth of rowing.
I mean, we are going to have to stop at some point anyway.
Yeah. I think this is where we stopped to get to her house.
Well, let's turn off then.
Around a large low-hanging tree until eventually... yeah, this is it. What are you doing when you arrive?
Who's going to?
Tying the boats up.
Yeah,
Very
tying
firmly.
securely. Yes.
Birdie.
Tying the boats up
I
securely?
remember.
Yes.
I'm glad someone did. Kind of
Yes.
wished you hadn't, but
Yeah,
still
no,
glad
I
someone
would've
did.
said it.
These are my people, so perhaps I should.
Break the news. I will stay outside.
I take it there's no sign of the body. en
Oh,
route.
no, not at all.
And the bird wouldn't have gone back to like a place where it's fed. Nah.
Should we bring a gift? She mentioned.
Just let's see how we go.
All right.
Like, oh, your son's dead.
But we brought a
loaf of bread.
scarf.
No. Well, I'm not. Is it?
No, it's a good thought, my lord,
Yeah.
but it's probably not.
Unless they're
very
magical
appropriate.
It's not like
spectacles.
don't. Oh, here you go, dead son. But I don't know.
Knob of butter.
Yeah, exactly. Not. It's not. I'm not suggesting any way, shape, or form that. More just a.
I mean, it's practical. Okay.
You're going to make your way up the trail that eventually, after some time, leads over towards her hovel. Be a better description for it than many you could choose. The door is shut. A small curl of bluish smoke is making its way up from the chimney that sits at the back. There's no signs of her beyond that.
I'll knock the door.
Bang, bang, bang.
Chap the door.
You hear a shuffle. Then what?
It's.
What? What is it?
We're back. We're back from the demon bowl.
The top half of the door opens. It's not very high. You need to bend right down anyway just to knock on the thing. As she bends out, looks at you and says, "Who are you?"
We were here 5 days. 6.
Carl, Brad, who is this? And from inside you hear, "It's the, those fellas,
Drifted down into the.
I feel like I should just roll a cool test.
Do it." His ghast has never been so flabbered.
Oh my god.
So close to critting it, and it would have been so cool. No, he failed. What? No. And I just walk back away from. He's inside.
Are we sure?
Oh.
Well, unless someone has he heard Birdie mimic people before?
I mean,
No.
he's aware of the concept.
But I don't know, like if he's like.
I've never used
unless
mimic,
someone's
really.
copying his exact voice that's tricked his mother, who, albeit has poor eyesight.
She says, I can see you. I'm right here.
I know. Well,
So very rude.
right. Okay.
He says-
So your son fell off a
Banged
boat down a
banged the door
waterfall,
shut for
and
being so
then
rude.
he was dead. And we saw, well, someone, remembering she doesn't like elves, saw his body, and then it was gone.
Call out for
I told
Corbett.
you he's very old, and he's clearly very powerful.
It doesn't mean he's immortal.
Well, maybe it does.
Corbreath. It's Elric.
Door opens at the top half, and he's down on his knees behind the door. As he looks out, his long beard sitting down. He goes, "Where'd we lose you now?"
Lose us.
I don't quite remember where it was. We're up by that bowl, weren't we?
Well, what's the exact last thing that you remember?
He scratches his head.
Do you remember hurting your jaw?
I was I was having a drink. He says, were you and your lads? And we were up by that bowl and we were having a drink and we were waiting for the father.
Time.
Oh, there he is. He says, "Oh, you don't look very well."
I've had better days.
And it's why we've come here. We've thought maybe your mother could help.
She comes over and says, "Hey, mother, stop!" As she says, "Nit!" and slams the door shut.
Maybe we should have brought a gift.
Yeah,
You're
well,
all right.
now the son is not dead. Knob of butter seems much better.
Well, we never gave the dwarfs the gift that you had for them, but I imagine we haven't carried it with us.
I imagine you
the
probably
the
haven't.
very
Fragile.
yeah, no, that's on the boat.
Well, I
We
mean,
can stay outside.
when I used to come from here, we would treat guests with a bit of politeness, offer them shelter. But if that's not what's going to happen here, we'll just have to go and brave the rivers again at night.
It doesn't seem that she cares. Not even a reply. And then you hear a somewhat muffled from inside.
I know what to do.
Just give them a bit of time.
No. Watch, just wait.
Oh, I'll watch.
What a shame that they will not let us in, for I have a very good pair of magical glasses.
Make it
I'm not saying that I'm going to give it to her. I'm just saying that I have it on my person.
Please, I apologise for my rude friends. We were surprised and taken aback at Corbeth's presence. That's all. We humbly beg shelter for the night. Please.
There is the glasses.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Oh,
Go
You
on,
might
my
just
lord.
punt us.
Where are
yes.
the glasses?
They are.
I'll give her my telescope.
That's the glasses.
Oh,
I do.
puts it away. You're very small. These do not work.
Oh, I'm
I think
sorry.
she has the back to front, no, for
Try
small.
it the other way around.
Turns around. Yeah, this is very good. Yeah,
I hope you weren't planning on getting that back.
yeah,
I got some.
it moves.
Is this sufficient?
You get bigger and smaller. You have spot on chin. See, Corobre. They bring me glasses. There's no glasses, man. What do you know? Come in, come in. And you manage to secure yourself a place to stay for the night.
Bitch.
Corobre is left to do some cooking.
It was my 10th wedding anniversary present.
Glad you still is. It's just no longer in your hands. She continues to use it to see things.
Like the father's wounds, by any chance?
If it is highlighted to her, yes. Ah, he's very blurry. Oh, I see them now. You are covered in a variety of foul-smelling poultices.
Standard.
He cannot smell any worse than what happened in the tower.
You are correct. You are correct.
Does he smell like that again? Has it happened again?
And no, he just smells bad. It's just bad. I mean, it could be worse. The buttocks in particular, they were far deeper. Everything got unstitched, pardon me, and then restitched back up again. And she has Corobreath go off and do some hunting to fetch some new gut for that, which is then used to stitch you back up. Interesting to watch. He has a completely different style to your teacher, who has been, well, you don't think she would approve. You're pretty convinced that when Jim goes down to the boat, if given half a chance, Flaster will unpick those and restitch it again.
Right, good to know.
Frankenstein's
Can I try
Leopold.
and pick up any skills off the back of this? You know, multiple.
Maybe
Well, given that she's not the sort to tell you or explain what she's doing, she just slap you on filthy
I'm
things.
not sure. I feel like she's the sort of person to tell you exactly what she's doing.
Or indeed, what she's doing. I'm not sure you're going to catch much, but do yourself a heal test. Just to
or
see what you
maybe
get from it.
just specifically how to help elves in the future. That would be useful.
No, I can fix her up.
Right, so is anyone else wanting some attention?
You first, probably.
Elmenwith doesn't really want to risk being tended by the woman who made her sleep outside last time.
Seems fair.
I mean, if you have some time, that'd be lovely.
What is wrong?
I got stabbed in the thigh with a shooting star. Is it a star?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
You've
throwing
got it.
star.
Yeah.
You've still got it.
All the boys out! All the boys out! Corobreath, you filthy man, out! He's already cooking. I'm not even in! Out! With your eyes!
I can't see, so I could keep stirring if you want. Compromise.
Stirring nothing.
Someone will have to tell me where the pot
Smells
is.
good.
Left a bit further. Left a bit. Just there.
All your wounds are returned. You have no critical.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Cool.
During
Sure you don't want to
the healing that he could see, did I ever get the sense that it's just perfectly mundane, everyday healing? Or
No! Absolutely not.
He's kind of hoping no one else would get that sense as well.
There is no sensation of drawing on the winds or doing any
No,
magic
but
or anything else in
something,
between.
Thank you.
Birdie's going to get the tweezers out of her grooming pouch and start pulling splinters out of her hand.
Why don't you have...
Would you
a
like me
secret?
to take a look at your hand? So very big and pretty. Says, says, give me your tweezers.
While she's busy doing that, could you may sleight of hand replace her telescope for Elemental Eye?
If you wish to do so, yes. Do yourself a sleight of hand test.
Yeah, 3 success.
Sounds good.
Nice.
Consider that done.
Could you have a look at my leg?
No.
Right.
It says, you go out with the boys, show it to them. Disgusting. Pick, 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 pick.
If you go
Do
outside,
not
though,
wince. Straight in. Ow!
if you're going outside, though, you may will follow and be like, "It sounded like yours was more important, so here."
Thank you, Yumi.
It's not going to fix her leg though.
The single tear rolls down your elven cheek.
No, a
give
scarf,
Yumi a hug.
surely.
Aw.
Yeah.
No, she doesn't have her scarves on out.
Oh, does she not?
No.
Ah.
Birdie offers Corobreath's mum a sweet from the bag that she bought. Thank you.
She's got no teeth.
Chicken gummy.
She's going
if
to
she
gum
likes,
it for
it's
about an
fine.
hour.
They're boiled
This is all the
sweets.
next hour of the stream is going to be.
Yeah.
Please do not tune
Pretending
out.
Just
to
us
suck a
watching
sweet.
this.
zoom in on Andy, only him on screen, none of the rest of us, just that.
You'll have to make some noise in case we put this on a podcast.
It's like enter ASMR mode.
Add it in post. Erin, get on that.
Tasty, stew. And it is good.
When Elric, when we're outside together, aren't we?
Yeah.
Do you think? Oh, is Corbreath outside with us? Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
I won't say it to Elric then.
Well, I was good. Elric will sleep outside again tonight.
Do you want me to have a look? I did clock a little bit of what she was doing in there, so I might be able to help with that now a bit more.
No, I really just need to keep warm.
No, well, I mean, agreed, but also there is a large.
What?
Honestly, there's a
Sniggering kids over
there is a gaping wound in your thigh currently.
Yes, but you patched it up as best you could, no? We can
can
have a look at it. Well, I just feel really cold.
All right, okay. I got 4 successes at trying to clock what.
You've decided, upon clocking her, that she is really just making it up as she goes along.
Oh, okay.
You're quite convinced that her poultices and the rest are a sham.
All right. So I did see what
Right
she was
hand.
doing. It's bollocks, so don't worry about that. I don't know why it works or anything, but yeah. If you're happy with it as is,
I just,
Dot
like I say,
Flaster will be able to do it
I'm
better.
just quite cold.
Okay,
so I
alright,
would
fine.
quite like to be warmer.
Well, you can make fire. You make
Got
fire.
a
Oh no,
cloak?
we can't do fire out here. Can we do fire?
He'll struggle. Yeah.
You've got your cloak. You got the cloak. I got
Elric
you.
would still feel quite warm though, I think.
Still cold.
So he can give you his cloak and stuff. He's not. It's very
Chris.
short on you. Like
She'll
it's
just
probably
like
down to
huddle
your
up in it and
waist.
freeze him.
The next day. Corbreath waves goodbye to you all.
All right.
I guess one death is
Yeah.
enough.
Is his raven still about?
I know. And he goes, really good to see you. Says, I'm sure we'll see you again, young Elric.
Oh, I mean, knowing my family, probably. I'm sure there'll be some kind of meeting.
I recommend, after speaking to my mother, that you go take a look at the legends of Anway.
Anyway,
Anway.
does he know the name?
Nope.
Any of us know
Okay.
the name?
Where would be the best place to look at that?
I don't know. She was just garbling. She said it though, so I'll pass it on, you know.
Okay.
Corbreath,
Anyway,
before we go, can I ask you a question?
Rubs his beard, looks at you, and says, what is it?
Did your raven have a name?
Says, not one you could pronounce.
Keith.
Are we just You may well whisper to it, like, are we just not going on?
I don't know.
Wow,
Luitpold-
you're quiet for
Luitpold
once.
Needs to know. Well, he was the one that said that he was a liar and everything, so I don't really know.
Maybe he doesn't remember.
He says, just drop the canoes off just down at the village. Ma! Goes, where's the village call again? She goes, I do not know. I forget.
we had the name written down somewhere.
No, we never got the name.
We never.
Really?
Yeah, we
We'll
never
have to
got the
ask.
name of the weird
Well,
village.
it's fine. It's the only village along the way.
The village of the wood
We put it in
carvings.
we'll leave them by the house that you were in when we saw you.
You see me now, did you?
Yeah, you were
Right.
doing a call on a lady.
With your wife, you know
I
your
don't
wife.
think it was his wife.
No,
A
I
lady
don't have a
friend.
wife. I have a husband.
Oh.
He says, no, I don't have a wife. Ma, do I have a wife? Calls. And she goes, no, niet, not, no.
I wasn't
There you
getting
go.
marriage vibes anyway.
But before we go, you should probably give us that gold that you said you'd give us.
I don't have any gold. What are you talking about?
It's just what you. Alric did not say that.
No, no, too late. He did. And he nods. But maybe Anway was right then.
You said you didn't know anyway.
Maybe I don't.
This is great.
I guess coming back from the dead maybe scrambles you for a little bit.
Something to
They
whisper to
say
the side there.
Yeah.
Lose a part of yourself when you come back.
I'm not. After we've gone, I'm not sure. I think it still might be in his future. I think that's how he might die.
Oh, it's like a trouser legs of time thing.
Oh, I think so because the stars were a different time, and he doesn't remember anything after the point at which Luitpold came back. So maybe
Time has
It's
shifted.
not him yet.
Do you,
The world has fallen apart.
I've got a
Luitpold,
headache again.
I'm just going to describe to you sort of the stuff that we've done the last, on this journey. Not all of it, like just this little bit with the canoes and everything. Any of that new to you?
No, I remember all of that.
Yes? Well, I mean, you wouldn't know if you didn't remember it, though, would you? You wouldn't know what you didn't remember.
No, but I remember every step of the journey up there. I remember what happened while we were up there. I remember the seeming eternity of torment while I was elsewhere.
Where
And
did
then I
you
remember
go?
coming back.
Where did you go?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't Moore's Realm, I'll tell you that.
Was Sigmar there?
No, it wasn't like that. It was
How-
like somewhere in between.
And
Was
you
it
just
shadowy?
picked up.
Well,
Maybe it was the
well.
maybe it was the Incan.
I mean, it was different. The stone circle was there as well.
So back in
Just it was only
time,
one
maybe.
hand. The stone circle was there as well. Like it punched through from here to there.
Do you have a place that your wizards go, like the grey ones go?
No, it didn't. It
For
didn't.
the Brights? No.
You reach down towards the water. You've got yourself around about an hour's worth of rowing. This is easy rowing. And then down through the waterfall, the cave system, out through the bottom of that waterfall, and then hopefully yet more easy downriver rowing until eventually we arrive. It requires no dice of doom, just simply 2 row tests. If you make them, you will arrive at the village. If you fumble, you might go off a waterfall.
Great.
There we go, we're fine.
You're fine, don't need to do the second roll. Love it.
Oh, you've got
successes.
you've been healed, haven't you? So you can
Well,
roll
I
it.
don't
I
know.
got
If
5
it's,
successes.
No, your arm's still broken.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I failed
But is
twice.
it like set correctly and everything? Well,
Oh,
You failed. Bummer.
oh well, we had the night. Could I have done an augury to give her a fortune point?
No, because you can't do fortune points.
Oh, that's right.
Ah,
Could I have
her.
gone in a different boat?
Bummer.
boat for whom I could augur.
To be
I mean, you probably would have, wouldn't you?
to be honest, Alamanawith was not feeling like she could roll by herself.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
She's
actually
feeling
fair.
ill, she's
Yeah.
feeling
So we
cold,
didn't
she's
not give
good.
a marching order, but
No.
it would
Yeah.
make sense character-wise
Yeah.
that you wouldn't go in a boat with
Yeah,
someone.
because
Elric's,
I'd be like, no, we might drown because
More like Yumi and
Elric's
Menowith.
rested again, isn't he?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Very well rested because you're back within the circle.
So I think used to Birdie and Gerhard make a pair.
yep, sort of.
Maybe Elric would have gone with the father and then
Bodyguard.
on the Menowith.
In which case
And
I
he, has
crit.
and he has a fortune point for rowing today.
So I had 3 successes anyway, so
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy for that to stand
Okay.
because that does make a great deal more
I just
sense.
think she wouldn't have gone in a boat by herself.
Right, so
yeah, especially injured.
we arrive at the small trail where there's at the end of which is the jetties where the boats were originally taken from. We can tie them up, make our way through that trail down towards the village, which is continuing to village on as you would expect. Not the largest, a settlement of not more than maybe 20, 30 buildings, many of which are working ones. Farms all around that, the call of animals, the run of a chicken, there's a pig. No sign at all of Corabreth, which is probably for the best, given that that would just be strange if you saw him
Even
again.
weirder.
You're aware that this is on a rise and that you can make your way all the way down towards where the barge is down at the bottom. You're in the early afternoon. You've got a pub if you want to sit down and have yourself a drink before you go down, or you can just head straight down towards the barge. It's entirely up to yourselves.
Can we peek over the edge and see the barge from up here?
No, too many trees, too tall. You need to go down
What
through
about
that
that
winding
one?
path. Yes,
I
it's a-
yes.
want to go back to the barge because I want to lie down.
Could we collect some food and picnic on the barge?
Oh, I like that.
Purchase some resources.
We need
Find a
provisions.
deli. You know.
Although you
Yes.
might not, no, there's no deli.
Of
Get
course,
out of
I was
it.
joking, Andy.
But it's
there a
very
Greg's?
possible that Greg's here.
Sausage rolls.
It's-
All right.
Vegan
Rumster's
for
pie. It's very likely that you may already have had that already done down in the barge, given that there's
they
people
were
being
doing
on the
that.
barge, including your good old halfling chef, who has been working away for the last
good point.
few days. You've been gone for quite some time, after all.
Aye.
Get up. Rushes.
Yeah, I think we need to get
Yes.
to the barge, right? Can't take
Alright.
a dally.
Make your way all the way down. Pop, pop, pop.
Is the elder? Would we run into him by any chance?
If you choose to go find
The
him.
only thing
No,
we should
it's more so if he
question-
was seen along the way.
The question was, so when we came here, the red woman had come through this way.
Yes.
But she hadn't come back this
Correct.
way yet. We should probably ask if she came back this way. So how to see if
So pop into the inn and ask if there's
Yeah.
who you'd ask.
If she'd come back.
Has she stopped off in the inn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Innkeeper. What's that now?
I'm not asking.
Yeah, I'll
It'd be our face.
Oh wow, his face is all stitched up just now.
Shall
Looking a
I-
mess.
Yeah, no, but he's still incredibly
Yeah.
gregarious.
He looks a
Maybe
mess.
her heart.
Shall I ask?
Yeah.
No,
That's okay, I got it.
I'll
Hello, my good man.
assist.
Have you seen a woman in a red dress come through here in the past
5 days.
3 days, 5 days?
He says, I remember you from last time.
Yes.
He says, and she went up, she didn't come down.
Right, okay, so no return. Perfect, thank you very much. I think that's
So
all we
she's
need to
probably
know.
dead.
Probably.
Hope springs eternal.
Mm-hmm.
Is that possible around here?
What? Guy, of course it is.
Right, oh, good. No,
What do you mean is that possible right here? Where are you from?
Place. It doesn't look. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. It's fanciful thoughts, something like that. Anyway, good day.
You don't even want a drink?
No. Maybe bottle of wine.
He says,
I'm sure that there's some on the barge.
we don't
There's
have
some on the
wine.
barge. What?
We've got beer though.
Right. No. Lovely stuff. Thank you. Goodbye.
Right, sure.
Got
As he
any
watches you go.
Is there a local spirit and is it cheap?
And looks at you. No, we got beer.
For your trouble in your aid, thank you.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you, Father.
That wasn't a copper.
Because he's just fishing around.
Shifting gold.
I know there's no gold in there, so because I had to
Just a
spend it
logistic
paying off someone
question.
else's grudge.
So what are you talking about?
Staring at the map just to get myself centered in it. So we have come down the Narn, right?
Correct.
And is this town is on the intersection between the Stir and the Narn, is it?
Pretty much, yes.
Cool. So
correct.
we need to go back on the Stir,
Down
to
the Stir,
Reik.
down to Kemperbad, which is at the confluence of the Stir and the Reik.
Yeah, and then
And
north,
then
and
north,
then
Where we
west.
sell
Which
our
is downriver.
where we sell our wood carvings.
So we're
Yeah,
basically
you could try
staying
wood
on
carvings.
the Reik the whole way to get to
Pretty
where we
much,
believe the
yes.
Okay, cool.
What we might want to do is we might want to ask somebody local how long they think it would take to travel by land from the Demon's Bowl to the observatory.
Yeah.
They don't get munched by some.
And ask the name of the village on the way.
Yeah, what's this village called?
Where are we?
Is there a sign?
No.
You are here.
No. So you're outside the inn at the moment. Are you going to go back in? Or are you just going to go down to your barge?
Well, we could go down to the barge. Maybe someone there will have done the sensible thing of asking where we are.
Makes sense.
We could ask this down at the
So, down at the barge, we have a couple of things to mention that are different.
There's a forecastle.
And a fifth one.
Where's me blue tack bits? I haven't got them to the ground, have I?
Reiklander's
Oh, no,
home
there
is
they
his
are.
forecast.
Oh no,
Andy's
that's wrong.
talking about his bits again.
I am indeed talking about me bits.
Not after 9 o'clock, Andy.
Oh,
it for the
yeah,
orphans.
I dropped on the floor.
4 minutes till break.
So, our barge has seen somewhat of an upgrade since last time.
Hello.
Pop this on first. And I
We've
shall
got
explain it in a
cabins.
moment. Okay, so when you were away, certain things have occurred, and you'll see this at a distance. So let me just, is that the right end? No, I've got to put that wrong one. Oh, I put that the wrong way around. Let me just put that the right way around. That way. There we go. There we go. Much better.
You put the butt in the mouth.
It's not after 9 o'clock, Lindsay.
That was
That's-
silly of you.
Oh God, all human
I think you'll
centipedes.
find it's called the stern.
You put the
And
butt
that's,
in the
and,
stern.
and that's the kind of talking to you're
Alan
going to
Menowit's
get
being very
if this
stern.
carries on.
There we go. So, as you make your way down and you see it from the front, the entire front of the barge has got an entire extra cabin, freshly built, new wood in place, and smoke is rising out from the front here. It looks like we have a galley. The entirety of the front section, which used to have a whole host of planks over a front hold, clearly has been changed. As for the rest of the upgrades, you'll need to actually go and check it out. Lotilda is sitting smoking in the centre of the barge, puffing away as you make your way down. She'll just call out, "Oi, oi, oi!
looking good.
Yeah, they finished it 2 days ago.
Nice.
Any willing crew members to join up, or
No.
no?
No. Kemperbad, I think, if we're going to pull in some crew, although we're going to... you want to speak to Greta about that. This weren't cheap. Couldn't afford half the stuff that she wanted. But,
Interesting. What was... Well, I suppose we don't have time now. But no, good to know. Carry on.
So, talk me through it. Show me around.
she says, well, there ain't no changes for us other than the fact that we got to be a bit more careful up here. We've re-rigged the sails up at the front, and she then starts explaining how the sails have been changed near the prow to make, obviously, there's a whole extra cabin sitting at the front. The galley, interestingly, is pretty much built to halfling purposes.
Sweet.
Far shorter than required, which has meant it's also a good bit cheaper in terms of the overall amount of wood that was required to put it into place.
Was that offset by the fact that everything had to be wider?
It is pretty wide to get through there. Her cabin is at the front there, and Birdie's cabin is there, along with Bloodhilda there, rope store sitting at the front there. Now, if we go down, we've got our main hold, so we still have one complete giant main hold, so we can take a lot of stock if we wish to do so. Or alternatively, you could just break some laws and take some passengers and throw them down there if you wish to do so. Sitting over here, we've got stairs that lead down from there into there. The stairs have been shifted because they completely dismantled the front of the deck at that section. And that goes into Elric right there. That goes into Gerhardt. That goes into good old Lucas, who's currently napping away in there.
Does he have a desk?
No furniture. These are empty cabins. Yeah. You may sitting over there, and the father over there. At the back, you've got the baby with Greta and Alemenowith and Dr. Flaster, unless the baby requires some attention. The way you get down there is by the steps there, down into there. There's a small store there and a small store there as well, leading into 2 cabins sitting at the back, down there.
Lovely.
Interesting. And so you can get from the back into the hold, but not from the front into the hold.
You can't get, no, you can only go down to get into the main hold.
Just so there's a door.
That door there is just from the hold into a store there.
Yeah.
But okay.
So there's no way through because it just connects through. So the 2 sets of cabins are accessible at back and rear from the top. The main hold is only through the main entrance.
Front row seats to Gerhardt's lute playing, yay!
I am going to lie in my hammock. Alemenowith says and goes downstairs.
What are you going to, like,
I'll
what,
be in
tell
my
tall
bunk.
tales?
What?
You're going to lie in your hammock?
You should get Dr. Flaster to have a look at you.
I'm just going to go to sleep.
Perhaps,
no,
my lord, you could send the doctor in to see if she's okay.
Well, yes, certainly. Are you okay with that? You seem resistant to it.
I'm just
Hilda,
tired. I just want to go to bed.
over to you, says, so what's the plan? Are we moving? We not moving? When are we going?
We're heading off. We need to go up the Reik.
Up the Reik?
To get back on the right.
Or down the Reik?
We need to go from Kemperbad along the Reik.
Which way? Up the Reik
I will show
or
him.
down the
I'll
Reik?
show
According to
her-
the map, the way we have it
Show her
origin,
the
it's
map.
north.
And
But we
point.
got to go south first.
So we're
Yeah.
going down the Reik.
I'm
That's
still
north.
learning this stuff. Bear with me.
Yeah, that's down the Reik. That's north. Towards Altdorf.
Yeah, and then
All right.
we need to make our way back up again.
So this stuff, what we've got, we really want to be selling it in the city if we can. Kemperbad ain't going to give you much for it. It's just downriver from Kemperbad.
Okay. Any ideas?
Yeah, Altdorf would be good. Grumble, perhaps. You know what you're going after, and you know what you're going for.
We're going to somewhere called the observatory.
Oh, it could be anywhere.
Well,
Well,
yeah.
so map.
Where does she's got waterways, right?
Yes,
So
she
she
does.
might be able to work out where it is.
Oh yeah, I know it.
Mm,
Says it's one of the old towers. It's on an island. Yeah.
that's where we're going.
Yeah, past that a lot. Yep. All right. Best go tomorrow though, eh?
How long will it take us?
Well, are we stopping in Kemperbad? Resupplying maybe? 1, 2, 3 days?
Okay.
2.5, 3 days?
Do we need to resupply?
No.
Well, we do need to pick some things up, I think, just based upon that. For example, we try and get the father something better than what we currently have. Oh, speaking of,
We just throw a blanket over his head. And
you
make
can
him
use
look
that.
less.
You can use that spare jack that I had. So
I mean, I've actually got my bolt leather breastplate. Oh, I just
you've got another one.
the leather.
The old one. Yeah.
Oh, right. Yes.
So anyone else that we're speaking to?
Did you figure out what the village is called?
She's like, no, they just gave us the try.
Right, no worries.
Nobody seems to know.
I don't know, non-stad.
I feel like
Who knows?
if we're selling the carvings, it'd be good to know, like, oh, these are carvings from. Is there any, like, so there'd be dockhands and stuff working along.
No, there's no one
No,
here.
it's
They're
very
they're
quiet.
carvings from a small
Nobody
village
here.
that's so remote it doesn't even have a name. It's not even on any maps. That makes it even more exclusive.
Yeah, all right.
Do you have marketing
Well,
as a
d-
trade?
Tilda, did you say that we'd leave tomorrow would be best?
Yeah, I think so.
But then let's go back up to the town. Let's find the elder and just
Have a
bit
couple of
more.
beers in the
Well,
tavern.
one second. We need to set your arm properly.
Oh, yeah.
Did the old lady set it? Or,
Pardon?
Did the old lady set it
Yeah,
up?
it's been set.
I think it's been set.
All right, but
I mean, you can let the doctor have a look at it.
yes, if that would be good, I think we should certainly.
I mean, you say it was all, just like a sham, but like I feel much better.
All right, well, it's called a placebo.
Mm.
I mean, your wounds are literally healed, aren't
Yeah.
they? Her wounds are literally healed.
Yeah, well, I did help out, haven't I? I've already seen
No,
two.
I don't. No.
At
Everybody exchanges a
that
look
point,
behind
Greta
their
will
husband.
come up because you'll have heard the commotion from down below, and she'll be with her child, and she'll smile upon seeing everyone. Yay! And say, what do we think, Barge? In
Looks
place?
fab.
Good.
Looks
Good.
fab.
Everybody's got themselves a cabin, their own one. We couldn't afford furniture, unfortunately, and their furniture, well, it was no good.
Isn't that our cargo at the moment? Is furniture?
No. It's carvings.
bit of
It's
it's-
Fancy goods.
I did have a little bit of blood hill to worry about that.
Right. Fair enough.
It's art, my lord, isn't it?
Well-
There should be some privacy though for absolutely everyone, which is good. Did everything go according to plan? Did you find out what you wanted to find?
No.
Kinda.
No, we did. We've got another lead.
It's not ideal though, is it?
No.
It is what it is.
You were waves at the father. Like,
At least
What
we're all
happened to you?
here.
Yes.
I'm
Exactly.
going downstairs to have a lie down, as I said.
Greta, where's the
Dr. Flaster!
No, it's
She
okay.
calls.
She's on the way.
Page.
Yeah.
Dr. Flaster.
To the rear of the book, please.
Dr. Flaster does indeed stick her head up as she pushes back her white hood and says, "Yes, what is it? Who's hurt? Oh, goodness, what happened to you? Did someone just drag you through the bottom of a river?"
I mean,
Does
No.
he still not have a
He
shadow?
doesn't have a shadow. Something strange about it.
Elric
on
will have
that-
explained to
yeah.
you.
On
what
that,
he
he doesn't cast the shadow, but he also doesn't emit light, right? So if he has a hood up, he will be in shadow.
No.
No.
So it's not
You
just.
will see
I
your
thought it was just
face.
his body didn't
No.
cast shadow.
Nope.
He can't ever be in shadow.
Correct.
So even if he steps inside shadow,
Give it a go and find out.
Is he
this
not-
does not feel like what was discussed.
he lost his
I
shadow,
believe my
Doc-
parameters were very clear.
He lost his shadow, Dr. Flasker.
also, Alameda,
Don't-
I've got
don't-
stabbed.
don't worry
and
about that.
Maybe she should be looked at first.
Can you do like shadow puppets?
As
I just feel very cold. I think I probably need a fire.
Why do you feel cold? What have you done to yourself?
I was stabbed in my leg.
Right, get downstairs. She says, "Lay yourself out on the floor, please."
Flaster, the implement that did the stabbing had a coating on it of something.
Oh dear. She says, "Well, we'll see you, and we'll see you as well, Father. If you can prepare
that
yourself
was
in your room,
Yuri's one.
and we'll see that you've been tended to properly.
Yeah.
You stink,
think it
so it
was.
suggests that you
Oh,
may
okay.
or may not have been.
Yeah,
Well,
the old
that's
woman put some unguent stuff on. She seemed quite talented.
Well, we shall find out." As Greta says, "Are you all right? Are you sure?"
I just need to lie down.
Would,
Just
would,
to have a rest.
That really doesn't sound like someone who's all
Anna
right.
White, would you like me to try and warm you up?
Yes, please.
Would you be willing to accept?
Where is this going?
I'll
Oh,
admit
come
I'm
on
quite
now.
excited.
Well, I've done it for you when you've been called. I've channeled.
I thought you couldn't.
No, here. Oh, here.
No, you're still underneath
Oh,
the...
shit. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you totally are.
You're only one way you're warming her up.
Oh.
That's why we were all
You're going
asking.
to have to use traditional styles.
Completely. I thought it was when we were on the river, but yeah, okay. Sorry, no.
Elric flushes slightly. Oh, wait a minute.
Here's my clothes.
Yeah, no. And on Elric's embarrassment, we shall start off after the break as they make their way down the River Ster towards Kemperbad. So until then, we're on a break. And welcome back! It is a marvellous spring morning as the foot shover, piloted gently by Bloodhilda and the ever impressive Birdie, moves its way down the Ster. So we're going to keep this nice and simple for our progress towards our next target, which I believe is you're intending on finding the observatory that apparently Bloodhilda is already aware of and has described to you as a bit of a crumbly tower. You see it every time you go past it. I think it's exactly where you mentioned on your map. I mean, it can't be more than about, I don't know, 20, 30 mile away from Castle Rockguard. Upriver of it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know where it is. Should be easy to find.
Good, excellent.
I've no idea you want to go there though. It's abandoned.
Well, you know us, we only go to places nobody else wants to.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we're stocked up, so we'll be fine for at least a good couple of weeks. If we don't need to stop off anywhere. If you want to go fast.
I think we should go.
But if you want to go properly fast, we should stop in Kemperbad and hire ourselves some extra hands.
Do we legally have the right to do that? Wasn't that an issue last time?
I mean, it
No,
doesn't.
we
Not anymore.
sorted it now, I think.
No? Oh,
Oh, you can. Yeah, there ain't no problems with hiring someone. There's only problems with buying and selling goods or taking on passengers.
right.
Passengers, you ain't allowed.
There were problems hiring before we got the boat registered.
Oh,
but-
yeah.
but now the boat's registered.
That's probably
However,
what I'm
also,
getting mixed
you
up.
could always say you're taking on extra crew, but they're technically passengers, that sort of thing.
No, she just said passengers are a no-no.
Yeah, no, I know, but you just say that they're crew,
Right.
and then
You need more servants.
Right, yeah, Birdie. It's about to get shit. Are you ready?
Ready as
Break
ever.
out your sail skill.
Okay.
Sailing our way down the River Ster.
Ooh,
How'd you
spot on.
do?
53.
Oh,
This is
superb!
my sound.
We've got 12 successes between us. We kick ass.
I missed sailing.
Yeah, sailing so much better than rowing, isn't it? Now, yes.
Before that, did Dr. Flester manage to attend to Element?
So, as I'll get to that. As Birdie and good old Bloodhilda pilot, sail, crew, the good old foot shover down the River Ster, there's a couple of things we need to cover. Number one, is the good doctor capable of helping out the elf? Her words in this are pretty categorical. Well, yes, it's all just the same in the end, isn't it? Says, your temperature's too low. You need to be wrapped up. Greta, and she goes, yes? Go fetch Gerhardt. He needs to see this.
yay, lessons.
So, you get to see, that's an interesting way to start, because yes, you get to see an almost naked Alumena wife, but you get to see the joys of elven medicine, as she explains a couple of significant differences between the physiology of humans and the physiology of elves. Number one being just the general nature of how the muscles bundle and work, and they are different. They're the same core mechanisms are in place, it's just they're in slightly different places. It means that their natural stance tends to be more up on their tiptoes, Their legs give them more agility, more movement, and more freedom. Because of this, their legs are naturally bundled with their muscles slightly differently. And most human doctors end up completely screwing it up when they do this. The next one, and the one that you definitely didn't know, is the elves run hotter. They simply run hotter, meaning that many diseases that affect humanity just don't affect elves because their bodies naturally burn it away. Most infections just don't work inside elves, she says. And there's been some significant studies in this where they were purposely infected.
Right.
Yes, well, the best not worry too much about the exact nature of how these events came to pass, but it's fair to say that during the Dark Ages there was a lot of less than ethical examinations of the elven body, particularly because most of our learnings had come from ancient elven texts, which we learned over the period of time were in fact filled with lies in an attempt to try and prevent us from understanding them. So it was considered that it was wise to study them properly. Turns out the original elven texts were all correct.
They were just made for elves.
Yes, and misunderstandings.
Yes, okay.
So, what we can say for certain is that they run hotter. And this is something you need to be aware of. What you would normally consider to be a normal temperature, for them, is too cold. She has been running far too cold. She needs to be warmed up. She's running the equivalent of a fever, as we would see it. But for her, she's running too cold. Her body is trying to kill off some things that can't survive at the higher temperatures. So the body plunges in temperature and it begins to chill her down. So be aware of that. If you find that the elf has begun to either get too hot or too cold, you know that something is wrong. In this particular case, if it feels like it's a fever, that's normal.
Right, but anything, if it's not, if they feel like human...
Now, what you need to do is make sure you go to the back of the neck. Now, they won't like it. It's very sensitive at the back of the neck.
Talking about musician.
Yeah, she literally hisses.
She won't like this, but that's because their windpipe is at the back, not the front. They breathe through to the back, and if you want to strangle an elf, you go in through the back, not the front.
Oh, good to know.
She has told them that before.
So you have to be aware of this. If you wish to throttle an elf, you come in at the back and you squeeze with your fingertips and push in like this as you go in behind her neck. You go like this, and push. Now,
Birdie walks past with a notebook. Okay.
No, Birdie's nowhere near here.
I mean, to be fair, a garrote's 360, so it's still...
Amenemite will pipe up at that point and say, you should also note that if you do that to an elf in polite company, they are likely to kill you or throw you in jail. It's highly taboo.
There are certain taboos that are the case amongst elves. They don't like being touched at the back of their necks.
Right, okay.
They just don't like it. They consider it to be a taboo area.
Fair enough.
Well,
right, most people don't enjoy
assault.
it. Well,
assault, taboo, whatever they wish to call it. What matters is that you understand this if you're ever going to be dealing with her. You'll notice, if you open your mouth, please, you'll see that the throat works differently, goes right down to the back, and the spinal column works around the sides and twists.
Oh, yes.
You'll see that.
Finger in mouth.
If only they don't have a gag reflex like us, unfortunately.
After Amenemite gagged.
Caught out. So be aware of that. Another part that you must be aware of, take off your rock, please. Now, take a look at the abdomen. Right. Unlike humans, it says they have cartilage right down the front, effectively like abdominal armor. And the bones are almost fused across, but have motion and motility. The bones are finer, but also fused in a way that ours simply aren't. Their rib cage is completely different to ours.
Like an internal chainmail.
Similar, yes.
Right.
Think of the material that your nose is made of,
yes.
right there. That is what the entirety of their abdomen is made of. Right down, they protect their internal organs far more carefully than we do. We're just big pouches of whatever happens to come out when we open up. As I'm sure you're going to see relatively soon, given the way you tend to travel.
Well, yes, I have. I've actually seen it from Luitpold once before.
Oh, right. Well.
He had a friend, to be fair, that time, he had a breastplate. It was excellent. And, well, the creature that we were fighting just opened him up like I suppose a tin opener isn't a thing here. like a thing that opens things.
Unfastened, yes. So, right, so now that we've done that, let's take a look at this. She's got an infection. You can tell. Now, if we take a look here, look at the if you take a look at her inner thigh here. Now, it looks like a normal wound for us. This is not a normal wound for her. You can tell because there's a slight paling around it. That shows that she has got herself an infection. And that is what is causing her body to drop in temperature. She's feeling far too cold. Now, we can increase the temperature, which will make her feel more comfortable, but it will stop the infection from being cleared up. Unfortunately, elven infections, or what tends to infect their bodies, are quite different to ours, and most texts do not cover the necessary, let's say, poultices that will be able to reduce those swellings and infections. She's just going to have to fight her way through this. Unfortunately, she says, now, it's time for the good father.
Right, excellent. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate the lesson.
As an aside, given the weaponry used, would Birdie have any idea what was on the blade, given that she's also got low poison?
Yeah, do your lower poison roll. The father's going to be far more traditional, I think you'll find.
2 successes.
Superb. It's, you think, let's take it from your angle. You think that it is a poison that is frequently used by clans that were external to the Middenheim clans that you were aware of. And they would use it to slow, debilitate, and generally harry an enemy, and often because they didn't want to kill them. Now, in terms of resolving it, time. It's not something that's designed to poison and kill. It's designed to slow down and allow the other party to be much easier to track.
Great, so I don't have to tell them anything.
I think that's fair.
Don't have to explain that then.
As for the good father, what did he do? Because he's a mess.
Yes.
Hello, father. How are you?
I feel alright, actually, yeah. I feel pretty good.
How's your bones? Ow! Yep, it's broken. You can tell it's broken.
I already knew it was broken. The woman said it and put it in a splint.
And then sheer agony as she moves it. If you bring your hand down here, we're going to have to move this because it's not been set correctly.
Right, okay.
You'll find that this is very common for wizards and witches and similar. What they do is they rely upon their magic to set things. Unfortunately, they don't do it correctly. This bone has been badly set. We're going to have to re-break it. I apologise, Father.
So do you want to...
Give me a moment to center myself.
I'll give you something to chew on.
Some weird root?
Do you want some weird root?
I've got my bag, haven't I?
Yeah.
That will help. I would suggest chewing on it now.
Uh-huh.
Get the root in you. So you'll find this frequently with wizards. Often with some priests as well. They think they've done a marvellous job. They have done anything but. And what they've done is they've often left long-lasting wounds and issues that will plague them for the rest of their lives. We, as surgeons, can easily resolve this by simply breaking it with a nice clean hammer blow.
Right, excellent. Could I do this?
Absolutely.
Good.
Really, Doctor? Do you think maybe you should demonstrate for him, this being the first time he's had to do it?
It is fortunately a very easy thing to do, and he's got quite a strong arm, I'm sure. Well, he's going to have a strong arm after he's done this a few times.
It's all angles. It's all angles.
It is, indeed. Right, we're going to have to take this off.
Just for the record, they're not using my Warhammer.
The good doctor brings around her...
She has some...
She does have the tools and passes it over to you and points out exactly where you need to strike and requests a help from Elric and from Birdie.
Elric's
Because
there? Well, she's slandered wizards. Okay.
no, you're not there. You don't
went
request you
right.
now
Okay.
because he needs to be held down. And she says, "I apologise. This is going to hurt like a bugger." Well, maybe not actually. From all reports, that doesn't hurt so much, but this is going to hurt a lot. She says, "Right, if you take this,
Thank you. Been through worse, Luitpold.
Brace.
Now, the bone is already broken, so this is going to be nothing more than a quick, sharp blow here, where
Yes.
the break already is.
Right.
I'll hold this part. You hold his shoulders, you hold his feet. Father, you ready?
Wait. Maybe put like
Yeah,
belt
yeah,
between
yeah.
so he doesn't bite his
Yeah,
tongue
totally.
off.
Cool test for you, and
Do I get that modified? 'cause of
melee
the matrix?
test, basic for you, to make sure that you get this strike on target and
Melee.
well.
No.
Plus 20 though, you can take your time to line this bad boy up.
Is it like when you go to surgery where you can mark the arm where you meant to hit? Because I feel like you're
Or
going to get your right
can I
arm
assist
broke.
him into a melee test and move my arm into the right
No, you
place?
cannot.
But the
You mean
doctor
watching
can-
by any chance?
The doctor will assist him.
Sure.
Good swift blow or a terrible blow?
We're easy, isn't it? So
Yeah,
plus
yeah.
20.
Plus
Plus brawl, so
That's 4.
Superb.
Really good. Good
it's melee
lad.
basic.
Oh, it's melee basic?
Yeah,
Still
amazing.
4.
Still 4.
It's indeed. Now, oh, tears don't come to his eye because he has no eyes. But if he did, he grieves the fact that he can't cry because that really hurts. As she goes, excellent. Now we have to rebind it as she goes through the whole process of getting that limb back in place.
Right, good, excellent.
Every day's a school day.
Superb. Good job, well done. Don't walk into Moore's portals anymore. Doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying.
That wasn't what happened.
This
You've
is going
got
to
a-
give us a perfect
you've got a flipping
opportunity
gag on.
to do some proper stitching because the stitching that has been done, this stitching here is terrible. This is going to scar badly. Look at this, what's been done to the arm.
No, I agree.
Yes, this is absolutely terrible. As for his buttocks,
Would I look tough though?
as for his buttocks, he
Can
says,
we all see
if
this
anything,
bum?
that's worse.
Yeah,
So,
what's he wearing at this point?
pardon, like probably a loincloth and little else.
Poor Luitpold.
Yeah, poor Luitpold.
Not even your dignity.
It means you'll all get to see the massive scar that he's got there.
Yeah, because that one I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, so let's get stitching. We're going to have to unpick what's done, re-stitch it back up. We're going to have to reopen this wound here. It's been very badly put together. That's going to leave a big puckered mess. So this is where we have to be very careful. We use this particular scalpel, this particular blade, as she takes you step by step through opening, reopening, closing wounds, and then afterwards leeching him to ensure that he has less infection in his body and maggoting over one part of it, which as far as she's concerned has already gained itself an infection. She straps on a small jar, wraps it round with leather tongs, and says, the maggots will do the rest of the job there. We'll leave the jar on though, because these ones in particular tend to wander.
Right, good to know.
What about his
Excellent.
humors? Are his humors okay?
I don't know.
I think it's fair to say
I don't feel very fucking funny.
he has been in a better mood. Buttocks.
He seems
Are you
quite
ready?
melancholic. We should trepan him.
Right, on your back. No, flip over. Buttocks. The buttocks are fortunately quite easy.
What's happened to your bum?
She got a star right up her bum.
I thought it was leg.
No, that was the leg, wasn't
Oh,
it?
yeah, leg.
No,
Yeah.
leg.
Yeah.
No, your buttocks are fine.
Yeah,
It's your
turn around
buttocks are-
like.
Drop the cakes. Just like, all right.
She's into the butt stuff.
Just wanted to
Doctor.
check, I guess. The doctor's very thorough.
Oh, my shoulder. Drop your trousers.
Until eventually everybody is tended. At the end of it, you sit down in her cabin for some time as you hear the baby warbling in the way in the background and in the next cabin. As she takes you through all of the issues and the various infections that they possibly have and what you need to buy. You're not training as an apothecary. You're not training how to build all the necessary medicines. What you're training is how to use the medicines. But that doesn't mean that you don't necessarily understand how they all work.
The kit that Elric got me,
Yes.
the very fancy kit.
Fancy.
That had some good stuff in it, right? Would that have had most of the things?
It will have had a host of pills that will have helped. The Warhammer world, unlike the real world, has got particularly advanced medicine.
Oh, good.
In a way that many people don't expect, because there's not just the learned knowledge, they've also got received knowledge which has come from the gods, which has ensured that certain aspects of health have been understood in a way that they just haven't, they never were in the real world, because we don't have a handy god sitting there going, no, use that one. That one's not poison. That one actually helps you. By the way, this is how you actually do real medicine. But beyond that, they've also got other species who have got very high levels of knowledge and magic, which also grants access to knowledge, and also demonologists who get access to knowledge through another route. But let's not discuss that because
That's
that's
interesting.
bad.
No, it's
No.
not. Hear that?
Definitely fine.
I want to get like a little water spray anytime you oh my god. No.
Just get a clicker.
The perfume bottles.
Alamenowith will ask to speak to Gerhardt. And see if he arrives in her room.
All right, 1 second. I think I've got to finish up here, but sure, I'll be
You go
right
and
over.
speak- Yeah, go and sit. She's just in the next room.
Just how do I notice if let's say there is an infection, but you don't know, like there's no external piece, for example. So I
And
noticed.
like an internal wound. Is that what you?
Yeah, something like that. So I noticed that Birdie recently, when I was administering once again some first aid, that she actually we have to go and see Birdie, to be fair, because she's got an infection now as well.
Oh, does she?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
forgot about
yeah.
that. Glad you remembered.
Yeah. I gave it to you.
You don't
No, I know, I know, I don't know that. Yes, so she's got an infection as well.
Are you certain?
Yep, 100%.
Right. Right. So let's find out.
While Gerhardt is busy,
Please
Yume
God,
will
don't
go
ever have a
to see
thermometer.
Alamenowith and offer a blessing if you want it.
Oh, thank you.
Alamenowith, Greta's in the corner breastfeeding as she looks up and goes, very good to see you. Do you like your new cabin?
Yes, it's lovely, thank you.
Marvellous. If only we could get some decent furniture. Do you think there's any chance we could persuade everyone to stop off at Kemperbad, get some furniture? Some good chests, perhaps? Something similar?
I think they were rushing
Yes.
a little bit, but we could sell off this stuff and then have more
I
money
don't
to
think
buy.
that it's wise to sell that in Kemperbad.
No, I mean like we rush off to the next bit and then sell the stuff off near where we're going.
Well, again, there's only small villages around there from what I can tell. If we want to sell this at a major city, there's not really one in the direction that we're currently going in, unfortunately. I mean, we could pick up more goods when we were in Kemperbad. We've got a lot of space in the hold, but we don't have a lot of money left, at least in terms of the company money.
Well, if we want to hurry, we could. I think we're stopping to get some crew, maybe. So.
Well, that will take a certain amount of time. Could certainly have a little check around to see if we can get some chests in, because that will just be useful. Expensive, but useful. Right.
Yeah, I.
Apparently she wants to lay hands on you.
That is not what she said, Greg.
Yes, it is.
Maybe when she's feeling better for that one.
Please just do.
She gets flustered very easily.
Am I chill?
Yeah, totally.
Okay, and the hardiness. But I'm taking out my book this time to do it.
Oh.
Because it's not one of them. It's a proper one. So you get to reverse, I think. Reroll your next
toughness test.
test.
Oh, sweet. That's good for when you're healing overnight.
Nice.
Right, so other than that,
Reverse.
there's a few other small bits to do. Number one, it obviously hurts, but now you're on the receiving end of some very neat stitching and some less neat stitching from Gerhardt. But he's got to learn somewhere.
He's also stitched his initials into your
I
back.
spent a long time being very obsessed with fashion, so my stitching is still pretty good from that.
And what's your dexterity?
Well,
But it will be
Never
better
mind.
than the stitching he did on his chest wound.
Oh, yeah.
So there's
yeah.
progress.
Definitely
Yeah.
progress.
I'm like your workbook, like a testament to your
You're a
improvement, right?
sampler.
You're his
That's a
thesis.
C, there's a B, A star, well done.
Yeah, you're officially a sampler of his needlework.
You're busy, obviously, up above, and you can hear the humming of a halfling working away in the kitchens. She pretty much incessantly talks her way through every single dish that she's doing. She explains everything she's doing as she goes. Now I'm going to be putting in this, then I'm going to be putting in that. Then we'll get ourselves a little bit of that. That's not enough. Spit. Oh, that tastes a lot better. Lovely.
Did we solve the infection problem?
Your infection problem?
Yeah.
No. No.
Do we have any?
No. There's definitely something wrong, but I'm not sure what it is. We just need to wait for it to develop.
Could it?
We require more symptoms.
All right.
Right.
I did come across a. Just before I met you, yes.
No, you showed me that particular.
Not
we
that
discussed
one.
it.
No,
A different
not
one.
that different thing. It's actually sort of what got me onto the idea of learning about medicine and all that sort of thing. But we were in a. Anyway, do you know of Purple Brain Fever.
That's exactly what I thought you were going to say.
Oh, right. I
And
thought
yes.
you were talking about the hand.
You told me that you cured.
No,
Yeah.
have you
Yes.
still got
Yes.
that hand, by the way?
I do still have the hand. Yes. Hello.
Has it spread?
Yeah,
Right, so
haven't-
I
let's
think
turn that
it's. I think we've reached a point where we need to start doing some investigations. So let's get the scalpel, let's sterilize it, and
What?
see how deep it goes.
Do you need me to hold it
Again?
down?
From the other room. Yes, Father, I think that would be wise.
Would it be prudent that she'd ask Elric to look in as well? Just because she felt it was magical, right?
She did, but that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that she necessarily thinks that you'll be able to do anything.
have-
She won't, because she has a certain intellectual superiority in all things.
We have,
I
we have
mean,
dug
she
around
doesn't
in there
see
before.
magic.
Yeah, quite. Let's have a little look. We're going to go quite deep with this one, so we're going to use the very sharp, fine blade. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Now, I would suggest that
No,
you
I'm
don't,
just going to-
because you need to understand
Yes,
exactly how
exactly.
much pain you're going to be inflicting on other people.
balls.
No, there's
Just
no
give me,
chance.
Give me the stick. Give me the
There
biting
is
stick.
absolutely no chance you're going to be able to do this to yourself, because our natural inclination is to stop. We can't do it. It takes a lot of training before one can commit surgery to one's own body. However, it's not so hard for someone on the external side. So, hold this hand in place, will you?
Is there popcorn in this world?
Okay, you can do yourself a cool test. It requires 3 successes not to scream out like the screamy McScreamer you
Can
possibly
I
could be.
give him a little blessing of courage?
Of course you can.
No, I can't. We're chill.
Yeah,
We're chill. Yeah. We're done. Yeah. So you
Uh,
can reverse your cool test if you failed.
Is it because I'm cool? Well,
Or
Because
look.
he's not.
I can reverse it, can I?
Yeah, but only... Yeah, for
if you
basic.
failed, yeah.
Yeah, which I did fail. So success then.
How many?
Three.
3. Exactly on!
Yeah.
You can hold it. You're sweating. Sweat dribbling down your side as she cuts in deep
Remember Sigmar's
into
words,
the
my
palm. And
Don't be a bitch.
the worst part of it is you feel the scrape across the bone as she goes down, and she purposely nicks it. And then says, "Look," and takes a small instrument and pushes it apart.
Oh.
Holy shit, that hurts. As the flesh sparks, you get to see all the internal workings of your hand, and there's the purple bone.
It's down to the bone now, is it?
Now that is unfortunate and was my concern. Now, if we're lucky, this is part of a process. It's on a parabolic curve. It will go up, then it'll go back down again. It will eventually wear off. Alternatively, it will spread. Now, given that it's still on your hand and hasn't spread further than your wrist, it suggests that it is not spreading. It has been over a week.
It's been well more than a week.
Yeah, it's been well over a week.
All right. So this is going to return.
So
is
I
it?
have a feeling that either this is as far as it's going to go,
Right.
or it will slowly fade away.
Elric's not in the room, is he?
No, he's not.
Okay. All right. Well, let's
All right,
do it back up again. Do I do that myself?
unclip it yourself.
Oh.
Cool
okay.
test. Cool test. This
Don't
is
have your thing
this is a
anymore.
big 5 needed for this one.
Oh, I can't get 5. It's
you
impossible.
can. No, you can.
You could have
Critical.
You could crit.
Oh,
Yeah,
I,
you could
well, I
crit.
haven't. One success.
Also,
One success. So that's enough for him to get in there. He gives it a go, and he's like, "I can't," as sweat is pouring down, and he's like, "Ha ha!" And she just goes clip and pulls it straight out. Oh, and it just sort of all falls down, and she says, "Now stitching. Stitching, you should be able to do yourself." It's only a cool test requiring 2 successes.
Okay, lovely stuff. I realise I've been looking at the wrong stat, which is nice. I'm better at cool than I thought I was. Crit.
Superb! And he very carefully stitches the whole thing in, sticking it in, pulling it through, sticking it in.
He
pulling it
likes
through,
stitching.
until
What can I
eventually
say?
Yeah.
the suturing is finished.
All right.
He's not going to
There
let
you
someone
go.
else stitch him.
That was a good job.
All right.
Very good.
Oh. It's not purple on the outside, is it? The hand.
Oh yeah, purple. You've got a purple hand.
Okay, right. Yep. Back on.
Yeah, you've got a purple hand.
Is it purple on both sides or just like
Just
on
the palm.
That's the palm.
And bone.
But it goes right down to his bone.
Did you get purple stitching thread just to match you?
Gold.
Did the
Yeah,
doctor
purple
think
gold,
to go
that's
through
good.
like the back to see like if it's like a straight line down? Or...
No, didn't go quite that far because poor Gerhardt.
And infection. Like, you don't want to
And
make too
you
many
don't want
cuts.
exactly. Keep it nice and clean.
Keep it safe. Keep it safe.
Okay.
Second sale roll, please, for the afternoon.
Go ahead, come and talk.
0 successes.
we're just on. I've got 5. You need 5 to get through this stretch. But that's enough. We're okay. It's fraught, difficult, this stretch. You're requiring help, and help will probably be requested at some point. Who is most likely to be on the receiving? Say you're in a mess, and not you. Perhaps Gerhardt. He's wanting to go.
Maybe
Elric.
Elric.
He's just
Elric,
not his
Elric.
hand, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, good
Elric.
point.
It
So
would be
Elric
Elric,
seems
I think.
likely.
Yeah.
Elric, you can just do yourself an agility test. Just neat.
did you say strength?
No, I said agility.
It would be better.
I can also
agility.
help.
Yep, feel free.
One success.
See that helps.
Yeah.
That helps.
3 successes.
The barge is supposed to be crewed by 3 because it's a big barge, but they've got skilled crews, so they can crew it with fewer. But having those extra hands means you can just hold on to an extra rope or 2 while the barge makes its way through, and tighten when tightening is requested.
I'm glad we're recording that you said I'm a skilled
You're
boatman now.
you're definitely a skilled
Awesome.
boatman.
Elric's rope is attached to nothing, but he's just holding it.
I'm helping. Did you say you want to speak to Elric, or was it Gerhardt?
No.
Gerhardt, are you going to go over and see Alan anyway?
No. Look, as we have, proper cabins now.
Come in. Comes Greta.
Oh yes, of course. Right.
Greta, can you go out for a minute while I say something to Gerhardt?
Oh. 20 minutes? She says as she gets
5.
up. That doesn't surprise me. She nods, says hello, passes by.
Okay. Hello,
It's
you
a
wanted to see
miracle
me?
she's so happy.
I mean, yes, it is. Still
I've been thinking.
winds me the fuck up. I'm not going to lie.
She does it on purpose.
Say again?
She does it on purpose.
I don't like it. That's why.
I've been thinking about the Dark Master and what the lady said to us.
Right. Okay. I've been trying to actively not do that, but sure. What do you think?
Well, I was thinking to begin with, I thought that poor person had just damned themselves. Then I was thinking, if it was one of my people, then if that god wasn't born yet, then maybe in their arrogance, they thought that they had a chance to change its temperament. Just like what we're doing when we try to hide in the hidden parts of the future and change the outcome of this event. And that Dark Master's doing the same thing.
So it's almost self-fulfillment.
No, it's trying to take something that is inevitable and change it
To its own ends.
to its own ends. If a god has yet to be born, then you can, if you're powerful enough, you can decide what that god is.
Yes, because the idea is, well, that we were discussing is whether if you believe in something enough, it will.
Or you could even become it.
Well, exactly. So yes, I've got to be honest. I'm sort of in the mood where it's, and I'm glad not Eric Luitpold's out of earshot.
All the way at the other end of the vessel.
Yeah.
Well, there's a cute sense hearing.
Yeah, I know that. Ed knows that. Gerhardt doesn't know it. Because quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned, fuck the gods collectively. After everything we've seen, it's bollocks.
Oh no.
Your spidey sense.
My sense is tingling.
A disturbance in the force, perchance?
And I know that's quite an alternate thing to say. I understand what it means. But after all the stuff that we've been doing, and for that to happen to Luitpold, based on that, is bollocks.
It's because they are not the same as us. The Aether, I told you, is fundamentally different. To try to understand it is futile. So my entreatment to you would be, have that feeling, that thought, but take the emotion out of it.
Fine.
I'll pause you there for that moment when Batilda says, I'm staying up. You go down, yeah? Mm-hmm. And I'll use these two to keep me going for a bit. All I need to do is hold the ones at the front, and we'll maybe get a few extra hours out of the day, all right?
Sure. Okay.
Nap. Provided with some help, you two
Birdie will
Agility
know
still.
what
Oh,
elemental
fuck
are.
me, she critted.
Ah,
Hey.
done.
I think no, but it still requires just in case you fumble.
3 successes.
Holy
Six
Cremolian, she
successes.
really critted.
I have good agility.
Yeah. We are sailing. We did better without you. That was a mighty crit. So I'm gonna make really good going. Clearly, you're gonna arrive at the locks before the day is out.
Cool.
Perfect. So you're gonna arrive at the top of the locks, make your way all the way down through the lock system.
So Birdie's going to go downstairs, and instead of rather than going to her hammock up there, she's going to climb in with Alamanawai because it's warmer.
Currently, Alamanawai is with Gerhard.
Well, she'll just climb into Alamanawai's hammock and just look
She spawns in and climbs in with
How
Alamanawai.
big are these hammocks?
alright.
Because you're both quite big.
We'll try.
Specially adapted. Having a okay. All right.
Well, when you're finished, I don't care. Carry on. I'm going to sleep. And you know she sleeps like the dead.
Yeah, that's true.
Because emotions have power. If you want to think about things, and you clearly do, try to think about them more rationally.
Fine.
Don't be upset about it.
Don't be upset about it. Just think about it rationally and calmly. That is the best advice I can give you. And it is possibly, given the kind of person you are, inquisitive, intellectual, curious, the piece of advice that is going to be most important in keeping your soul as clean as possible. Luitpold will tell you not to think about it. But that's just impossible.
Well, as soon as somebody tells you not to think about a thing, all you think about is that thing.
Exactly.
Right.
So I would say take a leaf out of the Light College's book and realize that drama is the most important subject. And that is because they do not feel anymore. So they study drama to understand other people. Be like a light magister. Take your feelings out of it.
Okay. Yes, that's a good idea. Thank you for that advice.
Thank you for listening. Goes to
Close.
sleep.
Close the door.
Up on the upper deck, the sounds of life can be heard from the docks up there. There's often a queue to get down into the lock systems, but not today. Because you didn't pass anyone, there was no one else making their way down this length of the stair. You're straight into the lock systems and will be down and out of it by tomorrow morning. So tomorrow morning you can make yourself ready. If you want to just crash in your barge for the night, you can do so. Blatilda and Birdie can deal with the thing making its way down step by step by step by step until eventually you're ready to go the next morning. Anyone who wants to have themselves a little side adventure inside Kemperbad, this is the time to do it because there's an entire night yawning ahead of you. Alternatively, you may decide not to do so. If that occurs, it will be in a little sidey stream where we will record that individually. It's up to them whether they do so.
Barge dog. Let's get a
It
barge
could be
dog.
the day where we get a barge dog. 'cause
Elric is going to go looking for Sybil, see if she showed up.
Perfect. So that'd be a perfect one. Find a time, pop on over. We can spend an hour and a half, organise it all out.
I would like to know how much money we have left from the chest because
Won't know until these two sit down and organise it all up. They
In
haven't
our
done it yet
side
because
adventure,
someone
when we
was
buy a
super
barge
ill.
dog.
Yes.
please
Do you
let
want to
me
come
know.
and buy a barge dog?
Yeah, well, I would like to then take some of the money to run out. So
Of course,
whatever
of course.
we've got left after that.
So we'll just pick up from the next day. Side adventures notwithstanding. The journey from Kemperbad down towards the observatory could take a length of time. She's hoping it'll be done within a day or two. It depends entirely on the traffic on the river, and the traffic on the main Reik is significantly higher. It also depends upon things like great ships sitting inside the Reik, and are they stopping passage? Are there any trade blockades up? Have things gone a bit weird on the River Reik since you were last here? Turns out there's no trade blockade, which is a good thing for everyone and all concerned because you're traders. You wouldn't like to see your own...
Legitimate traders.
Yeah, indeed. There is still a great ship there, though. A vessel that, in terms of size, if that's the great ship, your barge is like this big.
It's a great ship.
It is a great ship. It's got a crew of well over 1,000. And Marines line the length of it on the top decks, largely to look as impressive as it possibly can. There are row upon row upon row upon row of cannons and two huge aft and forecastles. Well, not two of each.
Did
One
we,
at each end.
Did we get any news on the way past about political upheaval in the city?
That you will get through individual little streams if you pick it up. But I will let you do.
Just because I think one thing might be...
You're definitely going to go, and you're definitely going to go. You two, I'll do a gossip test. You're going to be moving down through the locks and then probably sleeping. You're going to pop out. I'll let you do a gossip test as well.
I think he would have found stuff out.
Do yourself a gossip test as well.
Okay.
You're more likely to be studying your book
terrible at it.
and learning the true nature of physiology and stuff. So you got nothing.
4 successes.
4 successes and
5 successes.
superb. Right,
What
so
I
let's-
would like to do is
yes.
because Lucas he's got schema,
Yes, he does.
and it's one political question each thing.
Just hold that thought.
You do your schema.
No,
Yeah.
let me find out if the thing I think might happen has happened, and then you might have
So
something.
what
to
do you think has happened?
That all the wizards have been expelled from Kemperbad.
Interesting is exactly the first one I was going to go for too. All wizards have been expelled from Kemperbad. You will get that one. And indeed, that's going to be, should we do that as a side stream, one of your core bits. You're not allowed in.
Well, he's not identifiable right now.
Exactly. That doesn't mean that you're allowed in.
Yeah.
So yes, all wizards have been expelled from Kemperbad. Blanket expelled. Kicked out. It is not to be. That's number 1. Number 2 on your side, the Trots are currently encamped outside the city of Kemperbad.
Oh, they made their
That's
way.
number 2. Number 3, and your last one before I move over to Yume and the things that she picks up. Your third one is that the ruling council of Kemperbad is currently in a state of absolute flux. They are torn down 2 different routes as to which way they should be moving forward, largely because of all the political upheavals in Altdorf. But exactly what the individual camps are, you can leave that up to your own knowledge, and you can then add in extra details. You've got a slightly different angle on all of this stuff. Number 1, prostitution has just been outlawed, and it's caused an enormous amount of upset from the prostitutes, if not anyone else.
If I'm
And
speaking to prostitutes, I would have 6 successes as well. So
they're really unhappy. And yeah, quite. It's being forced underground, which is an inevitable outcome. The Cult of Ronald is delighted because this has effectively allowed them to corner a whole host of nefarious prostitution rings.
pimps.
Yeah, quite. And that, as far as they're concerned, is a good thing. From your perspective, the Cult of Ronald has been working for this for some time to get it outlawed. And they've been working with the Cult of Sigmar to bring it about. Not that the Cult of Sigmar knows that they've been gently and coercively, in some cases, supported by the Cult of Ronald. This has caused an outrage in a variety of different fronts and has caused a rise of Sigmarism. There's been several riots related to Sigmar in town, and one of the riots was put down just yesterday by an actual charge of white wolves of Ulrich. 5 of them came out of the temple and charged into the middle of what was a large, not peaceful demonstration, and effectively laid about with their hammers until everybody ran away. And they did, for what is almost certainly very wise reasons. But that has turned into a siege of sorts around the Temple of Ulrich, where a whole bunch of banner-waving, hammer-waving, flagellant-waving Sigmarites and those who consider themselves to be staunch supporters of the only correct religion in all of the Empire are gathered around this great square temple as if they can somehow make a difference to its giant stone walls. They are mostly getting sworn at by just a few white wolves at the top who are doing things like this. Sign of Ulrich, because it's the god of rock.
It's the wolves.
As the wolves just sit up there, mostly laughing down at the people on the outside of their walls. Occasionally they throw bits and pieces at them like bones or anything else, causing general outrage. You get to watch that. They're actually hilarious. Just sitting up there, taking pot shots at a rabble, really, who are milling around, realizing that no matter how faithful they are, really thick stone walls are really effective, and they really don't want to be trying to climb those, and it would be illegal anyway. They're not happy. So that's what you learn.
Cool.
You come back to the barge. If you wish to bring any of that to the party.
The Trots are here, but they have been here for some time. They were employed by the council, much as the Trots are in many places, to provide additional support. Kemperbad's a free town, so it can't raise its own regiments in the same way.
And you're sure they're not here because they detected
Oh,
Gregson
yes,
while
positive.
we were away from the barge?
They were here last time.
In such numbers?
So when the prostitution was outlawed, if it's a free town, it's just in Kemp.
Yes, it's Kemperbad.
It's a real bad time for the prostitutes here as well.
I wondered if that the wizards have been banished, I think, because the elves are moving and from Altdorf.
Sorry, what? The wizards have been banished because the elves are moving from Outdoor?
Yes,
This is some kind of code.
It does, yes.
no.
You did not explain that particularly well, says Greta.
There's a lot of blank faces looking at you.
There are elves in Kemperbad. There are elves in Altdorf. And with all the troubles in Altdorf, it is likely that the elves in Altdorf will want to move. But they wouldn't come here if there were wizards here.
But
Oh.
why?
Yeah, why?
They're in Altdorf where the colleges are.
Yes, but they don't like them. And there are different factions of elves.
I understand, but they would leave a place that has loads of wizards that they've happily, well, begrudgingly maybe, stayed in, but they won't go to a town that has a very small amount of wizards.
No, what you're not understanding is the things that she's not telling you.
Greta.
I mean,
Funny that.
that's not too shocking.
And I'll admit, you could have said this much simpler. The elves want to come to Kemperbad. They want to. And the local council said they could only come if they would accept defence responsibilities. The only way that they would accept a large number, an influx. And they said no. And they said why. And they eventually found out why. They didn't want to fight alongside the college wizards. They wanted to have the same deal that they had in Marienburg, which was if they were going to provide magical support, they provided the only magical support. There would be no other magical support at all. So they came to a deal. And elves, I believe, are making their way right now up to Kemperbad, leaving Altdorf. And they intend to ensconce themselves here lest it turn to civil war. They don't want to be in the capital. They don't want to be on the receiving end of anyone firing anything in their direction. They've chosen a free town to make their independence stand.
I think Kemperbad are going to be neutral. They won't be called upon against your father.
See, the reason that having no wizards is a good thing, which means that if the electrocounts call upon the wizards, they can't be called to hurt Kemperbad because they won't be there. Kemperbad can maintain its neutrality. The second is a single wizard there. The elves will be dragged into one side or the other according to where the individual colleges are pooled. They don't have freedom at all. They're basically weapons, and which is why the elves want nothing to do with them, because they will be at the whim of the political masters. It's nothing to do with wizards themselves. It's to do with the fact that the colleges of magic have been instituted in such a fashion that they are effectively slaves.
Okay, the other thing to be aware of then, if that is the case, is all of these movements, and we know that there are people who are doing things behind the scenes. We'll just bring up the hand as a slight offering. And we know, well, my father knows, which means that this is good information, that Kemperbad has got a reasonable amount of Purple Hand-based activity going on here. So all of these movements and changes politically kind of does ring true to that. So these changes might be what is required and what is wanted.
I think in this case it is more the Trots wanted this.
It is.
And they threatened to withdraw their troops if this did not happen.
Is that
Not-
the case?
So
It's
why would
not
the
this.
Trots why would they wish for?
Because Kemperbad is rich and will be neutral. There was only one option for Kemperbad before, and that is that they would fall on the Emperor's side, because they had college wizards here. Now they can be neutral. My father can come here. He could treat here.
Well, it doesn't seem to be that neutral if you're getting the troops that are working with my father in the first place. That, if anything,
it's a
that's
different
a banner.
company.
It's
Oh,
completely
It's not
different company.
Absalom.
right.
Yes,
Oh, okay. Well,
because
that's.
he
Well,
has.
nobody tells me these things. If I don't know that that's the case, then I'm just going to assume what I assume, which is.
That's
what I
why
assume.
her father has mercenary companies, so they can fight each other.
Interest. So there's this. That is very. But they all ultimately report to Zeneca.
Oh, no,
No.
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 Right.
No,
It's
much
clever.
Do you
it's-
have
It's
any?
complicated. I represented all of them at one point. I was the one who would go around and speak to
I don't really mind.
various employers,
what
but
point
none
now.
of them were mine.
Right.
They are responsible to their individual commanders. All of the commanders have got their individual contracts, which they have to see through, and sometimes those contracts bring them onto separate sides. Normally, we try to avoid that, but
Interesting.
it can happen.
Do you? Has there been cases or reports of certain commanders maybe going a little bit more rogue?
Yes, frequently.
Right.
And that has caused issues in the past. It was one of the things that I was brought on to try and resolve because so many men with so many opinions, I came in and just ignored them all. It was my job.
Interesting. And you've, well, you may have come across this in your time. You may not have done. When those individuals have maybe not towed the line in the right way, is that more than just
Not
plain...
towed the line is an interesting place. You tend to find it as normally when they've reached an economic stability, where they think that they no longer need to rely upon the larger model, so to speak.
Well, this is what I mean. Is it a point of personal arrogance and avarice for more?
Usually,
or
yes.
is this okay? That's the usual
usually.
cases, but no other cases of anything a little bit more.
No,
bleh.
the mercenaries. The mercenaries.
Yes,
And I know
they're
that's obvious,
mercenaries.
but they are the mercenaries, and
Right.
it typically reaches the point where they think that they can do better by themselves because they have succeeded. And often they don't realize that their success has come from being part of the larger company.
A franchise.
Yeah. And I think that's a good way of viewing it, yes. Here in Kemperbad, they have managed to secure themselves a very good independent place where possibly they could land on either side of the upcoming war rather than definitely being on the Emperor's side.
Interesting.
Which, as Alamino have correctly stated, if the college had been here, they would be on the Emperor's side. The city relies upon magical defense of some kind. If they don't have any, they will lose, they will fall. Now they have elven support. So it's a
Good.
thing.
No, very good to know. Thank you.
So there's that.
Yeah,
Prostitutes.
prostitutes. I think I might need to go back and talk to the Ranaldons, actually, make sure that like they're not gonna take advantage of the prostitutes. I feel like this is the start of a smuggling ring that I really don't think should be happening.
Ranaldons.
I'll see what I can do.
So, sail test. Let's see if we've got any events come out of this as well. I don't.
0 successes.
0 successes. This is an easy stretch of water. I have 5, so we're good.
Do we manage
Yes.
to get anyone in Kemperbad?
Oh, Kemperbad. Yes,
Oh,
we're
yeah,
looking for
crew,
Al. Yeah, that's a very good point. I'll do a quick couple of tests. Greta can hire these because she's got the best bits. Yeah.
Lucas-
Can I
First,
be with
Lucas
her
would have
so I can
supported.
do an empathic intuition, like, are these
Yes.
people on the level?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
What would you like to
No
know from her?
purple hand, no red crown.
In the morning on the night. So let's lay it all out first. Number 1, they will come the next day because they'll be off and they'll come in. Greta has into double figure successes, so we're going to presume we've got good people at a decent price.
Do you not want to know what she...
On the empathy side, though, if anyone wants to do an intuition test to check
Yes.
these fellows, can do I want to do this? I sort of do. Yeah, I sort of do.
Father could be good to kind of
Yeah.
pure.
So
4 successes and a crit.
I do the test.
Oh, that's a shame.
Sadly.
Can I keep that for later?
But this is on your hammock when you wake up the next morning
So they're totally legit.
Yeah.
before they arrive.
Oh.
They'll be arriving after this.
Are any of them prostitutes in disguise?
All of them. Looking for new work.
I'd be good at ropes then.
Rope work.
Personal experience.
Oh, I need to add that to that career.
Fast hands.
I've already given them fast hands, but rope work, very important.
Yes.
How did this?
You've no idea. It just was there.
Right. Boat meeting.
Before the arrival of the new crew, boat meeting.
Boat meeting. Wherever. Dumpling.
Would you like some tea? I've got some extra tea that I've been putting on the boil. I've also got myself a whole bunch of new calf which just been shipped in all the way up
beautiful.
from Altdorf. It's absolutely delicious. I reckon you should have that with a little, just a touch of cinnamon and chocolate. It tastes absolutely lovely. You know they don't call it chocolate there though. They call it chocolato. Why do they call it chocolato? I don't know why they call it chocolato, but they actually call it chocolato. Would you like it with a bit of chocolato as well? We even have ourselves just a bit of sugar.
Right. Yes. Excellent. So, sounds good. And
I'll go get you served. And she runs off.
some biscuits.
Biscuits, yep.
What
Right.
is the meeting about?
Number one. Has anybody seen? Felt? Any other presences on the boat? That isn't.
Can I use my
I'm
credit?
assuming not. but-
As the dog, have we?
I'm kidding.
The answer is no.
Right. Okay. This has turned up. It's a letter, obviously, because you can all see this. Sorry, Father. I shall read
Will
it
you
aloud.
read it out?
Yes. Caster, right? Problem first, immediately. Yes. Darling is second word, so clearly knows. Things cannot continue like this. Stop. The inner circle has too many other fish to fry. To have aim. Oh, that's that person. Chasing you. After everything that's happened in Nuln, I honestly thought you'd know better, but no, here we are. This is your final warning. I do not want to kill you, but if I must, I must. Have the 20,000 crowns read. Not ready, so you fucked up there. Read for handing over within the week here in Kemperbad, or if you wish to be properly contrite, return with me to Middenheim so we can resolve this properly. Do not attempt to disappear again. If you do, we will have to claim what you already swore to the Great Mutator. Sounds fun. Full stop. And you know we can. Full stop. It will be painful. Full stop. Spare us both that pain. All right?
Who do they sign it?
No. So, it's good. Well,
The
maybe.
great mutator.
Yes,
That does not sound good.
Well, I mean, just it seems it's less behind the shadows. At least there's some. So somebody.
Also, the person refers to Caster as darling.
Yes.
That gives us information.
He's also
He
used
really
a.
does get around.
He does get around. He's used a lowercase k and a
Can I have a look?
topcase d.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
it
good.
feels like
I
there's
know
some
why
coding stuff going on
potentially,
there
yeah.
because there's some spellings and issues and things.
Right.
But is
you want to do
Greta
it
in
for
the
me?
boat meeting? Or is
yeah.
it just
Do you
us?
want to
Just
do-
us.
I've done it.
'Cause
And Lucas.
Didn't.
No,
Nothing?
Lucas is
We get him in if we need him, but I don't think he should be there by default.
no. Lucas is part of the crew.
My lord, did you
course
not say that Greta had relations with Castor?
Yes, very much so.
I have a theory about
Interesting.
Yeah, me
darling
too.
there.
No, but
No,
he
nothing?
royally screwed her both in
Not
the
unless
physical.
you
and-
yourself determine
You know.
something.
Um, I can't. I think I'll need to have a longer look at it.
No worries. I've already committed to memory.
Good. I think this
Purely
might be
embarrassing.
Rocking
something.
like
but
Ulrich.
there might be something.
Is
but-
it? I obviously can't read it. Is it printed?
I know.
Rather than
it's,
handwritten.
it's carefully handwritten.
Oh, that's weird.
The red bit definitely.
I will. I'll need to have a longer look at it. I can't do it.
Some of the punctuation's off. Lower
Yes, it
cases
is.
where it's not should be. Missing letters, all that sort of thing.
I would never hide a code. Oh, I did it in the core book. Anyway,
Literally the second page.
literally, like in the first main section of the book. Right, so the sailing for the day went very well. Very well. The wind is with you. The river itself is swollen slightly from meltwater way back in the mountains, ensuring that you've got an easy sail all the way down. The river moves from being very wide to tightening a bit, and tightening at this part of the Reik is rarely more than about 800, 900 paces wide. It's a wide river, and at this point, it's also busy. At any part of the day, you're normally within range of at least 10 to 20 barges, making their way one way or the other. Occasionally, you'll pass one that's already at anchor. Occasionally, you'll pass by one of the river warden vessels, one of the ship swords, the larger ones, which actually have cannon mounted on them, or the smaller ship swords, which may have a single mortar settled in the centre, which they often like to fire upon would-be pirates, or just people who don't pay random taxes that they have decided to appoint to a passing barge on the day. You are not stopped for taxes. You are not stopped for inspection. The journey is, all things said and done, easy. We don't quite reach the target point by the end of the day. But that doesn't matter, because we have 3 extra crew. All of whom are ready to help you glide through the night as well. Birdie gets to take the helm.
God have mercy on all your souls.
Yeah. Wake up to that crashing.
So, do yourself
Sure, I can't keep that.
a nighttime test, totally.
That's not good.
Is it a plus 20?
Yeah, I mean, we're...
That is very
very
good.
good.
That's 6 successes and a crit.
Oh, whoa! Let's see, that's the crit! It came back! Roll again for the extra successes. We're going to get there.
Another 6 successes.
You're going to be there by early morning. Perfect. Bloodhilda takes over at around about 5 in the morning. The crew swap over, allowing you to sail all the way through the night. Your little lanterns swinging away at both bow... you know,
and
Stern.
So
Yeah.
not the butt, it's the stern.
Port and starboard.
Port and starboard! You've even got the green light on starboard, your red light on port. Or is it the other way around? No, you think you've got it right.
Pretty sure.
You can. You're even identifying barges as they're making their way up, and you're like, "Oh, that one's going that way." I can tell because of the lights that are on it, the way the glass is tinted. You know stuff, except for that smaller one, which just has a single light. Oh, that's useless.
Rubbish boat.
Totally. Interestingly, though, through the night, while everyone else is sleeping, you pass by 2 wolf ships, large warships, and I do mean quite large warships, 2 banks of cannon. So, big enough to cause quite a lot of damage should they be, I don't know, firing on Kemperbad, for example, making their way upriver in the direction of Kemperbad. Again, Marines lining the decks. Colours of Aldorf.
Pretty glad we're going in the opposite direction then.
Come morning, we arrive at an island. It clearly is your target, because it's the island that's pointed out as Bloodhilda in the morning, as the one with the observatory that she's aware of, known relatively commonly by many that make their way up and down the river here as the observatory, and is a landmark that's often used by many as they're making their way up and down the river. And is known for being completely abandoned. Presumably bandits might use it for some, well, maybe pirates, for some sort of naughtiness that they are wont to do. But it appears that Bloodhilda in this was wrong. For as the barge makes its way over, and she rings the bell over on the deck to tell everyone to wake up, because you're arriving at where you're hopefully intending to make your destination. Our observatory up ahead has scaffolds that go up for a good 3 levels above what is a crumbling bottom 2 stories worth of stone. The island is not that large. Trees embanked on the northern part of it, and on the southern part, it's mostly rolling small hills down towards sand and a single jetty. A single jetty with 2 gentlemen sitting with their feet swinging on the end of it. In the time that you're there, they're hollering out and are very surprised to see you heading in their direction.
Are the hollers positive hollers?
One of them stands pair of spectacles.
That's
Pulls down a lens over it. Here's his friend. What ho! What ho! Comes a call. We're looking for a lift. We're willing to pay. As the other one says, very good.
We can't take passengers.
Especially not annoying ones.
No, we'll rehire them as crew.
As Blotilda calls out, well, we using a jetty then? Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah?
this
All
is
right,
what we're
all
on.
right. Birdie! You can hear the call. You need to be up again. I know you're up all night. Get your ass in gear.
Got this rat catching sometimes. Do I need to do a scent test?
Yeah.
0 successes.
As the barge slides in, barge pulls, everything goes, ropes, kind of. As the chap there wearing red and blue, the other chap wearing green and orange, and they look like they are both relatively on the spiffy side.
Spiffy.
Quite. One of them has a monocle, the other one has a pair of glasses. This one here has a pistol on either hip. This one here has a large repeating pistol, which is sitting out.
Pistol.
Yeah, they both have bags sitting over their shoulders. As one says, "Oh, marvelous, brilliant! We have to move swiftly. We have to get out of here quickly. So, time to go." He says,
Right.
"Marvelous, we'll pay. Where are you going? We'll pay." And the other one says, Yes, marvelous. Yes, we'll pay. This is just perfectly timed." It looks back over his shoulder. Looks back. Yes, perfectly timed. Let's get away from here. This bloody cursed island. The other one says, "Yes, cursed island. Nobody wants to be here. I recommend." Marvelous. So glad that you stopped. Who is the captain? No. Remember, master. Who is the whatever? He says.
Have we just been blathered? Is that?
Feels like it. Yeah.
Are we all up on deck? Who's up on deck?
Most of you, I presume, by this point, since you were bell rung a good 4 or 5 minutes ago.
Can I do a quick heraldry check on the old...
No heraldry.
Just
No heraldry.
Oh,
It's
just
got colours.
colours.
Yeah.
Oh, right,
It's just
okay.
clothes. No heraldry at
Is
all.
it red and blue, green
Just
and orange?
clothes?
Red and blue. And yeah.
I'll say, well, actually, we are here at my lord's convenience, and it will be up to him when we leave.
Right, well, good. Lord, excellent. The other one says, "Oh, excellent. Perhaps he needs an engineer." Yes. Do you need an engineer? I'm an engineer too. No, I'm an engineer. No, I'm an engineer. No, I'm an engineer. We need a new
Okay,
job.
all right,
We're
gentlemen.
both engineers.
Gentlemen, calm down.
Says-
I'm sure you're both engineers, but look, listen, there's a lengthy process to enter into an employment with myself.
Is this a new sir?
As he says, yes, well,
With a lot of vetting.
I strongly recommend that we move quickly.
Right.
Quickly, yes,
So
quickly. Yes, quickly, says the other one.
Why?
Cursed island! Cursed
We are
island!
here to
Is the
investigate
curse-
the cursed island.
By any chance in the shape of a woman with a red dress?
Says, oh, no. She really helped things out, actually. The good Lady Herzen. Yes, it was all fine when she arrived. Yes, it's not like it bloody is now. Cursed! Cursed, I say!
Chaps, come on, stop it. Let's calm
The
down
other one
for a
says,
moment.
well, it's cursed.
Just right. I'm going to
Yes,
get you
it's
some
cursed.
tea.
Tea?
Yes.
Tea?
Yes, we'll
Oh,
come
would
in-
anyone like some tea? I've got some lovely chocolate that goes with the tea. She says,
Excellent.
comes
Now
out
we just all
with a
leave.
victory. I've got
Leave
biscuits. She says, we got biscuits. I've also baked some scones this morning. Anyone like some scones? She
My
says,
lord.
and some butter. Would you like some jam?
Dimple. What's your name? Dumpling.
Dumpling.
Excuse me, did you say she helped when she was here?
I didn't say anything.
No, he's talking to
And
her.
then he goes, yes, quite nice lady, actually. We better get off this cursed island. I mean,
Stop.
We better get off this
So
cursed
she's
island.
gone.
She's gone.
Yes.
Right.
Do we have a reason to really stay?
Yes.
See what she's done.
See what she's done. What?
Yeah.
And also,
I
she
mean-
didn't have what we found that might have helped her when she was here.
It's also an observatory, so good to look at it.
What?
We found nothing.
Quite. So, yes, what's doing?
All right. Well, chaps, what are your names?
Right, yes, of course, Bertram.
Excellent.
He
Classic
says,
Bertram.
yes, my name's Bertram. Another one says, Yes, you can call me Sigma.
Right. That normal?
Quite a common name, like
Yeah.
Jesus, for example.
Okay, cool.
Jesus.
Sweet.
Yeah, quite.
Jeez.
Oh, they're legit.
Can I do a?
One of their accents did slip.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. So I'm going to blather your bladder, Andy. I'm going to use blather for once.
Oh my god.
So I'm going to. No, it's a good strong name. Blah blah blah. Look, blah blah blah. Words.
We've stopped
Start
at the
dropping.
jetty,
I don't
right?
know.
Give them a bit of your banter,
Yeah.
Gerhardt.
Start dropping in various nobly based specifics, right? And then when they cock up, expecting for a cock up, which undoubtedly they will do.
What? No. You mistake me. As you hear gentlemen, you best come back here immediately.
Right. Who's that?
Shit. Says the other one, as they both beam, turn round. You sure we can't just go now? Up there's a woman making her way down, stomping, big satchel across her shoulder, pair of spectacles on as well. As she makes her way down, she's about 5'6" approximately, relatively tall, but not that tall for a woman. As she makes her way, stomp down. Return! What on earth are you doing? Says, comes the reply, intelligent. And she goes, you get back immediately.
Is she wearing a red dress?
She is not. She is wearing a brown long dress and a pair of heavy leather boots. As she looks down, she's maybe 22, 23. She looks very young, far younger than these two, who are probably in their 30s, you guess. As she says, return! The guild requires you to return!
I think you've been caught out, chaps.
The place is cursed. We can't bloody stay here.
Why is it cursed?
People are dying.
Well, maybe we can help resolve the
We
curse.
have a father.
Looks
know.
at you. Apologies, no lad. Return!
Someone go talk to her and tell her to stop shouting.
He says,
Sure.
but what exactly can you do? You're blind. He says, and clearly whatever you did last time didn't go down so well for you. He said, living scar.
Don't even have any armor.
I do. Made of leather, but you know, less impressive than the
But
metal one.
now,
Maybe go and ask the lady what's happening.
Yeah. Let's.
She
and
stomps,
Luitpold will
stomps,
start
stomps,
stomping off
there.
towards her.
They're
as well.
stomping off towards her
Yeah.
as she sees you coming up and says, return my engineers. You
Oh.
will not have my engineers.
We haven't taken them. It's fine. Don't worry. We're here to investigate. We hear you're having some problems. People dying.
She looks at you. Well, that might be the case. Bertram! She calls, back! And
Ow!
If we didn't get a barge dog.
he we best go. Yeah, we better. Sorry. He says, girl's gonna have to stay mine. Another one says, yes, it's gonna have to stay ours. Mine? Ours? Mine? Let's just go. We're returning! She says, boat time! He says, pardon me, I didn't catch your name.
Father Luitpold.
Oh, right, of course. Lady Holzener. She says, an absolute delight to meet you. She says, what on earth are you doing here?
Well,
Is
we'd
she
heard there was
doing?
some problems on the island, so.
Well, there's nothing we can't handle.
Oh, but
She says,
nonetheless, it's Sigma's duties and resolve such issues.
You're not there.
Yeah, but
He went ahead of all
No,
of
no,
us.
but I'm going to. Can I do a secret sign thief to
oh, yes, yes.
my knife? If I pass. What's my secret sign? No. Well, actually, I'll reach out.
Oh, yeah.
In that case, yes. And I'll be like, I'm going in. See you there, kind of thing, and then she will.
And now, slipped away. No one even noticed her go.
Alan and I will say, don't touch anything.
Don't touch anything? You don't need to roll to speak
okay.
to each other and you have the skill.
Oh, okay.
You only need to do it if it's an under stress or
Yeah.
an abnormal
Okay,
situation
yeah,
or
like-
something similar.
Well, you know what she's like. Don't like steal anything.
Well, before she disappears, wanna come with? In which case, she has 4 successes, so she'll tap her as well.
As the pair of them disappear, you ain't seen me.
An element.
Right.
Yeah.
As they creep off. As she says, well, I must ask why you stopped in the first place.
Well, we saw people yelling for help. We weren't entirely sure why. And now we've heard that there's people dying and there's apparently a curse on the island. And therefore it is my spiritual duty to investigate and hopefully discharge such a thing.
I'll admit that that is not exactly what I expected as a response. Well, that is quite interesting.
Are, like, because obviously Luitpold doesn't need to turn because he's sort of sentenced in 360. You get any sense that the rest of the people from the barge are coming his way?
No, they're all milling at the moment, except for you ain't seen me riders who are creeping off around the side.
Doing fine.
Giggly.
Well, just what I thought I might do is I might just blather her just to stall her asking me any awkward questions until
Go
the
blather.
reinforcements arrive. I do.
Go for it.
Is it? What skill do you use with blather?
Blather.
It's charm. You charm to do a blather.
Blather's a
Yeah,
talent.
Oh, is it a
Yeah,
talent?
yeah.
Oh.
So it's charm you use.
Like
Yeah, but it didn't used to be.
9 successes then.
sweet.
Some
As you sit
weather,
there,
huh?
waxing lyrical about how you could
Sigmar.
exactly help with things out.
Yeah. And about Sigmar and about
He's born enough.
This is how you use blather.
I said, right, I see. Oh, right, of course. As you two make your way around up to the top of the hill, and I presume Birdie and Elric are still sitting aboard the barge.
No, Howard's bored now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
chat pleasantry, so he's.
Successes because she's a noble, right?
We'll go join the
And she is a
farm.
noble.
So ethnic
Yeah.
nobles will.
Superb.
Lord, are you coming?
Oh yeah, no, yes, I'll come along.
We can talk to each other, can't we? Or can
Nope.
no?
No.
Yeah.
You're
That
two
was why I
quite
said it
discrete
before.
entities now. Yeah, quite. You're off by yourself
Yeah.
now.
So actually, remembering that, I'm not going to be able to see her.
Mhm.
Alan and wife will actually stop as she gets up to these two,
Mhm.
and just wait there and break it because she's just like, you may told me, and then but. No one's gonna know. I
just
got
disappear.
her. Yeah, and then we'll just like cough or
Sounds
something.
good.
and just-
Welcome to
You're
this
making your way up
cursed
as well?
land.
Yeah,
Sounds
we're
good.
friends of
Birdie, what
God.
are you doing?
yeah, welcome to this curse
What are
land.
you doing,
Elf
Birdie?
appears.
Going to join the father, mainly to
Making
save
your
the
way up
woman.
towards the far end of the crest
Chance.
as you reaches the top of the crest and sees it slopes down towards a black stone tower. Octagonal, you think?
That's a good number.
The stone itself, it's a great number. The stone itself is marked and scored in several places. It goes up for about 2 levels. There's a door on the first level, so not on the ground floor, on the first level. Stairs lead up to that. Scaffold all around that, leading to 3 more levels of scaffold at the top. And a variety of devices that are sitting right up there. A mixture of mirrors that are catching the sun, and a host of, things. Ladders lead all the way up there. There's one person standing at the top with his hands on his hips, like so, looking down at the two of them, waving them up. They're grumbling amongst beside each other. Man, bloody annoying this is. The other one's on you. Well, perhaps we could just call another barge. Maybe go to the other side out. But there's no bloody jetty there. I can't believe we didn't get away. We could have got away this time. As you pass
Ridiculous.
them.
You said that this used to be used by criminals.
You don't know. You've just made guesswork.
Okay, but could I check in case they left any
You
signs
absolutely
about
could. So go take a quick check around. Do yourself a secret sign.
Alan and wife will interject.
The father.
Disappear from it. Can we go up and see the
Oh my goodness.
tower?
That sounds like an excellent idea, Alan and wife.
She says, well, you need to have yourself a dispensation from the imperial court. We're here by orders of the emperor.
And we're here to help.
You arrive, Ulrich. Are you coming with them? You both got
Yeah,
both
yeah,
arrive
yeah.
at the same.
Yeah.
And the rest of you arrive at this point. As you're sneaking your way down,
5
5
successes.
successes. There's a host of signs. Keep away. Do not come here. Death lies here. One message in particular is it's not good. Lost 73 of 100 souls in 2 nights.
Oh, we're not sleeping.
Okay. Meanwhile, back with she. Right. Well, we do have a deadline to meet, I suppose, and there are those who have decided that they can no longer work.
Perhaps I can buoy their spirits, my lady.
They're dead.
Oh.
It's not really a decision.
That's a very
But the
different
ones who
type of
left, I
spirit.
can
How
perhaps.
did they die?
We don't know.
Did they?
Well,
Well,
then
we-
it would
we-
seem that you might need. You obviously a wizard in one.
We have a physician on board who could perhaps investigate their remains. That might shed some light on it.
And a priest who may be able to ascertain if there are any theological reasons that people would just die.
I think I might possibly be convinced by this charm offensive. Maybe you should do yourself a charm offensive attack. Roll your charm test. Yes, absolutely.
Can attractive Elric just
10
see if they've been
successes.
present?
The
trying to-
fucking hell.
He doesn't know the right
8 successes. We're so charming.
Pretty
As a team.
She melts before you.
Yeah, you just
Right.
smile.
Well,
She's into broken arms.
Blind priests. Yeah.
well, if one is honest, one must accept that this has become a far more difficult commission than one expected it to be. It's supposed to be finished by the end of next week, and I can't see how we're going to do that. We've been here now for 4 weeks, and it was fine for the first 2.5, and then it wasn't. I'll show you, I suppose. She says, well, what do you want, a donation to your cult?
Certainly, that would be
He says,
appreciated.
well, I'll have that sent over to, where do you come from?
It's the Order of the Silver Flame in Midnight.
Oh, I've never heard of it, I apologise.
That's all right.
Should I have?
We're a very small mendicant order.
Right, so, mendicant, right. So exactly where should I send a donation then?
To High Capitular Stoltz in Midnight.
Midnight. Yes, well, I shall. She says as she comes across, and there before you is that great tower. What are you doing? You may as they crest that hill.
She might. Is the guy that's up there? If she tried to open the door to the tower, would he see the door
The
opening?
tower that says
From the top,
death.
probably not. No.
Okay, in which case she'll probably just go in.
I did say don't touch
Up the
anything.
stairs.
You
Doors!
literally said don't touch anything.
Doors count. You say doors count.
And on the inside, there is a host of tables, trestle tables that have been laid out, and plans laid across them for signaling devices. You can see exactly what it's for. And it's part of a long network that apparently, according to the map there, that will be able to send signals from Altdorf all the way down to Null. And then you can see off towards the side a second section showing how they could move it from Null all the way down. It's currently halfway through, written by, you presume, the engineer herself, all the way down to Blackfire Pass.
What?
And all marked very neatly in tight, careful script in each corner, marked for the Engineers Guild in Altdorf.
You may well look for little red crowns.
Sounds good. Do yourself a perception test. As she leads you down. So it all started happening about a week and a half ago. So it's difficult to say exactly what it was. Everyone was camped obviously up inside the tower. That was fine. And then the next day, one of us was gone. Just gone.
Gone dead or gone
Gone.
missing?
No.
Just disappeared. So we first thought that they had done exactly what my errant engineers were going to do, which is hailed perhaps one of the passing barges and slipped off in the night. But we found the body in the trees 4 days later, and by that point, another one had disappeared.
And we heard that you were visited by a lady, Herzen,
Lady Herzen,
and she
no.
assisted you.
Yes, no, well, she actually granted us access down into the tower, which we hadn't been able to get access to, and she had a good rummage around down in there.
And it was after that.
Oh, no, it had already been an issue. She stayed for a day, and then she said she'd help, and then she just left. So I'll admit that I'm a little bit trepidatious to accept any help, but we thought that possibly, because she did something when she was down there, she was there with 2 other companions. One of them was a rather, weak-chinned, scholarly fellow.
Mousy looking fella.
No, with a
Short hair.
Yes, absolutely. Do you know him?
We've met before.
The acquaintances of yours, are they?
Sorry. What was your name again?
Lady Holzenhauer,
Holzenhauer.
master engineer of the.
Where's Reik?
He says yes.
Right. I was at a party of your husband's, maybe.
I don't have a husband.
Oh, brother. I was some
I
Holzenhauer.
don't
anyway.
have a brother. I do have a father.
Maybe father.
It wouldn't surprise me if my father was doing that.
It didn't go so well.
That also wouldn't surprise me. There's a reason I joined the Guild of Engineers. So, where was I? I forget. We were in the process of working on the third lens when the day after she left and another one disappeared. We thought that she'd done something down there. She was quite convinced that she had before she hightailed it out of here.
And the bodies, were they marked?
Oh, she had I remember. I was saying that there was a
the third person.
And a party, yes. A knight, a fellow in armour.
Any more? Not any sigils?
Oh, no, not at all, which I found rather odd. Never took off his helmet. Wandered around with her.
So not of an order, a freelance of some type.
I presume so, yes. I wasn't one to particularly inquire. They were there to help. There was some sort of fracas down below. She sealed it all off again, and that was that.
Cut to Yuma peeling off the seal.
There is not a single crown anywhere. Not one that at least you've spotted. You've had a good rummage around. Doors bang open. And then, why don't we, he says, just swim? Another one says, no, we can't just... I don't want to die. I just don't want to die. I have no interest in dying. Says as he goes through, starts climbing up a ladder. Says, these ladders are bad enough. Have you seen how high they're getting? Says, call yourself an engineer. I'm an engineer. As the pair make their way up.
Lady Herzen crossed some dwarves in Kemperbad, so it's not that we are acquainted with her. We were asked to track her down by them.
Oh, really?
Yes.
For what reason?
Well, to...
It's a matter of honour.
A matter of honour.
Something about a grudge.
Oh, my goodness. They're not. Like oathbreakers or something, are they?
Well, that remains to be seen. But I am not sure that she is as honest as she first appears, so...
Well, if you just come up these stairs here, I'll lead you into the main tower, and I'll show you where people went... Well, they vanished. I'll also show you where the good lady made her way in. Whatever issue that is extant here continues to be an issue. I don't like it one bit. They disappear up. I might just jump! There's another one. He says, you ain't gonna jump. As they've gone higher and higher, their accents have slowly but surely diminished until they're just who apparently they are, Aldorf people. As they make their way up. And she turns around, if you could up, and spots you. And stops.
Oh, fudge.
Do you remember when everybody knows who I am regardless of
Oh, no.
everything?
And goes, I haven't seen you unless you want to be seen.
Exactly.
She makes a decision on the spot, turns around and says, let's enter the tower.
Right, good.
If only everybody did that.
So this is our base of operations. This is where I've been organising my plans, obviously, as you can see. All of the... And looks at you.
That was Lindsay. It's octagonal, right?
Yes, it's
And
octagonal.
my stone thing is octagonal.
Yes, it is. Your stone thing is octagonal.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about it because we got so excited about Luitpold going missing.
And we are constructing a device up at the top floor. It is from up above, you can hear...
Is
better start walking
Is
again.
Yume tailed behind us? Where is she? Make a big show of like looking out the
You're
door to
currently
see if
sitting in the
Yume's
corner of
around.
the room, I presume, having had a good look around.
Just to cover the fact there's another one of us. Have you? I noticed it is octagonal. Are there any the doors? Are there any
Well, the
other
good
octagonal
lady
features?
says found here, says pointing, here, there is actually a trapdoor. You can't see it, but there's a trapdoor here. And she found a method of opening it. And I have no idea what it was. And she used to pass down through that, did some things, and then she left, didn't she? Said that she dealt with some rather nasty creatures down there. We heard them. There was quite a kerfuffle. You know, a bit of an uproar, that sort of thing.
Apologies, lady,
do
but
you-
how long ago was this?
Oh, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days ago.
And how well
So this is
you...
while we were at the bowl, or just?
She made good progress. Elric, do you sense anything unusual? I shall do the same.
See,
Do your best.
Can
3
I,
successes.
Yes.
can I cast about for any signs?
Do yourself a test, please. Perception.
I do a bit of
2 successes.
nobbling.
Better than
Nobling.
you.
Just in
Just
case.
not nobbing.
Yeah.
Timestamp this.
Unless you've got eyes, then you get
For,
I'd already
just
added it.
as-
Oh.
you know, I guess gossipy stuff between noble families and how she feels about her old man and all that kind of thing, especially what she said a little bit a moment ago.
If you wish to bring something up, bring it up directly.
Yeah.
Nice avoidance tactic didn't work.
2 for me and 3.
3.
Something feels off. That's as far as you're going to get with that. Something
Displacement.
feels off.
Do you,
Just something feels a bit off.
and do you feel anything, noble father?
What you can see now that you're in here is that this is an octagonal tower. It used to be bigger, clearly. It used to have more floors. They've collapsed at some point. The floor that you're on clearly has a floor underneath it because we've gone up 1 level to get up here. There's no obvious door to get in there. There may be someone somewhere else, and there's obviously a trapdoor in here somewhere that you can't see that goes down below.
Well, she pointed at the.
Yes, you did.
Can Luitpold kind of like crouch down and see how it feels, but also while he's there, have a sly listen to hear if he can hear movement underneath?
He hears nothing.
As he's crouching down, Yume will also crouch down, and then as he's like, to go, I can't feel it. like staring.
Always creeping up on me.
Which is kind of
A
mean.
call comes from above. Excuse me, can we just have the day off, please? We don't appear to have the right lenses up here. Yeah, we don't have the right lenses. We're going to have the day off. Excuse me, she says. Excuse me. What was it you were saying, my lord?
Oh, nothing. Well, no, it's true. So, number one, appreciate your discretion.
Well, what else can we do?
Well, exactly. And speaking of what else can we do, you're... What? Oh, come on
Yes,
now.
my lord?
Are you going to hire her?
What is wrong with you?
No, it's illegal.
Just...
Only in Camperbat.
I can't help but notice, obviously, the name and the association. I presume that you and your father don't get along very well.
No.
No. Good.
I think that is fair to say.
That is
He
fair
is,
enough.
however, loyal to your father.
No, I know he is. I've just heard some disturbing things about.
They're probably accurate.
Yes, no, I'm sure they are. I'm not going to go into them, but if that's the reason why you distance yourself, then
No, they're probably accurate.
Right. Well, then I judge you a good person or better judge of character. Well, whether that's a good person. Not a good person. It doesn't matter. Look,
Not a good person.
Judgments aside, I need to deal with 2 idiots, please.
fair enough.
I'll be back in a moment.
As opposed
Right.
to only
As-
one.
Boom, boom, boom,
As she,
boom.
as she leaves, Yume will lean towards Gerhard and go, you know, her dad was, she says, you know, like loyal to your dad, but he was literally hosting a party so that he could become the next duke of Superstar.
But it also could have been so he could secure power to hand back.
I mean,
Look, it's good. It's
Wheels
fine.
within wheels.
The good thing is
What they're doing that, so
her-
they're getting their hands and knees and feeling for
Yeah,
that.
Elric is
Looking
going
for
to
benefit.
explain his sense that something is not right.
I
There's
feel
no
the
one
same
else.
thing. There's something wrong about this place.
is there like a holy vision wrongness as well? Or?
There is not.
Oh, this
There is
is-
no clear sign of any trapdoor or
So
anything.
I'm
here.
just going to like feel around as best he can.
There's not even a break for any potential trapdoor to be. This is solid stone.
Would trap sense work for traps? Doors?
To a
Closing the
degree
name.
Both of us have got that.
Set trap.
Set traps.
Yeah.
set trap.
And
Well, I have a miracle for trap sense.
yeah, you do for trap sense.
Oh, do that.
Do that.
Do the miracle.
3
Yes.
successes on my perception roll.
Nothing. So it looks like they've not been here.
She kind of breathes her shoulders go down a couple of inches. She doesn't want to do that again so soon.
Yeah, quite. It feels wrong. Is there anything else you'd like to do while you're there rummaging around looking for traps?
6.
In terms of dispelling, he has to be hearing or seeing something active, right? It's not a case of he can just throw it out.
Yep.
Yeah. Can he really? No. All he's seen from his perception is that something's not right. Not like an absence or.
Maybe.
As you mutter your miracle, you get an itchiness between your shoulder blades. A general awareness that Ronald would probably like to steal into a place like this. That Ronald, she might like a place like this. There is definitely something worth doing.
Nice.
It still feels wrong. You hear from up above. Get the bloody lenses. There are just 2 of us. You've got bloody winches. Winch them up. What? How about we wait for the light college to arrive and we could use one of their lenses? They're not going to arrive. We said we would do this without magical support. And we're going to do it without the support. And that's just the way it is. Do your jobs. I don't want to stay here another night. How about we just employ them and stay in their barge? We'll worry about that this evening. Do your job. All right, well, it's progress. Progress. I suppose it's progress. She starts creaking her way back down the ladder.
Your suggestion of using our barge.
She has yet to come back down.
All right,
She's all
I'll
the way
wait.
up 2 levels as she eventually comes down. You do have to wonder, out of all the ones that bloody died, it had to be the one.
Well, look,
Not
if
them.
it couldn't help but overhearing, because loud. If you wish, you can stay on our barge in the evenings if there is a warrior around that, and hopefully telling those 2 will mean that they are less work shy.
Well, that would be something. And if you wish to investigate the area, then you have Imperial Dispensation. She says, do whatever you wish.
Excellent. I'm going outside to have a look round. We should around the whole building and then come
Do you
back
have
in.
any dynamite or gunpowder?
No, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to build, not
Might
destroy.
take the whole thing down.
Well, if you were controlled and knew what you were doing, maybe you could. I don't know.
I guess
blow a
as
trapdoor
are
open?
you walking with?
I think
Not right
I
now,
think
no.
we should do a circuit round to see how it feels
Lady
outside.
Holzenauer
to see if
makes her
there's
way
any-
back up to the top.
Just
to
like do a
explain
proper look.
that things
for
might not be
anything.
as bad as they first appeared.
Before you-
Birdie leans into Father Luitpold and said, "Are you looking for some gunpowder?"
Well, more I'm looking for people who know how to use it safely.
I know how to use
Is the safely part really important?
Yeah, because as Elric says, if we use it incorrectly, we bring the whole tower down.
Only if we're inside. it
Before
doesn't
we
matter.
disperse, I saw some signs left from previous occupants. There was one time that they lost 73 people out of 100 in like 1 night, was it?
2 nights.
2 nights. This is like, I don't even know if being on the barge is going to be enough. So let's move quickly.
Well, let us have a look and see what we can ascertain, and then perhaps at night we move away and more.
Sounds like the right place though, compared to that demon ball. Very similarly awful.
There's no one around now.
No, they're up at
Remember,
the
we
top.
have this that I found in that cave.
Maybe that's the key to opening the. Just
Is there
tap
any
it on
sense
things.
From that
Just
at
tap
all?
it on things. All right.
Well, maybe tap it on.
Or if
I'll
it is.
tap it on the tap.
Tap. Nothing
I'll
happens.
like stick
Brilliant.
it like a key on the trap.
Yeah, like wave it around, maybe.
What
Next
if
2
we look-
hours, just
No, what if we look for,
Like a torch.
like look on the wall or look anywhere for something that this could be placed into?
Can we all help with that?
You certainly can.
I'm going to go to the papers, the design papers and all that stuff, her work thing, and I'm going to blast through those. Speed reading.
Not particularly difficult either. In that her notes are very well organized, and clearly she is attempting to modify an existing design for a network of signal towers, and she wishes to make them, quite simply, better. And it's quite clear she has some strong prejudice against the colleges of magic, as she repeatedly makes reference throughout her notes to the failures of magic and how science will see them through. Magic cannot be relied upon, where science, and when magic rises high or when magic rises low, the science will still shine through. And she intends to massively intensify the light signals that are going to go to the next tower using a variety of lenses. And she has a method of lenticulation where the lenses are put at particular angles to reinforce and redouble the light, and then force it through to shine it to the next tower, which is apparently almost 30 miles away.
So she's making
that
lasers.
Sounds extraordinary for a distance. And according to this map, the next tower is somewhere over that direction, somewhere in the hills, far further than you can see. But if it's accurate, you might be able to see it with a telescope sitting on the top of the this particular tower. If you went up to the top.
Sounds like she would get along with Dr. Fast. Can both bitch about
Magic.
how magic people don't know how to do their jobs right.
And magic people are lazy intellectuals.
Lazy intellectuals. So, what's everyone else doing?
I guess also.
Look out for stuff.
Yeah.
So looking for stuff where? What's your plan? You've
We're
got
gonna
basically
go
one
down
floor
and do a
right?
So I
circle.
give-
circle around.
If I give these like an outline, because if these are plans,
Yep.
right, and I've read through them, surely
Yep.
there will be indications of like this is a key place that you probably want to have a look at. This is a key.
Not really,
place.
because this is getting built on top of something that already
Yeah,
exists.
so I guess we're trying to look
Never
as much as
mind.
possible at the place that already exists because it's unlikely to be in the thing that's built on top of it.
That's fair. So,
Yeah.
let's go
So,
around
yeah.
the table, highest initiative first, in terms of loosely the things. You're going down round to the bottom. You're going down round the bottom as well. You are.
I'm looking around for anything octagonal socket shaped.
So you're going for the octagonal sockets. Gerhard.
I feel like it needs to be approached slightly differently. I'm going to go to the top of the tower to be able to get a view, because it might be a position of actually looking down.
Yep.
Can highlight different.
Love it. You may.
Yume will see if she can find some ink,
Easy.
mix it with some more water so it's a little bit lighter, and then like just spread it on the ground where the trapdoor was to see if she can find like an outline.
See if it gets in there. That sounds good. So she's starting that.
He's following the father and Alamanawite out, but he's trying to like focus in and see does he feel anything different when he walks out of the room, back into the island.
So,
trying to see if there's a threshold.
Starting with you three, making your way down and going around, there is one of the 8 sides that's clearly clear and even has a path leading out from it to blank stone, to no obvious outline, to nothing that
To no
looks
obvious
like...
octagonal shaped holes.
Yeah, totally. Makes no real sense.
And again, we'll poke and prod and
You
know,
poke, you
try and
prod,
sense,
you find nothing involved.
Try like knocking on it and listening for echoes and stuff like that.
The stone is thick. You would guess you've got acute sense. Dun, dun, dun. It's well over that thick. It's proper thick stone.
Is it thicker than if I go to a bit that's not been cleared though?
No, but the same.
But the same.
Yeah, but the same. Octagonal holes. No.
Sockets.
Yeah,
Definitely.
none. Up at the top, interesting, because the entire tower is following to a degree what's down below, but they go to 4 for a square sitting on top of the octagonal base for the main tower. It's quite a heady trip getting up that one. It's going to take a cool test.
Oh, good. And we're not under duress at the moment.
Oh,
right?
no.
Yeah,
You
so
can take your time.
6 successes.
Okay, so there's a small pause. You look down, don't look down. Keep on pulling your way up until eventually you arrive at the top. There's 3 engineers and Lady Holzenauer up here, and they're working on what could be best described as a device. It is definitely a big one. It involves a lot of lenses, some of which are off to the side, large triangular lenses, which are curved and long, laid out in a variety of different sizes in order. Each one's inscribed with numbers at the side, and they're bickering between themselves as to exactly what the best way to move them up is. Another one from down below is being hoisted up, and it's a long bar. Right, so again, triangular in length, and they're pulling that one up, and they're creating large lensed half circles.
That difference of the ability to see 30 miles
Yes.
through this.
You presume it's in that direction. That's where
Yeah.
the telescope's pointing.
So, roughly, is that the distance between here and the bowl as the crow flies?
You have
That
no
big.
idea.
Shit.
Literally none. But given how far you've travelled, you think it's probably much further.
Yeah.
Much further, you reckon.
It's all wibbly wobbly and
Yeah.
around things. Okay. But the network that I looked at on the map did that
Nowhere
link
near.
in
It's
with
going straight down to
right?
none.
Okay.
Big
fair enough.
long stream of different signal towers. You may. What were you doing again?
Inky water.
Inky water.
to
All right. Yeah.
see-
So spreading that all out. Right. That it's good because it allows you to come to the conclusion that if there is a clear trap here, it's magical. It has to be. It just has to be. There is no way that this would not have been seen by now. The very fact that there is, it's all been cleared here suggests it may have been used at some point, but it's definitely probably magical. Assuming that it is here, assuming that they weren't mistaken. So that's what we all have. The lady Holzenauer at the top of the tower says, I'd like to thank you, my lord, for looking into this. I would say, though, that during the day, I can't say there'll be any issues at all. We have no idea what the issues are, but they only happened at night.
Right. Okay. So it's suggested that we should probably stay to see those issues if they are there.
If that is what you wish
No,
to do.
that's really sorry. Dropping papers. Very windy up here. Okay. No, that's a good point. Thank you very much.
Can we go back in and line up the wall on the inside of the tower with the one that would be the cleared bit on the outside? So to see if there's anything unusual about that.
But it'd be lower down though, right?
Yeah, it would be lower down, but I just want to see if there's anything.
Not particularly. It's just the
And
inside.
is
of the
that in
tower,
any
half
way?
the
Does
wall.
that in any way line up with where the trapdoor supposedly is?
Not really.
No.
The trapdoor's right in the middle. The
What do you
trapdoor.
think? Oh,
assuming
like
it
there's.
exists.
What do you think, you may?
Oh, it's definitely some kind of magic.
Yeah, Luitpold will have trailed through the ink and there'll be inky footprints.
Oh.
like
Oh,
everywhere.
no.
No, your boots are fine. So it's just boot prints.
Yeah, footprints, yeah.
It's definitely, maybe there's a way to like obfuscate or like hide a door. I don't know if there's a way for you
Could
to
be.
check that.
I mean, if there is one, you won't see it.
Yeah, but
I mean,
yeah,
By its
Sadly.
very nature.
yeah.
I can't see a working. I mean, I can't see an illusion. I can't sense Ulgu. Doesn't seem to be anything to dispel.
No.
Maybe it's an environmental trigger.
Are you going back down?
Presumably, standing up and looking down on the island doesn't it's
no,
not like
it
an
does-
8-sided
it's-
island
It's
or
not. It's just a standard, almost teardrop-shaped island.
right.
Did
okay.
you say there was a room on the end of the stone thing?
Mm-hmm.
What is the room?
It's square in a triangle.
A square in a triangle.
Does that mean anything magical?
Is it
Does it mean anything in dwarfish that he's aware of?
is it visible anywhere in the chamber?
It is not.
Try and draw the square triangle with the finger.
If the trapdoor was the square, maybe the triangles would be the. Did you say a square in a triangle?
They intersect.
There were 3 people here. Maybe we need to stand in a triangle.
So, I can and say that nothing happens all day.
Yeah.
The trapdoors don't open. You try all sorts of triangles and squares and wandering around in circles.
Shaking myself.
Indeed, none of that seems to do anything. As the very moment the sky begins to just slightly darken, the engineers are out of there. They have moved from being inside the tower to small tents on the outside of the tower to now down over to your barges to sleep in the hold.
Part of the payment to us of allowing them to stay there is that they have to teach Lucas how to shoot.
On a barge.
I know.
We're not going to be out during the day, but we can show them our pistols work.
Yep, no,
Yeah,
fine.
to clean
Perfect.
it and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That would
not too
good.
hard. Yeah, it's not. Yes, of course. No, it's not. He says.
Do we want to like lay any like preparations before nightfall?
Lanterns.
Well, I'm thinking like, can they tell us when the trapdoor opened? Oh, we've got a visitor.
Yeah.
When the
Good one.
trapdoor opened, did it lift up? Did it go down?
I have absolutely no idea. I didn't see the trapdoor itself. I got told about it by her.
Might not even be a trapdoor then.
Because I've just thought we could like pile a bunch of heavy stuff on top of it, so if it opens inwards, then it might fall on someone's head.
Well, it might be the wall for all we know. She might have lied.
Yeah.
But we could also potentially block that wall. Just it might slow something down if it's coming out,
Or at least put like string with like jangly bits of
That's a
metal
good idea.
in places
Yeah,
so
to
we
make
hear.
noise.
Yeah.
And maybe some flour. I'm sure Dumpling could lend us some.
You ain't using me flour. Flour's for cooking. It's not for scattering around on the floor
We've
like
got
it's just a
sand.
waste.
Where did you appear from, Dumpling?
I was sitting right here all the time. I just got to remember that not all of us are like head in the clouds with, ships floating about our heads.
It's okay, Dumpling. We've got dirt. We've got stuff we can.
Flour?
The other
What
option is-
proper waste? People have ground that flour, she says as she stomps off.
Does anybody know
She's going to spit up my food, isn't she?
where? Well,
She
she does
already
that
does
all
that
the
in the
time.
Devil's-
Flavour. Does anybody know where the Devil's Bowl is in comparison to here?
According to the map, east.
Is there and just thinking if there is a side of the tower that aligns to that direction? Is that something that we should have a look at and think about? Because if it's well, I have no idea why these lines are on this map, or
And
why
it is
they
a
connect.
triangle.
It is a triangle. It's a triangle.
Dun,
In a
dun,
square
dun.
map.
Well, yeah. Could we trace the square on the room onto that? See if that.
The square would go well off the map.
Would it, right?
The square is the bigger part.
So, so maybe if we have a look on that side to see if it links together. I don't know.
My money's on as soon as it goes dark, it'll open and whatever's in there will come out. We won't need to open it.
Or, so I was going to say, whatever it is that's in there is somehow ethereal, and therefore could just walk through the stone.
Cheat. So the question is, are you going to set up some sort of trap, flour, dirt,
Jangly things.
Jangly thing?
Jangly thing.
All of the above.
all of the above? And are we ourselves going to stay up, or are we just going to kick down to the barge and have a good nap?
I feel like we should definitely see at least the start of the night with
Yeah.
the trapdoor.
I agree.
So where are you going to be?
Oh, don't you open that.
You said that it was up a hill and then that.
Yeah, you
down.
go up a hill and then down towards the main tower itself.
Okay, so
And they've
we-
evacuated the tower, so the tower is at the moment empty. You've got the path that leads to a wall. You've got the first floor trapdoor, and you've got the big tower above.
Had they been staying in the tower when they first started missing people, or were they always?
They were all staying in the tower, and they went missing from the room where they were all staying.
Aluminium on top, because you can look down to the trapdoor.
Oh, but if we could we stay outside and look into the room with the trapdoor because it
Into the room with the trapdoor.
'Cause it's
No,
down
it's
and up.
not from the hill, but you could go all the way round to do that if you wish to do so.
put a
And set-
lantern
stand at
in
different
there
places.
and just look into it.
Father, can you strap your shield on, or
I don't know.
Strap your shield on.
We could-
It's got
Turns
broken
out-
arm.
Just broken on.
Oh, he's broken.
Oh,
That
don't
would really
no, don't
hurt.
put any weight on that for now.
Yeah, no.
We could maybe hang it so it's covered.
I was thinking we could do the jangly thing across the entrance, put the sand and the dirt out, then line ourselves up, leave a lantern in there so we can see into the room and see if anything happens.
So again, I ask, where are you?
What?
There.
Yes.
In that
How
place.
far away?
So
will you
you're
be?
sitting, pointing towards the door where the lantern is in. The stairs swoop down. That means that the pathway is on the opposite side of where you are.
Oh.
Do we split the party?
Well,
Well, we can all stay within.
Why? Maybe like.
Yeah, is
Well-
it possible if we
Sides.
split into 2 groups so will we have line of sight to each other?
No, because the tower will be in the way.
3 groups?
And trees will be in the way.
Can we just
No, that's
wait
too
in
much.
the room?
Weapons out.
I would usually say yes, but after what happened to Luitpold, maybe it's
Discretion.
caution, not discretion, just caution.
Caution. That is the word.
Yes. But I think you are right, closer to being right on that sense. We should just stand outside, be very close to it, and if something does come out, we deal with whatever that is collectively together.
We'll put the jangly thing where the path
Over the floor, just.
where the path to the wall goes, and
Yeah.
we'll stand on the other side to look into the
There
room.
you go.
All right. Let's.
Right, so let's just draw the curtain on that and have our nighttime spy watch anything happening. 2 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
Gerhardt's napping. Luitpold's also napping. You're effectively taking watch. Almenowith has her eyes focused upon that lantern when clatter, clatter, jangle, 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 clatter from the opposite side of the tower. What are you doing?
I'm going to foot shove Gerhardt so he wakes up.
Good job!
Alright, I'm awake. I'm awake.
And then gently foot
And then
shove
we'll-
Luitpold because he's broken.
And then we'll head round.
Elric's channeling to light his
Go.
fires.
I will
I
do
know that.
a blessing of protection,
Ronald!
I will wait because mine are
yes.
quite noisy.
and I'll give you one as well.
Oh, thank you.
As you creep round, and we see the source of the commotion.
Is it a squirrel?
We have already encountered some rather nasty skeletons that had risen because of the actions of someone, and this is apparently that someone's observatory. You almost expect to find some sort of potentially necromantic awfulness, and you're not wrong. What does surprise you is just what sort of poor shape it's in. It's got scorch marks down one side. One part of its face is pink. Another part of its arm is blue.
Oh, that's
Oh.
not good.
Hey.
This reminds you of what happened to you when you were back in Bergenhafen.
Yeah.
And you were afraid for a moment that your arm would be permanently pink. Fortunately, that didn't happen.
That was good.
It is not careening out with a great deal of passion. It's lurching.
I think we're in the right place.
Its head lolls slightly from a
Oh.
broken neck. One arm is missing its hand, but clearly it doesn't quite realise this. Goes the arm as it attempts to grab at things in front of it. There is nothing in front of it. It, however, as it turns round the corner of the base of the tower, immediately squares its shoulders over to where you are. Apparently somehow able to sense life. Apparently somehow able to sense yourselves. As it starts coming in your direction, being about as unthreatening as a very slow
And
snail.
is there a door open behind her?
There, you don't know, that's the other side of the tower.
Oh, okay. Well, we were all like trooping
As it sort of
Buggies.
makes its way
I think we're looking at
forward,
a symptom rather than the disease.
it barely can move.
Can
You
we,
can walk away from it,
Well, we'd
and
like,
it won't
I
be
think
able
we'd
to
like
reach
to
you.
go around and see whether the door's open. Or there is a
Make
door.
your way around. It sort of follows you. Its handless arm reaches out to try and grab as you go by. It seems particularly unimpressed by its inability to
I'm
grab
sorry.
anything.
Luitpold can. It's one of his strictures. Luitpold
Yep.
is going to hit it.
And I will
No.
help.
Okay,
Because it's creepy.
take your shot. As you make your way round to the other side, those of you who do, and that wall is...
My 14 point.
The door is shut. Did you just fumble
Yes,
yourself?
I didn't fumble, but I
Four
failed. So
successes.
4 successes, good. Give me damage. So you
that's
do just
what I
damage,
did.
damage.
And I've got
Oh,
5 successes.
it has -7. So adds 11 to yours, actually.
So, 25?
25, and
I
you're 1. Minus 6.
Minus 6. So 11, 19.
As you go up, bah! Head. Woof, woof, woof. As its body sort of looks over to where the head's going, leans in that direction as you go crunch with barge pole, is it?
Yeah.
Barge pole straight in and lift up its body, and it slides down to the ground. And from inside of it, a large octagonal shaft slides out,
Oh.
trapped inside its body. As it collapses separate to it on the side, the body tries to get back up. The head, over there, cracked into pieces, slowly pulls itself very slowly back
that's
together.
really
Oh, we've
Oh,
been
that's
here
not good.
before. Let's.
Do you want me to burn it?
Yes, please.
Well, maybe just wait.
I can be
To
subtle.
slow it down, Leopold will smash it to little bits.
Yes.
Does that match the one I've got?
I will wrap
Sorry,
something around my
smashed.
hand because it's covered in zombie innards, and have a little look.
Its innards are mostly dry,
Yeah,
truth be told.
It's still
But yeah,
zombie dust.
Sewers are
it's
fine,
different,
but
a different
apparently
colour.
undead.
A different colour.
All right. Okay.
And it only has 6 sides.
Same shape, same size, like
6
scale.
sides.
And has it got a
Yeah.
real end?
Nope. Definitely inside.
Someone else will have to check.
And does it have anything on either end?
Nope.
Okay.
It's just like a hexagonal cylinder.
I'll take out my 8-sided one and point it at the no, like point it at the undead creature to see if it was like
the bits are just slowly but surely moving back together again. We have ourselves one of those, and we have ourselves you're one of those. What are you doing?
Boggling.
Why don't
They
I?
do nothing.
How did it get out of that door? It's not ethereal.
Correct.
Something opened.
Maybe maybe get the 6-sided thing and take it over to the door.
Okay.
Maybe that's a key.
Oh, that worked.
It opens.
Damn it.
Nothing. And on the inside, it yawns into darkness. So, given the hour, let us conclude with what we have in here, because there is only one thing left non-living in there by the previous inhabitants, and it's this one, because it regrows itself. And it regrew itself not that long ago. It's not in good shape right now. That's number one. Number two, the entirety of the inners have been completely ransacked, emptied, everything's been checked, and somewhat distressingly, that includes a library.
Oh, that's bullshit.
In the center of it is an octagonal chamber, which leads up to what you presume is some form of trapdoor above it. That was at all accurate. But the octagonal chamber has what you were largely hoping would be on the outside. Octagonal shaped holes,
I knew there was a socket somewhere.
7 of which are full on each one of the outside walls, but one is empty. Are you?
Fill it.
No, we should probably have a look at the keys already in.
So,
Show
while,
it.
so while they're doing that, there was clearly a laboratory at one side, a library on another side, some form of place where people were staying. It's all ancient and ruined and emptied. And as well, you're going, we should probably, she slams it in, and a staircase rolls out. A staircase which most certainly had not been discovered, you presume, by our previous incumbent.
You made element where they shouldn't be allowed to stand next to each
At the
other.
bottom,
Put it in.
there
Okay.
is a dusty table covered with notes and notebooks, and 8 separate corridors leading off to 8 separate libraries, all of which
You're having a book
are
there, aren't you?
untouched, all of which are in place, all of which are full of more research tests than you can shake a stick at if you wish to do so.
Fuck
However,
that fireball.
there is
8
the
fireballs,
table.
Andy.
There is the table itself to end on, which has the obvious and most important handouts.
Oh.
Because there is deeds. Let's pass one out to you because that was directly relevant. You should just read that one out because it's funny. That one is quite good to someone, and that one for someone else, assuming anyone can reach it.
Do you want me to read the
Just read it out, just so that we can get our hand
F on
out.
the, right, excerpt.
You don't need to read the.
Okay.
You don't need to read the title.
23rd Nachgeheim. I tried writing to Middenheim to confirm these details, but was rebuffed. 2300 IC. This evening, I finally had the pleasure of meeting Prince Alevandril of the Lorelorn. He was awash with concern for his aunt, Queen Alamenawaith Rootweaver. He told me that she had retired to the celestial canopy over a century ago and had not been seen since. He then claimed Queen Mariseth, his mother, was beside herself with fear, for the star to guide her in the night was dark. I admit to not understanding this one jot, but I was not going to share that with the prince. After all, I was keen to secure his favour in the upcoming negotiations, which, given his candour concerning his family business, I was hopeful would progress well. 32nd Nachgeheim.
There's a little bit at the bottom on the other side. Or am I, no.
Note, end time references the passing of one age into the next. Renald has abandoned me. It appears the Queen has descended from the canopy and does not favour an alliance with us. She somehow traversed a distance from the heart of the Lorelorn to our table and made her opinions known. I am beside myself with fury. So many months of diplomacy wasted, and for what? She spouted a litany of incomprehensible accusations that bore no relation to reality. She something of a great war, of an end of times, and laid the blame for this at the hands of blighted humanity. Such arrogance. I have never heard of an Azavar, and he certainly bears no relation to the Wolf Emperor. I cannot and do not understand how to move on. Have been summoned to the something again. It has been too long since I was last in Middenheim. 32nd Browsite. I spoke
So
with...
this is, just to make sure, 200 years ago.
Yeah. I spoke with Emperor Sigismund at length and have come to realise that I should have paid the elf queen more heed. Well, he explained that Magnus of Nuln walked through the flame of Ulrich after hearing Winter's call, like he was Sigmar reborn himself. Let's see what the South says about his wizards now. He then warned of Azavar the Cool, and my blood froze, for it was not the first time I had encountered the name. So the Emperor demanded I share all my recollections of the elf's words, but the years had dimmed them. Beyond my journal, all I could recall was that the beloved of Mor would spit down to the mortal realms, and that he who found the spittle would ascend to the Lord of Death's side, the final proof I need. My bad.
Cut a long story short, Alamenawaith did what? Forewarned them of an Azavar Cool, and they didn't listen, or did? Sounds good to me. Handout number... Who's got the one that's going to be difficult to read? Let's find out.
This one.
Good luck.
Oh, I felt this was hard.
31st of Sigmarzite. I can barely restrain my excitement. It appears that I shall possess the largest piece of weird stone ever known outside Mordheim, and it seemingly comes straight from Death's beloved. If my investigations are correct, I shall find myself firmly on the path of becoming the heir to Nagash. At last, my years of research are about to be rewarded. I have done everything I can to prepare. I have employed a team of experts for the expedition and have had a special lead-lined receptacle be fashioned to transport the meteorite. A magically reinforced chamber awaits it at Castle Wittgenstein. I leave for Kemperbad tomorrow.
When was that written?
Nothing signed, no date. I mean, there's a date on the top, but I think that's actually...
That's from the journal itself. You do.
Oh, is it?
get
Oh,
it.
cool.
Yes.
That was written 2405 IC.
Wow.
So 100 years ago.
100 years
105
ago.
years after this one was written.
Yeah, indeed. And that's got notes on it at the side, which is in the same handwriting as that one.
And this was excerpts from Alderic Tugendheim's journals. But the handwriting that's in the notes are the same as that.
Correct. And do I have the name on the top of this?
Yes, because that's part of it. It's part of a larger book.
Cool.
Yeah,
So it's Dagmar von Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein?
The von Wittgensteins are known to you. The Wittgensteins. We've already mentioned the Daemon
We've
von
heard
Wittgenstein.
about them.
Indeed, but the Wittgensteins, well, they live in Wittgenstein, strangely enough. That's up. That's up. The Reik. Right on about where the
Roughly where we're going.
Yeah. And apparently, that's where the meteorite was taken. The one from Daemon's Bowl.
Yeah.
Probably. What's your one say?
Well, so this is, well, I don't think this is necessarily new information for us, but Guide of the Mysterious Phenomena of the Night Sky. All right, strap in, because I've tried to read this once and it's tough. In this, the year... Oh, I've just put in a one there as well. In this, the 231st year of Sigmar's Empire on the night of...
I'm going to guess Hexenstag?
Yes, ill-mented, ill-omened? Ill-omened. Yep. Ill-omened Hexenstag, Moor's Lieb did shine with a green and unnatural light, and its shape was that of a skull that grinned with a countenance most terrible. That's 1/3, everybody, so... The heavens were filled with a great number of falling stars, and some of these did strike the mortal realms, which then groaned under the formidable assault. Then, during the night of Geheimstag, thank you, Moor's Lieb was dominant in the sky, and the firmament was...
Firmament.
Yep.
It's with
Was...
the flat Earth thing.
It's this, whatever that little... Misread? Misrusted.
Maybe it's a hyphen?
Mishyphen?
No.
With...
The symbol is
No,
a hyphen.
I know. The symbol's a hyphen. It's not easy, right? It's not just me.
It's something crossed.
Crisscrossed.
Crisscrossed.
Right. Sure. Crisscrossed with more streaking stars of green. Next paragraph.
Last
Being
paragraph.
forewarned by the earlier events of Hernen...
Yeah.
Yep. Hernenstag, it was possible to...
Hexenstag.
Is that Hexen again? Have I already read that? I have as well, yes. No. It was possible to trace the course of the enormous shooting star that seemed to issue forth from Moor's Lieb herself. According to my calculations, the star fell to the mortal realms in the uplands of Telebeglin, near the headwaters of the Narn.
No.
So
Nan.
you've got...
So that predates Alamenoites, and then
Yes.
the letter that I read is the most recent one.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Indeed.
this is the falling of the actual...
That's him researching
Meteor.
it.
Yeah.
That's him finding another piece of information that directly correlates to particularly the last part.
Yes, spit down on the mortal realms.
She foretold that there was a spitting down on the mortal realms and what it meant.
He who found the spittle would ascend to the Lord of Death's side.
So, whoever finds the spittle is foretold to ascend to the Lord of Death's side, and that he translated to mean, in your one, he would become the heir of Nagash. And that was his intent. Nagash being...
Any of us, we'd not have
Nagash
that
being
name.
lore magic test away from being potentially
Oh,
known
back
by
to
the
dice.
party.
Lore theology. Didn't
Lore
you put out
theology,
the
in fact, no, lore theology easy to you don't even
2
need it.
successes.
So I'll give you two very different views. You, the foundation point of necromancy, evil, and on your side, Sigmar kicked his ass 2,500 years ago when Nagash invaded the empire and almost brought it to its knees before it even became an empire. And Nagash was struck down with Sigmar's mighty Warhammer.
Nice.
So apparently, there's someone who's attempting to become the heir to Nagash by securing this, but if it happened, it would have happened 100 years ago?
100, what was it,
I
2405,
presume, yeah.
107?
About 100 years ago, approximately?
Maybe it didn't happen and
Well,
it's still all to play for.
we need
Well,
to look at the Viking
You do
signs.
know that she has gone tearing off in the other direction, but doesn't necessarily have that pieces of information. And we'll also add, to finish ourselves off with our giant library, there is a giant library down here. And if you want to spend time, you've got time you can spend. But we can find out whether they're going to do that next episode when we move to episode 15, Wittgenstein.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh!